I woke up to loud screams. These were unintelligible and incomprehensible exclamations mixed with laughter and shouts. Why is it so noisy? The first thought that came to my mind when I tried to open my eyes. And the first thing I saw was a small fire. A bonfire? Are these people having a bonfire party? As if not paying attention to me, the clouded personalities continued to dance around the fire, singing strange motifs of shouts and exclamations. Suddenly I opened my eyes abruptly. I understood. Is this a camp party? I didn't think that I was still popular with girls. It's now or never. Suddenly, an unusually joyful fragrance attracted my nose. That smell. Roast lamb. It's definitely her. My eyes shone with happiness. Then I looked at the personalities that were standing by the fire. Beautiful girls and delicious food. A grin filled my face. I'm coming. I wanted to run as fast as I could to the beauties, but suddenly, unexpectedly, I fell right to the ground. Something was bothering me. Lifting my face off the ground, I swore. Damn. Is that a rope? Indeed, I was bound by a vine. Strong enough that I couldn't move my limbs. But it was too early to be surprised. Suddenly a window popped up in front of me, like I was in a video game. What the hell is this? I thought. And he began to read what he had written. The window read. The main task. To survive. A task. Within 12 hours, you should be hunted by primitive people. Reward. 1 skill point, as well as a survival gift bag. Countdown. 1 hour and 20 minutes left. While I was reading all this, those people still noticed that I woke up and plopped down on the ground. 2 people walked towards me. They looked quite primitive. It became even uncomfortable. More than 2 meters tall, 2 boulders were coming straight at me. One was wearing animal skin clothing that covered his shoulder and lower back. He had a huge bone in his hand. The second one had only a kind of shorts, and most of the body remained naked. But that wasn't what bothered me most of the time. Damn, what kind of monsters? Where are those cute girls? They looked at me clearly not understanding a word. For them, I was just another dinner. Hey. This is some kind of mistake. Where am I, guys? No matter how hard I tried to reach them, it seems they didn't even listen. But suddenly, they both pulled their little hands towards me, even competing to see who would grab me first. And at that moment, I had an epiphany. I remembered. I'm totally fucked. 12 hours ago. Wild lands. The sea enveloped a paradise piece of land like a blanket. The sandy beach was simply magnificent. A small ridge of rocks and a jungle, and most importantly, no one. Well, except for me of course. I was sitting on the sand, trying to recover. Clearing my throat and wiping my face with my hands, I tried to remember what had happened. Finally, I filled my palms with water and decided to wash my face in order to refresh myself. Here's the deal. Yesterday I was keeping Mrs. Jan company. We went shopping to buy her jewelry. Suddenly I fell asleep and found myself on this damn beautiful beach. Not happening. Did God punish me for being a gigolo? But that's not a crime. I was sitting on the beach and thinking. The main thought was one thing. That's what I got. Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by strange extraneous sounds. Yay. I immediately turned towards the source of these strange screams. And I saw people. They were the same primitive people from the pictures in the books. They mumbled and talked about something, if these screams can be called a conversation, of course. Is this some kind of prank? Not taking the situation seriously, I naively turned to them. Hey guys. Can you tell me how to get out of here? But the smallest of the people started shouting something and then raised a bone like a spear in one hand. He started swinging. Is he aiming at me? While I was thinking, the guy threw this kind of spear right at me. It's lucky for me that he wasn't so marked. The spear whizzed right by my cheek, only grazing it slightly. After this, thoughts about the draw disappeared somewhere immediately. Having weighed all the pros and cons, I made a strategic decision. To run. Running away from the attackers, I tried many ways, from persuasion to promises, and nothing worked. Guys, don't be so serious. Let me go. I shouted when it was already the 30th minute of running. But the guys didn't even think to give up. Fortunately, I have good physical fitness, and Po quietly broke away. Ha. The sound of footsteps is already further away. I think I'm still good at running. Ordinary people can't catch up with me, let alone the boy who was with them. However, the boy had other advantages. No. Another spear flew right past me, barely touching my stomach. Continuing to run away, I finally made sure that this was not a prank. This is all really happening. Suddenly, a window popped up in front of me. Starting the main task. To survive. The main task? I asked uncomprehendingly. What else is the main task? A task. Within 12 hours, you should be hunted by primitive people. Reward. 1 skill point and a survival gift bag. Countdown. 12 o'clock. Is this a system? I thought. Am I in another world? But they didn't let me figure it out. Already another guy that was taller than that kid threw a bone at me. As if sensing danger, I turned around and got a bone right in the neck. Fortunately, the blow came with a blunt end. I'm screwed, I thought, as my eyes blurred and I passed out. And here I am sitting in front of 2 Neanderthals. I'm tied up. They are standing right in front of me with clubs in their hands. Thoughts about how to proceed had to wait. A window lit up in front of me for the umpteenth time. Congratulations. You have been among primitive people for 12 hours. The survival task is completed. You have received 1 survival gift package, as well as 1 skill point. Please distribute the points manually. At least one good news. Smiling, I thought. Damn. Looks like I still have a chance not to become a dinner. While a group of primitive people were standing by the fire, I began to figure out the system. What's the reward? Show. You have received a survival gift bag. Distribute skill points manually. Then a second window appeared. Owner. Chen Li. Physical form. 1. Power. 1. Dexterity. 1. Authority. 0. Technologies. 0. Ownership. Missing. Yeah, it's pretty simple. The pros mean that these values can be increased for the skill points that I have. It's very similar to game systems. Am I really in the game? But the system didn't let me think for long. Do you want to open a survival gift bag? Open? I said confidently. It was like gears were moving in my head. Congratulate. You have acquired a skill. Initial language proficiency. Congratulate. You have acquired knowledge. Survival guide for beginners. The universal card is activated. It will display the area in which you have already been. You can specify the names of places yourself. You have received an item. A battle axe. Do you want to get a battle axe? We remind you that items cannot be returned to the storage after they are removed. Mod survival. Recording is taking place. The recording is successful. Mod fundamentals of medicine. Recording is taking place. The recording is successful. At that moment, tons of information from nowhere appeared in my head. I seem to know a lot of new things now. The processes are completed, it's time to do something about my miserable situation. Having gathered my resolve, I began to listen to what people were talking about. Vuyula. I am the most cruel and brave. I can kill the biggest beast. One of the biggest men shouted, brandishing a bone club. He fraternized with the woman sitting across from him. Vuyula. Oh my god, you're so gorgeous. I want children from you. She answered him giggling. Now I can understand the primitive language. It must be a very ancient world when culture has not yet been born and everything is at the stage of development. My goal in this game is to survive and create a civilization. So, this is an open world strategy game. Well, then let's not waste time. Let's start getting resources. Add points to strength. Purchase a battle axe. Ding. Battle axe received. Ding. Points are added to the power. 1. In a moment, the battle axe was already in my hand. And I was successfully freed from the shackles. After tearing the vines with an axe, I got into a fighting stance. I didn't expect that 1 point would add so much strength to me. I felt 5 times stronger than I was before. As expected, the primitive people noticed me. And I stood there as if nothing had happened because now I had a weapon. Grab him, don't let him escape, one of them shouted. Kill him on the spot, we'll eat him. Coming closer to me, with his companion, the giant spoke. Boy, you can't escape. Ha. I grinned. Pointing my axe in their direction, I said. Abba Abba. You bunch of ignorant savages. Have you dared to defy God? But they just looked at me blankly. Clutching their clubs. What is God? We don't understand. I took the trouble to explain to them. Everything is simple. This means that I am an authority among this bunch of primitive people. As well as your leader. I was sent by heaven to rule over you, and for insulting me, you will be punished. Gr. He growled like a disgruntled dog. And then he raised his club over his head and prepared to bring it down on me with all his weight. The main quest has been activated. Get on your feet. Goal. Intimidate primitive people, subdue them and become a leader. Reward for completing the quest. 1 skill point. 3 band-aids. In case of defeat, you will be deprived of a battle axe. Hurriedly dodging the blows, I read it all. What the hell? Lose my battle axe? That won't do. Without it, it will be very difficult to survive in this society of primitive savages. I can't lose. With these thoughts, I prepared for another giant attack. Still swinging the club over himself, he delivered crushing blows from above. But this time, I put my axe under his blow. A huge bone in the giant's hands collided with my axe. The force of his blow was so great that even the ground cracked under us. I didn't expect this guy to have so much power. Grabbing the axe with both hands, I resisted the pressure of this savage. But I also have more strength. With a little more pressure on the axe, what was supposed to happen happened. Get it? I cut his weapon. And a piece of bone fell not far from us. He didn't seem to have expected such a turn. For a moment, he looked at me, and then at the piece of bone. And then on the stump in his hands. All the savages were looking at a piece of bone lying on the ground. There was silence for a moment. I have a bad feeling. And it was not for nothing. After a second, the giant screamed at the top of his voice. How dare you break my weapon? Boys. Attack. We'll tear him to shreds. The plan was chosen immediately. Escape. Hey. This is cheating, didn't we agree on a one-on-one battle? I shouted as I ran away. Is it normal that such a crowd attacks one guy? No, I'll tell you, it's not normal. I felt one guy approach me and was about to hit me. No, there won't be a second blackout. One swing of the axe destroyed his stick. The guy fell to the ground and crawled away in fear of my axe. You're a bunch of savages. I started. It's never going to end, is it? Looking around, I realized that I was driven into a dead end. I don't want to fight you. I shouted. But you've got me cornered. Then I pointed the axe at the guy next to me lying on the ground. I'll spare him if you let me go. Give up. My speech was decisive. All the savages were looking in my direction, and their faces began to change. Meanwhile in my head. If only they hadn't attacked me in a crowd, I wouldn't have had to explain myself now. I didn't expect this bluff to work. One by one, the savages began to panic and scream. And then they turned around and started running away. Let's run. Save yourself. Even the guy who was lying next to me crawled away from fear and ran away. What are they afraid of? Am I that scary? Meanwhile, another screen with the inscription popped up. A side mission has been activated. Banish the saber-toothed tiger. Goal. Help primitive people get rid of the saber-toothed tiger. Reward. 2 skill points and the sympathy of primitive people. The mission is automatically accepted. It is impossible to refuse. The mission has begun. A side mission? A saber-toothed tiger? What the hell? While saying this, it seemed to me that I could feel someone breathing over my head, but somehow I didn't pay attention to it. However, after that something growled. I immediately turned around. Well, of course. I thought. The tiger was standing right above me and was about to grab me. I didn't invent anything new and stuck to the same tactics. Escape tactics. Oh, shit. It's really a saber-toothed tiger. The creature was not a step behind me. This is too much. Why does everyone want to eat me? The tiger ran after me, scattering and breaking stones under its weight. He was literally a meter away from me when I thought. If this continues, I will die. What an idiotic side mission. How the fuck to expel him? He'll swallow me in one bite. The tiger was still very fast. Jumping, he grazed me on the back with his claws and left a wound. I fell to the ground from the impact. Damn. Painfully. I'm definitely a corpse. We can't keep running away. I thought and stood up with an axe in my hands. But you can't go ahead either. We need to act intelligently. We need to outsmart him. What can be used against a saber-toothed tiger? And then, I noticed smoke to my right. Precisely. He's a wild animal, and they're afraid of fire. Looking at how the beast slowly approaches, I made a decision. There was only one chance. Come on, you stupid cat. I'll fight you. I shouted with all my might. He seemed only happy about it. We threw ourselves at each other, and I decided to try something that I had never tried. After making a tackle, I slipped under the cat, trying to touch it. How do you like my glancing blow? But the huge cat only stepped on me with its hind legs. The blow didn't go according to plan, so I tried on a proven method. Escape. Oh, go fuck yourself. I won't believe any more movie tricks. I cursed while I ran as fast as I could. The plants in front will help me come off a little. With these thoughts, I jumped into the bushes. As soon as I get to the campfire, I've already won. Judging by the sounds and crackling behind my back, the tiger coped with the bushes without any problems. Holy shit. I swore as I felt the paw fly past my head. I was close. Ahead. I saw the cherished bonfire. It was my salvation. The tiger was not far behind, and I decided that it would be faster to do a few somersaults. Immediately fulfilling my plan, I found myself by the fire. Looking back, it was noticed that the beast was rushing straight at me. I quickly grabbed a burning stick from the fire and shoved it into the tiger's face just when he was about to bite me. With a roar, the animal bounced off. It seems I got into the eye area. I was standing in front of the predator with a torch in one hand and an axe in the other. That's it. The torch can hurt him. Come big cat, try to catch me. I hope he backs off. What? Whence this sound? Bang. 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 At intervals of about 10 seconds, a loud knock enveloped the forest. Not happening. Is this sound coming from? Bang. Bang. Yes. That creature seems to be bigger than a tiger. It was as if small earthquakes were chipping away at the jungle. That my opponent was a tiger were looking in the direction from which the sound came. It was so loud that all the local birds that had been sleeping in the trees all this time rose into the air. It seemed that there was no trace of my formidable opponent. Now this huge cat was standing in fear, and she was clearly uncomfortable. And then she let out a long squeal and started running away. Hey! Don't run away, I challenged you. What should I do now? I was already starting to panic that my task had failed, but at the same moment the task window popped up. The V's have completed a side mission. The saber-toothed tiger has escaped. Congratulations on the successful completion of the task. You have received 2 skill points, as well as the recognition of primitive people. Distribute the points manually. Wow, 2 whole skill points. But there was no time to rejoice, because somewhere here there is the very thing that caused the tiger to run away. The sound is getting closer, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Taking a torch with me, I ran, pumping in the process. Add 1 point to strength and agility. Strength 1. Dexterity 1. Whew. Inhaling, I felt an instant surge of strength. My speed has become much higher. After walking some distance, I came across a small hollow. Shining a torch on myself, I found the refugees. Apparently they were hiding here in case of danger. Hey! I shouted loudly. I was surrounded by questioning looks. The main leader decided to speak. Hey! How did you survive? Didn't the saber-toothed tiger eat you? He even opened his mouth in surprise. Ha! I grinned and raised the battle axe above me. This insignificant saber-toothed tiger is nothing more than a big cat to me. As soon as I attacked him, he immediately took to flight. I said it as confidently as possible so that everyone present could hear me, and in my thoughts I added, haha. Kneel down. But it seemed they were just looking at me in surprise. And so it went on for a while. What's the matter? Are they not afraid of me this time? Didn't you hear what I said? It was already I thought. When suddenly one blonde girl came up to me, obviously shyly. I was surprised, and before I knew it, she was already squeezing my leg screaming. The benefactor. You saved us all. And the crowd repeated. You saved us all. Accept our gratitude. Become our leader. So we won't have to be afraid of the saber-toothed tiger again. Some even fell to their knees and bowed to me. Is this the reward for the task? The sympathy of primitive people? I didn't expect that this sympathy would be so strong. People kept bowing and begging me. Gathering all my leadership qualities into a fist, I began the speech. First, stand up. You're so welcoming, I can't let you down. Immediately, the crowd began to cheer. You not only agreed to live with us, but also agreed to become our leader. Some shouted. My God, how touching it is, I'm going to cry. The second shouted. You really are the most powerful. Still others shouted. Ho ho ho. He became an emperor so easily. In my head, I was already dressed in ceremonial clothes and raising the blade into the sky, not far from my imperial palace. Then I raised the axe and shouted. Everyone stand up. From now on, I am your king. A system notification immediately popped up. You have successfully joined an unnamed tribe. The main quest called Get Back on Your Feet is completed. You have received 3 band-aids, as well as 1 skill point. Please distribute the points manually. After a little thought, I decided to jump into something new. Add to the physical form, please. Physical Form 1. I could instantly feel the pumping effect. Any improvement in abilities leads to qualitative development. The more points I add, the easier it will be to complete certain tasks. Then I remembered the second award. Band-Aids, what kind of reward is this? System open inventory. I said it clearly and with an expression. And in an instant, the so-called inventory opened up in front of me, although to me it looked more like a huge virtual shelving, just like in games. And there lay my reward. A small flask with a green liquid. The system prompted the patch. Effective medicine for various injuries. Stops bleeding and promotes healing. The expiration date is 1 day. Wow, that's not how I imagine it. It also has an expiration date. Yes, and only 1 day. In other words, if I take it out of the inventory, I will need to use it within 1 day, or I will have to throw it away. Then I felt a dull pain in my back. That's right, that tiger got me. I'll take 1 band-aid, let's see how he copes with such a wound. Taking out a small green clot from the inventory, I splashed it on my back, and it seemed to spread alive through the affected area. And then it soaked into my skin, and the wound disappeared as if it had never existed. All this was happening in front of the locals, and they were delighted. Needless to say, even I was surprised. It's a surprisingly good thing, it can save my life at a critical moment. Meanwhile, the Aborigines shouted various words of surprise. Wow. Wow. I turned to the former leader of these people, who then fought with me. If one of you is injured, I can give you this medicine. But all I got in response was a loud shout. Oh, our king is so powerful. Thank you. At the same time, he shouted as if I was a kilometer away from him. That's right, I replied, otherwise how can I protect you? Since I'm your king, I need to get to know you better. After these words, I pointed my finger at the former leader. Let's start with you, introduce yourself and tell us about your skills. The big guy immediately took the image of a jock and exposing his muscles began to talk. My name is Shigu or Stone Bone, and before you came, I was the boss as well as the best in battle. He looked really strong, well, it was not for nothing, he had a huge body. Then a little guy in the skin spoke out. He looked like the guide dog from the picture. My name is Agun, and I'm good at hunting. Hunting is good because it is the most important source of food. Then there was another bully, not too smart in appearance. My name is Wolf Bone, and I can growl loudly and scare away wild animals. A useful skill. We must remember. Then there was another big guy. My name is Juan, and I am the strongest. But before he could finish, he was tapped on the shoulder. No. It came from behind him. What the big guy turned around and saw a cute face there. It's me who is the strongest, Sister Huangshi. Oh, it's you. Then she came up to me and said. Dear and dear king. My jaw just dropped at that moment. How is this even possible? My name is Shanlan Da, or Big Mountain. But you can just call me yes, Big. I can throw stones. Why am I not surprised? Is she the hidden boss of the game? And while I was thinking about this question, another girl introduced herself. My name is Shaw Shaw, and I can climb trees and pick fruit. Haha. You're really skinny. Is it really finally a normal person? Suddenly. Received a slight blow to the back of the head from behind. Turning around, I said irritably. Hey. Who hit me on the head? But what I saw calmed me down in an instant. I beg your pardon, king. My name is Au. Hi. Oh my god. I've never seen such big ones in my life. Ah, hello. I squeezed out. And these are my 2 sons, I haven't come up with names for them yet. She pointed to 2 toddlers who were standing nearby. I couldn't get the grin off my face. She also has children, I thought. What? What am I thinking about? The king. Suddenly someone shouted from below. I almost jumped aside in surprise. It was a small guy who then threw spears at me so successfully on the beach. I'm a Xiong hunter, I don't have any special skills. I have good eyesight and hearing, so I'm good at finding roads. And this Xiong can be very useful as a scout in the future. Then the others introduced themselves. And finally it was my turn. My name is Chen Li. You can call me king, boss, or brother Chen. I know everything about civilization, and I came here to pass on my knowledge to you. But even after my words, they stood and only blinked in discouragement. Brother Chen? Civilization? Apparently they didn't understand half of what I said. Sighing, I continued. I will teach you a lot later, so you will change. Simply put, I guarantee you that you will be able to eat meat every day. Meat every day? They seemed to freeze for a moment, but then they came to their senses and screamed. Wow! Glory to the king! Your Majesty! And other praising cries. Ding! The interface window appeared. The host's consciousness has been detected. The main quest has been activated ahead of schedule. Settle down. I immediately began to read the contents of this new assignment. The content of the quest. Help primitive people build homes, officially create a tribe, and increase the number of people to 50. Term. 15 days. Since the quest is launched ahead of schedule, an additional 3 days are added to you. The time limit is 18 days. Reward for the quest. 3 skill points, as well as a large treasure chest and inheritance. Another main quest? I looked at the people who were standing in front of me. Even if you count these guys, there are only 15 of us now. In 18 days, you need to expand the tribe to 50 people. This will happen only by joining other tribes. It looks like these 18 days will not be the easiest, you will have to try your best. A large chest and an inheritance. This is the first time I've seen such an award. I hope I will not be deceived, I will look forward to it. While I was thinking about it and learning about the skills of all the members of the tribe, night fell. The moon illuminated the forest and the mountains that lay nearby. My subjects did not hesitate to lie down to sleep right on the ground. I was lying among them, but I couldn't sleep in one eye. I stood up abruptly and started thinking out loud. Damn. Tired of it. This lawn rubs me all over, I can't sleep. And then, how can you conquer the world on an empty stomach? I'll find something to eat first. Looking at the sleeping aborigines, I even felt sorry for them. These guys are so simple-minded, they didn't even leave a sentry. Damn. My stomach is rumbling. Where can I get food? And then a brilliant idea came to my brain. Precisely. Remembered. There was also a lot of fried meat. Who knows, maybe they haven't eaten it yet. We need to see. And then a real scene played out in my head. The brain seemed to be divided into an angel and a demon. The angel spoke. That giant beast capable of scaring off a saber-toothed tiger may still be roaming around somewhere nearby. And the demon objected. Well, you can't wait for starvation. We have to take a chance. After listening to both sides, I patted my cheeks. Enough worries, I don't think I'll run into this creature. With these thoughts, I took an axe out of my inventory and moved towards the former savage camp. Forward. Fortunately, the moon was shining quite brightly, so it was not difficult to navigate. Arriving at the place, I took a suitable shelter and began to observe. Very quiet. I thought. You have to be careful. The meat is really still being heated on the fire. After looking around, I came out of hiding and came closer to the fire. Coming up, I noticed a couple more pieces of meat and a rabbit lying nearby. And here I see there is another prey. Now that I'm king, I can't just take care of myself. Having found the likeness of a vine, I tied it around the prey. I'll take this to the guys. Let's run. After taking all the food, I went back. On the way to the shelter, I noticed something strange. Trees were scattered here and there. What's happening? It feels like the terrain has changed. And while I was thinking about it, I lost my vigilance. Not seeing an obstacle in front, I fell into a small pit. Damn. I swore on landing. Who dug this damn hole here? What? In front of me, I saw my shadow. Strange. A shadow? Where does the moonlight come from in this jungle? Stop. At that moment, I realized that I was not in a pit, but in a huge footprint left by some huge creature. What is this for such a huge footprint? And the trees were all uprooted. There was clearly someone walking here. Is it an ostrich? No. There are no such huge ostriches. Is it really? Damn. The thought came to mind so spontaneously. I'm a complete fool. I've seen a saber-toothed tiger. I should have guessed right away. It's not just the era of wild beasts here. These are the scariest creatures that have ever inhabited the planet. From this thought, I was horrified. But he did not stay in one place for a long time. We need to find a safe place as soon as possible and settle there. We can't delay a minute. That's exactly the plan that popped into my head. At dawn, all the residents were already on their feet. This chicken head is mine. A fight broke out. A fight over food. Give me the meat. Ah. Give it here. The clearing was filled with screams and shouts of division. I've been watching this for a while. But I quickly got bored. Taking a deep breath, I shouted. Everyone stop. Stop where you are. Everything immediately quieted down, and frozen muzzles with meat in their teeth stared at me. These guys do not know how to share, make a fire, do not know politeness, and the rules of economy. They have a lot to learn. Exhaling, I began to speak. Today's food will primarily go to those who go hunting. Who's with me? The former boss of this lobby took the speech. The king. We usually take turns hunting. Yesterday it was me, Agong, and Huangshi. Today it's the turn of Liu Tang, Hai Zhu Tiao and Wolf Bone. And then he made a faithful doggy expression and said. But today the king himself is with us, we all want to go. And then all the guys joined him. Yes, yes. And while they were doing bullshit, I noticed that the scout boy was depressed. This kid is probably afraid of me because he thinks that I have a grudge against him for catching me yesterday. We need to figure out how to cheer him up. And then I turned my gaze back to the goons. Well, if that's the case, I said, then let's all go together. I wanted to choose a place for the whole family to build a new house there. Sensing someone's presence from behind, I turned around. A big girl was already standing there. King, what is a family? She asked. Family is when you and your loved ones live together in one place, just like the roots of this tree. I came close to a huge tree trunk. They go deep underground, providing the family with food and security. Really? The girl said, and a second later, I was already in an embrace, such that I immediately understood why she was nicknamed the mountain. Then I can live with the king? She asked. Trying to pull away, I said. Yes. From now on we are all family, so of course we will live together. Haha. Smiling, the girl raised her hands in a victorious form and screamed. The king wants to live with me. The king wants to have a child with me. Recovering from heavy, in every sense, hugs, I added. Do not invent non-existent rules. King, where do you want to build a new house? The former leader asked me. Come to me and listen. Instantly, I was surrounded from all sides. I found a suitable wand and began to draw on the ground. See. First of all, we need a large and flat piece of land. The plain will be the best. In the north there are mountains, and in the south there is a river. This will not only make it easier for us to extract drinking water, irrigate fields, extract firewood and minerals, but also provide a safe closed area. This will significantly reduce the risk of an attack. There should be a forest on the other side of the river. Firstly, for hunting and collecting food, and secondly, in order to find seeds and wood for agriculture and the construction of houses. And finally, it would be ideal if the sea were nearby. The delta of the river can provide fertile land and a favorable environment for further training in swimming skills. The people surrounding me didn't seem to understand my ideas at all, but they were delighted with the drawings. But suddenly, the same scout raised his voice. The king, the place you're talking about. I know where it is. Grabbing the boy by the shoulders, I happily asked. Really? Then take us there soon. If you really find such a place, you will become the first minister. The guy's eyes lit up, but then an obvious tremor passed through his body. This place is not far to the east. He said. But, Your Majesty. It's better not to go there. There is a herd of bulls there, which it is better not to mess with. Bulls? I thought, and immediately presented a huge benefit from this case. What's there to be afraid of? Even better if we have a herd of cattle. It will provide us with a large amount of good meat, and you will gain herding skills. Very good. I shouted enthusiastically. Our current prey is a herd of calves. Brothers. Pick up your weapons and hit the road. Towards our new home. With these words, we raised our weapons to the sky. We arrived at the place. The forest was spread out near the mountains that loomed on the horizon. Hiding in dense bushes, we waited. The situation is normal. The smell is normal. King, the neighborhood is quiet and peaceful, we'll wait a little, and we can go out. Xiao Xiong is an excellent scout. He even put something like a chicken on his head. Standing up, I calmly said. There's no need to worry so much. If you grumble, you'll catch up with the clouds. Don't worry guys, I scared off that saber-toothed tiger, I'll protect you. The guys seemed to cheer up a little. Well, the king, from that peak you can see the gathering place of the herd of bulls. Xiao said and pointed to one of the peaks. All right, lead the way. Climbing to the top of one of the rocks, Xiao said. Press down to the ground like me. Be careful. Looking at how he behaves, you can't say that we are tracking bulls. Don't make a big deal out of a molehill, Xiao. But still, I pressed myself slightly to the ground following his advice. Are there other animals here besides a herd of bulls? Looking out from behind the top, I was delighted. This place is what you need. Surrounded by mountains, like a fortress wall, there is a valley divided by a river in half. There were several woodlands, and the soil seemed to be fertile. And that smell. It's the smell of the sea. I said. The system. Open the card. After opening the card, I was left convinced. There are mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side. This place is ideal for the construction of the first city. Suddenly, Xiao dragged me back behind the rock. What is it? I asked. Your Majesty, don't speak so loudly, otherwise the black bulls will hear you. A little puzzled, I still decided to agree. Good. I'll be careful. Basic survival guide. Search for illustrations activation. Beep. Beep. The result of the scan. There are 3 types of plants. There are 2 kinds of animals. Plants. Green sunflower. A herbaceous plant, the root can be used as a medicine to relieve abdominal pain. Dragon whiskers. Liana. The juice is poisonous. It can paralyze a person. The tree of longevity. Deciduous wood, high-quality wood, has been growing for about 100 years. Animals. Gray squirrel. It feeds on nuts, the meat is juicy and tender. Wasp. The bite is toxic, 5 bites can be fatal. Having carefully read everything described by the system, I was surprised. Turning to Xiao, I asked. So where are those big black bulls you were talking about? Xiao looked out over the cliff in fear and pointed to one of the many groves spread out in the valley. They're right behind that grove. There's a big bend in the river there, I can take you there. Good. Everyone be on the alert. And we went after Xiao. Half an hour later. It's here. Hurry up, keep up. We are the king, but I'm afraid we will be discovered sooner. Listening to the surroundings, I was surprised. Isn't it quiet here? What's so scary about these bulls? I used the scan again. Recorded. Plants, 3 species. Small animals, 1 species. The directory update is completed. What? Is that all? I let out a sigh of relief. I'm worried that there might be worse monsters here, since there isn't even a single calf nearby. Xiao couldn't have been mistaken? Hey, Xiao, maybe you remembered wrong? But when I turned around, I saw a little guy walking backwards on the ground pointing somewhere behind me. What? Is the ebony moving? But Xiao quickly brought me back to normal. Hi. He shouted and pointed somewhere up. Looking up, I realized the complexity of our situation. Oh, shit. A huge humanoid with blue stripes on his body was walking just a couple of meters away from us. Damn. What is this? Mew. He let out a loud scream. He had huge horns on his head. The system, as always, prompted in time. A black horned bull. Mammal, Artiodactyl, a subfamily of cattle, mainly herbivores, with strong territorial awareness. And this is a fucking bull? While I was standing in utter incomprehension, the voice of the former leader of the settlement was heard from behind me. Your Majesty. His voice was shaking like never before. Are we really going to hunt these creatures? My voice wasn't too sure right now, but I answered anyway. Sure. Gathering all my willpower into a fist, I made the strongest possible face. Sit in ambush, and I'll go scout the situation. And I went straight behind the tree. King. He's so beautiful. It was heard from behind. Going behind a tree, my tears rolled onto my face. Whimper, whimper, I don't want them to die in vain. We need to come up with something. Right now, I can only rely on those 2 abilities. I thought looking at the so-called bulls. He's 3 times bigger than me. It is worth finding a calf to train on it. Looking at how a huge bull is loitering back and forth and making terrible noises, I involuntarily pressed myself into a tree. He looks very scary. And this is what they call bulls? Disturbing during meals is bad. Still, I found a small bull. This one looks the smallest. I'll try to negotiate first. Suddenly they have a complacent nature. Then you won't have to risk your life. Coming out into the light so that the calf would notice me, I applied all my diplomacy skills. Hello, brother calf. Are you eating weed? Delicious? Seeing me, the bull did nothing at first, but just watched. I smiled back at him and tried not to show aggression. He wasn't angry, was he? It seems that the plan was not very good. But as soon as I thought about it, the calf roared all over the clearing, so that even the birds rose from the trees. His blue plains turned into red, and naturally all the bulls began to look in my direction. Naturally, after a moment, the whole herd was already rushing at me. I was just asking. Don't jump on me right away. I shouted, first running away and then swimming away across the river. Why be so angry? Looking behind all this, my tribe was furiously discussing what was happening. Wow. He deserves to be our king. I decided to provoke the whole herd. He's not afraid of anything. Look, the king has reached the high wall. There's a dead end. What do you know? The king is going to surround them. However, my plan was completely different. Running up to the wall, I jumped first on one ledge, then on the next. But suddenly, hanging on one of the ledges, he began to shake. Hey! What is it? Looking down, I saw a herd of bulls beating against a rock. Several of them even lost consciousness. Apparently they braked late. Haha. If you can, come up here. It would be best to knock you out. Mew. Mew. They roared furiously. It seems that this rock will not withstand their weight. They won't get in here. The bulls stood for a while and then went home. Phew. I think I'm safe for now. When I get back today, I need to tell all the hunters about it and also give them weapons. But how do I get down now? Those raging bulls are waiting for me down there. There is only one way out. I will continue to climb up and I will go the roundabout way. At the same time I will record the view from above. After climbing to the top after some time, I was again surprised by the view that opened there. A valley surrounded by mountains and the sea. I'm going to build my city here. And then the empire. This game is just beginning. I firmly decided, looking at the horizon. My subjects were still watching the bulls. And why is the herd of bulls coming back? And where is our king? He wasn't trampled, was he? The former leader of the tribe started climbing the tree. No. I have to find a way to get the king's axe. Suddenly, my axe flew straight into the tree next to him. Ai! He cried out. And I slowly approached the tribe and began to speak. Shigu, you're a brave man. Do you want me to die? Hooray! It's the king. The whole tribe rejoiced. Shigu bent down, asking. My king. How did everything go? Are these bulls strong? Without paying attention, I said. I'm going to eat beef to replenish my strength. While saying this, I pointed to one of the bulls. Don't you want to try? But Xiao immediately objected. Forget about it. They cannot be defeated. And Shigu immediately confirmed it. Yes, forget it, they are too tough for us. Looking at them, I made the scariest face of all. And then he said in a terrible voice. Don't you understand me? You need to answer simply yes or no. Yes. Yes. The crowd shouted. Good. I said, taking out an axe from a tree. And then raising him above the ground, he added. Starting today, I will teach you how to create powerful weapons, as well as advanced hunting techniques. In 3 days, we'll deal with them. I announced solemnly. Good. Hooray! My tribe exclaimed. In the meantime, we are back to the old place. Ha! With one powerful blow of the axe, the tree was cut down. Wow! Dozens of eyes were watching me, and everyone was shocked by what they saw. King. This tree is not edible, there is no fruit on it, why did you cut it down? Shigu asked. Everything is very simple. I answered. This is the material for making weapons. Watch carefully how I do it, it will be useful to you in the future. To begin with, choose a wooden stick about 2 meters long. Sharpen one end. Voila. System alert. You have successfully invented a new weapon, Technology 1. Current characteristics. Physical form. 2. Power. 3. Dexterity. 2. Authority. 0. Technology. 1. Ownership. Missing. This is much better than the points for completing tasks. But I do not know what the technology is for. So, this is called a spear. It is used to pierce. Or else. After these words, I raised the spear to the level of my head and aiming threw it into a tree. Or to throw. The spear thundered into the tree, leaving small cracks on it. Wow. The eyes of many people shone. Well, something like that. Shigu examined the spear that had entered the tree. The king. This spear seems to be a very powerful weapon. Previously, we just picked them up, we didn't know that it was possible to make such a thing out of sticks. We want to try the king. I was plastered from all sides. Hey, calm down, you'll try everything. Shigu. I give this spear to you as the former head of the tribe. Thank you, king. So, make more spears, and then we'll start training. Less than 2 hours later, the camp was already filled with the sounds of training. Mostly it was sparring. Many stood with spears in their hands. Wow, what a long white and durable. I sparred with 2 guys from the tribe. So, attack. Nodding to each other, they simultaneously rushed to the attack. However, it was clear that they lacked practice with the spear. After several unsuccessful attacks and successful evasions on my part, I knocked out one and struck the blunt side of the spear into the chest of the second. Everyone froze. You're dead, I said. What? If the spear had a point, you would have already died. Who? The guy was breathing heavily. And then, sitting down on the ground, he said. The king is like a god, we cannot overcome him. That's because you don't know how to handle wooden weapons and still rely on brute force. The advantage of such a spear is its pointed tip, use it and aim at the enemy or prey. Skills require training, so now javelin throwing is more suitable for you. Approaching the stone, I drew a likeness of a target. See the target? After walking some distance away, I said. Stand here and throw the spear. Whoever gets there first will get a spear from me as a gift. I'm the first. Shigu shouted and swung his spear to throw. He threw the spear with force and hit the stone so hard that he pierced through it. Powerful, but we need to work on accuracy. The next hunter is Xiong. And while I was saying that, a spear fell right at my feet. Did you just throw that at me? Haha. My fault. Next. 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 Apparently these guys have no talent. I was in a hurry. However, as soon as I thought about it, the spear flew past me and hit the stone exactly in the center. Wow. The guys shouted. Straight to the center. Did you throw a gun? Yes. The guy in the dog hat answered. Did I win the king? That's right, keep it up. I said, handing him the spear. These 2 spears are yours now. Hooray. Suddenly, the monster girl that was sitting in the tree and watching screamed. The king. Trouble. A big beast is moving towards the forest. Everyone take your weapons. I commanded. Be ready for the battle. Careful, he's coming. Use this opportunity to improve your skills. Watch out. A huge overgrown boar jumped out of the forest. He was clearly in a bad mood and was rushing straight at us. Everyone listen to me. We will catch this beast. I said, pointing the spear in his direction. A huge creature jumped out at us. All attention. Surround him. On my command. I pointed my spear at the beast and charged straight at the beast. Stopped. The spear pierced his muzzle. This is a rare opportunity to practice. Guys. Throw spears at his vulnerable spots. Yes. The guys shouted and threw spears. The creature clearly didn't like it. It screeched off the spear I was holding it with. Damn. The spear broke. The boar was about to attack us, but a gun threw a second spear and hit him right in the eye. Why the boar retreated with a squeal. And he really has the skill. Shigu, guys, it's your turn. I exclaimed. And the spears flew at the creature in the same second. Meanwhile, Xiao sat on a branch directly above the creature. It seemed that the animal realized that it was in a desperate situation and decided to run away, right through me. But I was expecting this. Taking my axe out of the inventory, I cut off the boar's limb with a deft movement. Xiao. Your turn. Yes. The next moment, he threw himself off the branch and plunged his spear into the creature with all his weight. It was maturing. System alert. Attention. The monster got angry. He got angry. Dodge. I commanded. Save yourself. Shouted Xiao, who had been hanging on the monster's back all this time, holding only his own spear. He's attacking. The king. Don't go to him. Someone exclaimed. But I was already rushing towards the creature. Ha. Jumping, I raised the axe over my head. And after a moment, I delivered a sweeping blow. Dust covered the battlefield. The king. You're alive. Rather, we need to check. But as soon as the dust settled, they saw me standing on the monster. Don't shout like that. That the soul has gone to the hills? Ha ha ha. I'm here. You all did well. Today we will have a big feast. Hooray. Long live the king. Turning around, I saw Xiong lying on top of the monster, still clutching the spear in his hands. He groaned. Food. Cool. Xiong, give me your hand. I said, handing him mine. You're doing great this time. Thank you, king. I seem to have touched him to the core. A gun. I shouted. That's right, boss. This is also your merit. You will be able to go with me to all subsequent hunts, and I will also create a new weapon for you. Wow. A gun exclaimed and even jumped with happiness. After the battle, the rumor talked about different things. They say our king has the power of a god. He cut off the boar's head with one leap. Of course, the king could not have cut off the boar's head without my help, Shigu said. Meanwhile, an overgrown girl passed by them and carried a huge piece of meat. Oh, this piece of meat is so big. Give it to me. No. She replied. I specially left it for the king. The king. Eat up. Do you eat like this? I mean, right? Is something wrong? But you used fire, so why are you eating raw meat again? Ah, that's because last time we didn't have time to save the source of the fire. It turns out that the fire was accidental? Yeah. Bad. Fire is the beginning of human civilization. Scaring off wild animals, a safer and more comfortable existence, cooking. The subsequent development of civilization is inseparable from fire. They are even more behind than I thought. The realization that cooked food on fire is much tastier. I think I'll have to teach them how to make a fire. Come with me, I know a way. The tip that broke off will do, I said, noticing the broken part of the spear. Everyone over here. I'll teach you something else. I walked over to the split log and stuck a part of the spear in there. You need to add sawdust to the recess of the trunk and rub it with your hands. Like that, I said, rotating part of the spear. Be patient. Some time passed, and now, the first smoke, and then the fire. Hooray! Our king is God. People exclaimed. Who? Now there will be no need to eat raw meat. God of fire. God of fire. I want the whole world to know that the king has subdued the fire. Shigu shouted. No need. Shut your mouth. System alert. The technique is invented. Extraction of fire. Technology 10. Current characteristics. Physical form. 2. Power. 3. Dexterity. 2. Authority. 0. Technology. 11. Ownership. Missing. Wow, 10 points at once as a reward? It looks like accumulating technology points is easier than I thought. Only here I do not know what use they are. With these thoughts, I poked at the technology column. System alerts. Technology points can be used to identify rock paintings. Each time 10 points will be spent for identification. Exactly. Remembered. It was a reward for the mission. With the help of rock art, they communicate and transmit information. You need to spend technology points to understand the inscriptions. Really? The king? I found that this boar had signs of feeding. I assumed that there might be cubs nearby, so I spent time looking for them. And eventually I found them. The shelf quest has been launched. Domestication of animals. Task. Capture the cubs of the wild boar, make them livestock. Reward. A small treasure chest. Cookbook. Are you accepting the quest? Domestication of animals? Number 1? Perhaps this is a series of tasks. Looking at the text, I thought. A side quest has been launched. Pets. Task. Capture the cubs of the boar and make them livestock. Reward. A small treasure chest and a cookbook. Are you accepting the quest? Of course I accept. Xiong, take Dada and bring these piglets here. Good king. It will be done. And remember, I need them safe and sound. Be careful not to harm them. You have accepted the side quest Animal Domestication 1. Dada grabbed Xiong by the hand and rushed to carry out the order with shouts. You won't have time to blink an eye as we will be back. Looking at all this, I let out a relieved sigh. Well, before these two come back, we need to build a pigsty. Approaching the rest of the group, who were finishing dinner, I said. When you're done eating, come to me, I'll teach you something else. Of course the boss. Good. The sun was already setting below the horizon when the guys dragged piles of sticks to the place I indicated. Why did the king ask us to collect so many branches? Stop talking nonsense. How should I know? Approaching the place where the other guys were already sitting, they were surprised. Oh, are you back already? What are you doing? The former leader asked. The king said it was called a straw rope. Much stronger than a vine. You need to smooth out the straw in this way and then weave a rope and that's it, you're done. Ah, I didn't understand anything. Noticing that the firewood had arrived, I said. Shigu, don't stand there, bring everything here. Let's go. With a fair swing, I drove a flat wooden stick into the ground. And then another and another. Thus forming holes for the sticks brought by the guys. Come here. Take a branch that looks like mine and a rope. I started making the construction. Everyone must make at least 5 such wooden structures. Then, insert the assembled structure into the place I prepared. And then, tie them together with a rope. The connected sticks form a cage, and everything is ready. And then it remains only to carefully distribute the straw outside. System alert. A simple pigsty is built. It turned out well. Wow. Everyone present shouted. How cool. I didn't even have time to look back as everyone ran to the building. And then, pushing and almost fighting for a place, everyone climbed into the pigsty. I came first. Don't push it out. It was built by the king so that we could live here together. I want to have a baby with him. You're a man. Looking at all this, I had no choice. Fasipum. The pigsty was not built for you. The king. Meanwhile, Xiong and Ada came. The king. We brought piglets. There are 8 piglets in total. All of them were brought. Not bad. Now put these cuties in a pigsty. As soon as I said that, one of the aborigines jumped at my feet. Nuo. The king. How can you give such a good lair to these pigs? And then, the second one hugged me from behind. Yes, yes. We will finally be able to hide from the wind and sun in this nest. We all want to live there. We want a house too. Unable to stand the strain, I threw them away. Idiots. Ugh, how disgusting. If you want to live in a pigsty so much, then I don't care, but after we build a more comfortable wooden house, there won't be room for you there. They seem surprised. Really? Better than this nest? Then I don't want to live here. Let him live here. After that, the huge guy pointed at the smaller aborigine. No. I don't want to either. Let the pigs live there. He said, almost shaking with fear. All right, Xiong, take the piglets to the pigsty. Good, he said, and immediately carried out the order. Suddenly, a hunter in a wolf hat came up to me. King, aren't these pigs our food? Why should we care about them? Everything is simple. I answered calmly. Wouldn't you be happy if we could eat a lot of meat without going hunting? Would be? He answered with confidence. Only by raising them and giving them the opportunity to give birth to a lot of piglets, we will be able to live a good life. It doesn't matter if you don't understand something, just keep learning. Attention, system alert. The quest has been completed. Domestication of animals 1. Reward. A small treasure chest. Culinary Kriga. A pigsty has been created. Technology points +1. Physical form. 2. Power. 3. Dexterity. 2. Authority. 0. Technology. 12. Ownership. No. System. Open the reward. A small box opened, almost without a sound. You got a bag of salt from a small treasure chest. You have learned how to cook. Fried eggplant, fried peanuts, fried eggs, fried lamb, fried shellfish. A huge panel with dishes appeared in front of my face. Salt and recipes. Do I need to become a cook before science and technology begin to develop? Then another window popped up. Cooking according to recipes can unlock special rewards. And later I will pay attention to collecting a variety of ingredients and spices. Night came. Almost everyone was asleep. Only Xiong and I were sitting by the fire. Looking at this small but clever guy, I said. Xiong, you were injured during the day, and at night you had to be on duty for everyone. Thank you for today. The guy was sitting with his head down. Yesterday the king was caught because of me. And then he almost died. So I'm happy to help. It is clear that he was sorry. Hugging him in a friendly way, I said. Don't worry, I'm not the type to take revenge. And then he laughed. He also cheered up. Haha. Speaking of which, Xiong, I want to ask you something. And if there are tribes like ours here? Yes, I have. He answered and then paused, as if afraid. Only they're not friendly. And they don't look like us. They? Okay, tell me who they are, how many of them, and where they live. Sure. I know that 3 tribes live nearby. These are the tribes of the Coconut Grove, the Sea Bay and the Giant Rock. Although I said that they live not far from here, but in fact the distance is decent. To meet them, you need to go at least a day. 3 tribes, right? You can tell us about them separately and in detail. Yes, my king. The Coconut Grove tribe is closest to us. They live in the east, just a couple of dozen minutes walk south from the herd of black bulls. There are about 30 or 40 of them. They do not like to fight, they can travel long distances, and their leader is a woman who is not easy to contact. Next, the tribe of the Gulf of the Sea. There are also 30 or 40 people there, and they live in the south by the sea. They always look intimidating and constantly kill each other. The Giant Rock tribe is the most powerful tribe and has the largest number of people. They usually live in the mountains in the southwest, but sometimes they all come down from the mountains together. They say their leader has gained supernatural strength and can kill a tiger with his bare hands. It's better not to mess with him. I thought about it. If the information is correct, then the Coconut Grove tribe is most suitable for the first purpose. Relying on the fact that they are bizarre cannot be rude. We need to find a way to defeat them peacefully. What? Why is it so cold? The king, you are still awake. Suddenly there was a shout behind me. Do you want to do something interesting with me? No. I replied, making such a weird face as soon as I could. Nai. Meow. King, look, do I look like a cat? My face involuntarily tightened. Haha. Very similar. On the saber-toothed tiger. Well done. Reaching out with my hand to Xiong, who pretended not to see anything, I grabbed him and shouted as I ran away. Xiong wants to go to the toilet. I'm going with him. A few hours later, dawn broke. We sat down on a branch of one of the trees and waited. King. Xiong whispered. They came. Indeed, looking at the shore, I noticed two creatures. They were furiously chasing the bird. I'll kill you. One of them shouted. System notification. The dodo bird. Class. Birds. Squad. Pigeon-like. The name of the dodo. Specifications. Poor quality of meat. High egg production. While I was reading the system notification, the creature caught up with the dodo. I got you. Looking at all this, I turned to myself. We've been lying in wait all night. And finally they revealed themselves. Are they the tribe of the Sea Bay? Two men with strange skins stood contentedly with the loot in their hands. When suddenly, one of them shouted, pointing a sword at the other. Give it to me or I'll kill you. The second one hissed shrilly at the offender. SHHH. Get out. A fight broke out. These guys have well-developed limbs and a very simple brain. Judging by what you said earlier, there are about 30 of them. If we can attach them to ourselves, then the number of people in our tribe increases, and we will also be able to capture the dodo. But the king. Xiong said excitedly. Our people are half as many. We won't be able to fight them. This is really a problem. I agreed. However, if the weapon is advanced enough, then we can. In my head, I was thinking about a plan. First of all, it is necessary to get rid of the herd of black bulls. And then use new resources to create more powerful weapons and equipment. I looked at Xiong. We're going back. We still have a lot to do. Yes. He replied. A couple of hours later we returned to the settlement. The fire had already gone out there, and the guys were kind of dim. However, when they saw us, they cried out. The king is back. The king, Whimper, is back. Almost crying, they rushed to me. We have been looking for you for so long and already thought that you had abandoned us. It's good that you're back. I'm sorry, I made you worry. We need to do something else. Shigu, practice fighting with spears. I commanded. And he, like a brave soldier, stood at attention and answered. Yes, the king. Turning also to the guy in the wolf hat, I said. You're in charge of throwing spears. You only have 1 day to improve their skills. No problem, he said. Hey, guys, there's not much time, try your best. Suddenly I was approached. King. Dada was standing there, holding a huge sheet in her hands. Such leaves are most convenient to use when you walk around the big. Yes, I know. I said, looking at her. Thank you for your kindness, and now I want you to gather all the women. I need help. Now I need help with a wooden implement. First, find the stones, I will teach you how to make a stone axe. Understand? I understood the king. She shouted. I'll call everyone right away. After a while. King, look. I noticed Dada, who was carrying a rather large stone in her hand. How do you like this stone? Very good. Just right for turning. To begin with, place a rectangular stone on the grindstone and rub it. Make sure that the tip is like mine. Then tie it to a stick using a rope. So we made a stone axe. Wow. Everyone exclaimed. The king is magnificent. King, you are my god. System notification. You have successfully invented the technique of sharpening stone tools. Technology glasses. 1. Looking at this, I almost burned with anger. 10 points for the extraction of fire and only 1 for the grinding of stone tools? Nonsense. Okay, there's nothing to do. Follow my instructions. As soon as you do, bring it to me for verification. I had no time to move away from the place when Dada called out to me. King, look, I've done it. Look. Wow. I was genuinely surprised. An axe with 2 blades? You seem very talented. Grinning, she said. I remember that the king's magic axe looks the same. So I tried to make it. Suddenly the system menu popped up in front of me. A. System notification. You have fulfilled the conditions. Condition number 1. From Paleolithic to Neolithic. Check mark. Condition 2. Identify new talents among subordinates. Check mark. A hidden ability has been activated. Identification of talent. A hidden ability? Now, looking at Dad, I saw a small window in which it was written. Creating tools. It seems that the talent detection system allows me to find out what each person's success is. Creating tools should be Dada's talent. Why is the king staring at me? Cough cough. I cleared my throat. Make a stone axe according to the standard, I said. Today we have to make as many weapons as possible. Yes. The girls exclaimed. So another day passed. And at sunset, the 30th spear is ready. More than half was done by you. Dada, you're a great fellow. Handing me another spear, she asked. King, are the new ones better than the previous ones? Yes. You really have a talent. Suddenly I noticed the consequences of hard work. Hey, your hands? You've been sharpening spears and stones all day. Thank you, Dada. Oh, it's okay. As long as I can help the king, I'm ready to work hard. Suddenly, out of nowhere, other girls appeared. The king. Others are also injured. Don't you feel sorry for us? Blushing a little, I looked away. It's a pity. Thank you all. King, blow on your hands. Having thought over another escape plan. I exclaimed. 50 guns will be enough for us. Have a rest. I'm going to check the results of the guys' training. After that, I rushed towards the training place. Huh. They scared me. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Get ready. Let go. And. The next moment, a huge log was rushing at me, tied up on a rope. Damn. Dodging, I almost had my soul in my heels. Is that a moving target? And they're having a great time. Lan Guchu and Yuangshi won. Next group, get ready. I called the instructor to me. Ah, the king. You've come. It looks good. Shall we talk about today's results? Of course, the king. Today, everyone has achieved great success, they can already hit a moving target. Looking at the guy in the wolf hat, I noticed an icon. Owns throwing. Grinning, I continued to listen. Although Hai Zhujiao is strong, he does not throw very accurately. It was only when he teamed up with Shigu that he was able to show his talents. Although Luton does not like to talk, but he is the most diligent. He is also the very first to master the skills. The most amazing thing is that Lan Guchu and Yuangshi separately do not represent anything special. But as a team, they alternately throw 4 spears in a short time and hit exactly the target. Each time they manage to get the highest score. After listening to the instructor, I made a conclusion. Very good. It looks like tomorrow we will be able to fight with the Black Bulls. Are you sure, King? Sure. But just in case, I should take a secret weapon with me. A secret weapon? The instructor asked excitedly. I didn't plan to sleep that night. I still had things to do. I've taken up that very secret weapon. Taking an axe made today in my hand, I began to beat with it on a stone lying not far from the fire. Swing, kick. Huh. I didn't sleep all night, I wanted to finish. A few hours earlier. Secret weapon? Yes. See. It is necessary to select the black tops of the leaves. If you have wounds on your hands, do not touch the juice of the leaves. The system identified them as a natural paralytic. I hope the juice of this thing can paralyze those monsters. I thought, looking at the leaves. The king. I brought the spears. About. It's you, Dada. King, why did you dig a hole in the stone? Oh, it's a stone stupa. Soon you'll find out what it's for. System notification. You have successfully invented a stone mortar. Technology +1 glasses. Call the girls. Use a stone mortar and crush these green leaves and then smear the juice on the tip of the spear. The king. What should we do? One of the guys asked. We want to help too. To begin with, eat and rest. A big battle awaits us tomorrow. Good king. Great king. I didn't sleep until dawn. And even at dawn, I chewed meat, sprinkling it with salt. Fried meat is much tastier with salt. The king. Everything is ready. Dada exclaimed and threw me a spear. I successfully caught him, and after examining him, I said. The time has come. Women stay at home and protect the children. The rest of you take your weapons and follow me up the mountain. Long live the king. Now it's their turn to be afraid of us. A few hours later. The guys took up a position on the mountain and looked out for the situation. The king went alone as bait, isn't it too dangerous? Shigu calmly replied. The king is too strong. What danger could there be? Look. Xiong, who was sitting on top of the cliff, said. Everyone get ready. There seems to be some movement on the other side of the river. Shigu turned to the girls who went as squires. You must pass the spears in time. Especially from the sight of a gun. Don't let him go unarmed. The king took such a big risk, we can't make a mistake. Shigu stated firmly. 10 minutes ago. As then, I was sitting in the bushes and thinking. According to the latest experience, I will be able to run safely to the mountain. For reliability, it would be best to lure a young bull. Noticing this at the pond, I silently moved through the bushes in his direction. Huh. Just don't trip on the way, otherwise I'm finished. Gathering my thoughts, I threw a stone at the bull. And then he shouted. Hey, catch up with me. You're all shit. Suddenly, two more came out from behind the bull. Mew. Flashing red, they rushed at me. 3. Too much. But there's nothing to do. It will be risky. I thought, running as fast as I could towards the guys. Running up to the rock, I yelled. Shigu. Aim for the first bull. Focus on the attack. Everyone get ready. Shigu commanded. Attention. Drop it. All the spears hit exactly on target. The huge bull roared from his wounds. I jumped on a rock, as if I do it every day. A gun raised his spear. I'll hit the target. He said, and threw the spear straight at the bull's neck. He clearly didn't like this injection. And he fell to the ground. However, there were still two more. They hit the rock, just like they did then. But this time the stone on which I was hanging cracked. It's a bad thing. I thought when he began to fall away from the rock. But as soon as I felt the taste of free fall, someone's strong grip was felt on my arm. The king. Are you okay? I've got you. It was Shigu. Although I was grateful to him, but now was not the time for pleasantries. Attack them. Don't stop. I ordered. Until they die. Keep attacking. After they help me get in, Shigu commanded. That's it. Aim at the one on the left. King, are you hurt? Dada asked. Don't worry about me. Shigu did not stop commanding. Focus on helping Shig. Looking at it, a new icon appeared. Talent to lead troops. No wonder he commands so well. It seems he was brought up so that he became a commander capable of doing everything on his own. King. They don't look good. Woo. The bulls were clearly exhausted, some were completely immobilized. Wow, I didn't expect the anesthetic to work so quickly. Can't go on a rampage now, huh? Suddenly, Xiao screamed. The king. Other bulls are attacking too. Indeed, they were just crossing the river. Damn, it happened much faster than I expected. Most likely they were attracted by the scream. Don't panic, everything is going according to plan. Let's focus on attacking the three bulls from below, we can't let them escape. As expected, the poison slowed them down. Don't let them escape. Mew. The bulls were moaning and were already trying to crawl away from the battlefield. The paralytic did his job. We threw spear after spear. After all, the guys' training sessions were not in vain. All the spears hit exactly on target. Stop, I commanded. King. Now is not the time for feelings. Shigu stated in a serious voice. If we don't hurry up and finish them off, the other bulls are about to arrive. Looking at the horizon, I saw a herd of bulls crossing the river and was already approaching us. How many copies are left? I asked in a calm voice. With the ones you have in your hands, another 28 pieces. Dada reported. Xiong, how many bulls are approaching us? The scout sitting on the rock shouted. About 20. That's why we stopped. We have a limited number of copies. But if we give up, won't it be a waste of energy? A gun asked. A waste of energy? I took a look at the bulls that were lying almost unconscious. Ha. It's part of the plan. I wasn't originally going to bet such a small number of people against a whole herd of bulls. I said when I saw the silhouette of the biggest bull in the distance. The real war is just beginning. My goal is to kill their boss. As for the remaining bulls, they will scatter as soon as their boss is defeated. To lure the largest one, you need to use a bait. That's why these three must be alive. But you also can't let them escape. However, in the original plan, there should have been one bull as bait. To cope with 2 extra bulls, we have already used up a lot of copies. Suddenly, Xiong, who was sitting on a rock, shouted anxiously. That's it. Look towards the forest. As the king said, this is the boss of the bulls. It's not that huge monster, is it? Indeed, the bull's boss was just huge. 3 times bigger and bigger than an ordinary bull. And if the ordinary wool was brown, this bull king was decorated with black wool. Combined with the red mane, he seemed very intimidating. When he saw us, he took a deep breath and then let out a roar of incredible strength. Heck! The guys shouted. It was incredibly loud. So much so that even the rocks cracked. Careful! Xiong shouted. They are coming. And I noticed how everything became bulls rushed to our rock. Having accelerated, they crashed into it, which created a lot of new cracks. Hitting the mountain? Could they really have gone mad? Shiga asked. Damn. Looks like the boss isn't going to fight us personally. He just commands them from a distance. I said my thoughts out loud. Suddenly there was a distinct crunch. Hey! What a sound. Your mother. The stone wall cracked. Heck. Everyone go back and hide. But it was too late to command. I noticed how Dada was flying down on a huge boulder that broke off from the rock. The decision was made immediately. Yuangshi, let's save her. I shouted. Yes. And the two of us slipped down the cliff. And there are other guys behind us. Approaching Dada, I said. Get some rest. We will protect you. The guys who were standing in front of me had already put their spears forward and took a defensive stance. What should we do? Fight them? No sudden movements. Listen to the king's orders. Taking my axe out of the inventory, I calmly left the defense. It turned out it was their trick. Spread out. Various thoughts were spinning in my head. The case is rubbish. Most likely, the leader saw through my trap. I didn't expect him to have such a high intelligence. At the top, Shigu remained in charge. To all who remained. Take up arms. Protect the king. Don't do anything yet. I commanded. Focus on finishing off those who come running first. Suddenly the bulls froze, as if they had received another order. And then two of them rushed at us. The right one was taken over by a silent guy who had been training hard all this time. And it is clear that he was good. Almost instantly reacted by jumping out ahead of me, he threw his spear right on target, hitting the bull in the neck. He obviously didn't like it. Then, taking advantage of the moment, I rushed to him and finished him off with my attack. The bull almost fell right on top of me, but my partner picked me up. Meanwhile, a second bull was attacking Guangxi. He tried to throw a spear, but the bull managed to cover himself with his hand, so there was almost no damage. But Guangxi didn't give up. The bull flew straight at him, but when he got close, he was grabbed right by the horns, thereby opening up for the partner of the Guangxi, and received a spear in the neck. Get ready. Shigu commanded. Fire. And 3 more spears flew into the bull. He was smitten. Suddenly, the roar sounded again. All the bulls were looking warily in our direction. A short roar sounded again. And the bulls, looking around, backed away. Did they just get the order to retreat? It seems he decided to fight in person after all. What? Rain? As if by magic, the clouds thickened and a thunderstorm broke out. The Bull King. He was huge. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated the energy in his chest. Damn. Disperse. I commanded. Literally a moment later, the Bull King launched an energy beam in our direction. Your mother. Ricocheting off the rock, the beam went straight into the sky. What was that? A sound wave? The power of the roar? He inspires fear. Everyone lost their fighting spirit. Getting up from the ground, I shouted, I'll distract him on myself. And you hide, Dad. Good king. Everyone upstairs, wait for the signal. I told the guys. I said, pointing my axe at the bull. I'm your opponent. Mew. An enraged bull was rushing straight at me, pointing its huge horns. Taking a fighting stance, I hit his horn with my axe. The earth was cracking from our confrontation. But the collision did not last long. Raising his muzzle, the bull threw me back a few meters. And then swinging both front paws, he prepared to hit the ground. I decided to retreat to the rock. Noticing there a gap left by the sonic boom, I firmly decided. There. Starting to climb the gap, the bull still caught up with me. Hitting his head on a rock, he raised a huge cloud of dust. The king. My subjects cried out. But suddenly, the bull retreated. What's happening? Deciding that it was all over with me, the bull aimed at my subjects. Don't back down. But after all, we can only pierce his corns. The bull was about to sweep away my guys when suddenly he received a significant blow. It was the blow of my axe. Thank you, fat man. Thanks to you, the gorge appeared. This allowed me to hide there at a critical moment. At the same time, I was thinking the following in my head. Despite this, I still got seriously injured. Shigu. I commanded. Follow my orders. Kill him. Yes. Attack. The guys rushed into battle. They jumped on him in a crowd. But it seemed that this monster could not be stopped. One of the guys ran into the creature's horn and hung on his muzzle. The king. He shouted. I'm here. Jumping up, hit him in the face and freed a friend. The bull was clearly enraged. He used his beam again and hit the ground under him with it. Taking advantage of the moment, I slashed the creature right on the shoulder. The wound was quite deep. Shigu. Now. Aim for the wound. He shouted. Shoot. In the same second, 3 spears flew at the boss. Right on target. The damage was great. The creature staggered and then fell to the ground with a crash like thunder. Did we win? We won. The guys from the cliff shouted. Glory to the king. Approaching the creature, I involuntarily thought. Something's wrong. What are the other bulls waiting for? Why don't they run away? Suddenly, I felt a breath behind me. He was alive. And he went berserk. Heck. After being hit, I was thrown several meters away. As well as my comrades. With unprecedented fury, the bull looked down on us. Mew! He roared. Sending another wave of sound into us. Fortunately, I was conscious. Fuck. I was careless. I stood and waited for the next action from the boss. Suddenly, he took out one of the spears from the wound and threw it at me with unimaginable speed. I saw it coming. Is this the end? No. Am I, Chen Li, going to die here? But at that second, time seemed to slow down, and I managed to notice the silhouette of a muscular girl who ran out in front of me. She took the brunt of it. I stood stunned. Dada. It was her. Memories came flooding back to me. We managed to become friends over these few days. I was overcome by such anger, which had never been before. The thing that killed her was standing in front of me. Damn. I shouted. Fight me. System notification. Warning. The appearance of an unstoppable force. Warning. Warning. But I didn't care. I didn't notice, but my hands seemed to be wrapped in some symbols. They radiated light and were filled with power. Die. And then I swung my axe, from which a wave of strange energy appeared that cut the monster in half like butter. It seemed even he did not expect this from the one who scratched him. I cut him in half. It's like he's just a piece of butter. And then turning to the remaining bulls, he said. Come on. Who's next? The bulls were clearly not ready to confront me. Looking at their boss, who was defeated so easily, they hesitated. Die. I shouted frighteningly. And the bulls were seized with fear. Mew. They roared in fear, running away. Then my axe fell out of my hands. System notification. Attention. Warning. You're dying. Leaning on my axe, I was breathing heavily. It seemed that there was almost no strength left. Ka. Suddenly I coughed up blood. It was a bad signal. So the system wasn't lying. Consciousness was leaving me. The shouts of subordinates could be heard in the distance. The king. The king. But I barely understood what was going on. Coughing, I realized that my eyelids were closing. Warning. Warning. After a moment, I was already lying on the ground. Looking at the battlefield, I noticed her. Dada. With the last of my strength, I groaned. Get it. Medicine. After that, my eyelids finally dropped and darkness came into my mind. I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw a thatched roof and a woman's chest. What? Finally opening my eyes, I saw her. The king? Are you awake? Ew? I was lying on her lap. Obviously she spent a lot of time with me. This? A pigsty? Of course not, king. After you drove away the herd of bulls, we moved to this new land. And we built this hut for you. Lie down for now, I'll tell the others. Wait. I said, heaving myself up. Do you want to give me an order? Dada and Liu Tang. How are they? I asked hopefully. Sighing, the girl began to speak. When we found Liu Tang, he was barely breathing. However, he recovered quickly, and after he woke up all this time, he was standing outside guarding you. Dada is more injured, we had your magic medicine, so now she needs to rest and she will recover, the others are fine for now. Huh, I'm glad that everyone is fine. In 4 days, everything returned to normal. Ayu answered me smiling. 4 days? I was so surprised that I grabbed her hands. And? Yes. She answered confusedly. I hurriedly opened the quest menu. Settle down. A task. Help primitive people build homes, create a tribe and increase the number of people to 50. Term. 11 days. Hell, there's no time to recover. We can't waste a second, I thought. Ayu looked at me thoughtfully. It was in her eyes. Why is the king constantly looking at one point? I tried to get up. But suddenly a spark of pain ran through my whole body. Clicking my tongue, I added. Damn, it hurts. The king. Excited, the girl threw me. You need to rest well. You can't get up now. Now is not the time to rest. Call Shiga urgently. Just tell him I'm awake. Don't say anything else. I'll explain everything to you later. Good king. With that, she left. And I stayed with my thoughts. Now I have neither the fighting power nor the restraining force. And if it becomes known to everyone, then this task will not be so easy to complete. After opening the map, I continued thinking. Fortunately, after we drove away the herd of bulls, the tribe immediately moved. Looking at the terrain plan, I began to divide the territories into zones. Here you need to build a fence as soon as possible, then convert it into a wooden wall. Here you can place plots for planting and raising livestock. The king. Shigu has arrived. Let him open it from the outside. The king. This is Shigu. I'm glad you're all right. Shigu. I have an errand for you. Yes. Come closer and remember everything I say. Coming close to the tent, Shigu put his ear in its wall and then listened to my orders. Good king. Don't worry. I'll do everything. With these words, he ran away. No, that's not enough. This time I can't make a mistake like when hunting bulls. We need to clear the area. With these thoughts, I shouted out. Liu Tang. There's a task for you too. Yes. Go to the corpse of the bull king and bring his skull and skin, make sure you took everything. And? He looked surprised. And then his face changed first to horror and then to bliss. This, it's the king's divine weapon. After putting my axe out of the tent, I handed it to Liu Tang. It is obvious that with stone axes he will not be able to properly remove the skin. I will complete this task. He solemnly declared, brandishing an axe. Your Majesty, you'd better rest now. Au stated worriedly. No. I snapped. I just have a task for you. There's no one outside right now, you can come in. Yes. She said and entered the tent. I sent everyone away to give you an important secret assignment. I said solemnly and calmly. Then she immediately took off all her clothes. And declared. Your Majesty, I have been ready for a long time. What? What the hell are you undressing for? You've got it all wrong. After Au got dressed, she sat quietly on her knees in front of me. So, basically, I need you to help me put on a show. Play a show? She asked in surprise. I plan to send someone to negotiate with the Coconut Grove tribe. The goal is to convince them to join us. This is my order. But they have a lot more people, so they won't agree, right? She asked, looking at me thoughtfully. Exactly. Therefore, we must show them strength. Let them think that only agreeing to join is the right choice. I chose you for two reasons. Firstly, they are a matriarchal tribe. It will be easier for you women to communicate. Secondly, I raised a shaking, wounded hand. Only you know about my current state. That explosion caused me severe damage. Although the medicine stopped the deterioration. But to heal to the end, you need something better. Yeah. She nodded. So I have to look intimidating to intimidate the Coconut Grove tribe? After a moment's thought, she stared at me. I know what needs to be done, entrust this matter to me. The next day, Au and Xiong went to the Coconut Grove. We will be at Au's place soon. Although the Coconut Grove tribe doesn't like wars, I still think they shouldn't be provoked. Worried, Xiong glanced at Aya. She was wearing a tiara made of bull horns, as well as a brand new bullskin cloak. Good, good. She answered calmly. Be calm and lead us, leave the rest to me. And the king is really biased. Created such beautiful clothes for you. After a while, they were already sitting in the bushes and watching. So, it's there, look. Xiong said. A beautiful picture opened before their eyes. A small waterfall descended from the mountain, and several girls were swimming in the resulting lake. Au glanced at Xiong. You're well acquainted with this place. Ha ha ha. Look there. This is the one we were looking for. The queen of the Coconut Grove. A girl of incredible beauty stood at a distance from everyone. Her long ears and green hair crushed men's hearts. Awesome. Yes, she's a beauty. Appearances are deceptive. Xiong replied. They satiate several of her suitors. Did you eat it? Not happening. It's true. Meanwhile, we didn't even feel the followers of the grove sneaking up from behind. Pointing sticks at us, they shouted. Hey! Naturally we were caught. After a while we were sitting on our knees in front of the queen of the Coconut Grove. Your Majesty. We caught these spies. They shouted that they wanted to meet you. The magnificent but still naked queen sat before us on a stone throne. In her hands was a whip with spikes. We are ambassadors. Xiong shouted. These titles were bestowed upon us by the king. What? The queen asked in surprise. There is no such thing in you. Leave the woman as a slave and feed the man to the fish. From the piece of meat that they brought, make dinner. What? Xiong shouted. Au. Save me. Suddenly, Au plucked up the courage and spoke. I thought the Coconut Grove tribe queen was quite perceptive. Now I see that this is not the case. I was planning to give you the meat of a mountain bull. Suddenly the queen waved her whip. Wait. Let him talk. Grinning, she continued. You say you have mountain bull meat? Yes, exactly. Au replied with the same grin. A herd of black bulls lives in the north of the river. Clicking her tongue, the queen thought she had figured out the plan. So you want to attack the herd by joining forces? A satisfied grin did not leave Au's lips. Unite to attack them? Then how can you call it a gift? Don't underestimate people. That herd of bulls is not our enemy. The lands in the vicinity of the river have already changed hands. The crowd gathered to look at the spies suddenly whispered. Impossible. Did they scare off the bulls? We were almost trampled then. Suddenly, the queen rose from her throne. Putting her whip to Ai's neck, she said. Do you know what awaits those who lie to me? Without a drop of fear, Au continued. The biggest tank was slaughtered by our king. If you don't believe me, come back with us and take a look. Suddenly the girl who was standing not far from the queen said. Don't believe it. It must be a trap. A trap? Au suddenly asked. Keep in mind. Our merciful king can defeat your entire tribe. Suddenly, Xiong, who was almost thrown into the water, shouted. That's right, that's right. Not only do we not want to fight with you, but we also want to give you a gift. Our thoughts are sincere, what other doubts can there be? Of course. Au added sharply. If the queen is afraid to go by herself, she can send people to pick up the meat. Suddenly, waving the whip, the still naked queen said. You'd better not cheat with me. A couple of hours later, the queen was already walking in our company. Ahead. Xiong pointed the stick in the direction and then waved his hand. We're back. By the way, the queen still got dressed. Her outfit was mostly made of leaves and her head was decorated with an improvised wreath. Don't shout. Shigu answered loudly. Go help build a house. The king is waiting on the other side of the river. Yeah. Xiong nodded. Suddenly, the girl who was always next to the queen whispered in her ear. Your Majesty, what does it mean to build a house? Judging by the look in the queen's eyes, she herself did not guess. Au escorted them on. We came. King. They have arrived. She solemnly declared. A massive tent decorated with bull boss horns and many other attributes appeared to their gaze. It looked intimidating. And the queen felt something. A strong murderous aura emanates from this hut. This guy. He looks like a huge beast. And really, they did a good job on my costume. A crown of horns, various armor attributes, and a hide added to my murderous aura. And also a throne made of bull bones. What could be better? Thank you. I said it as rudely as I could. Suddenly, an exclamation was heard from a tent nearby. Fortunately, they didn't suspect anything. The wounded were sitting in the tent. The king ordered all the wounded to hide here so that we would not be seen. Can you be more careful? I'm just curious what the queen of the coconut grove looks like. Cough cough. Clearing my throat, I drew attention to myself. So you're from the coconut grove tribe? But the girl who was near the queen interrupted me. Where is the bull meat you were talking about? I calmly pointed with my hand. Behind the tent. You can take as much as you want and as much as you can carry. Shifting their gaze, they finally noticed the corpses of bulls lying there. Not far from them were just two of my guys, and they were butchering meat with stone axes. The girls headed towards them. Seeing them, one of the guys said. These belong to you, so take them yourself. But after trying to cut off the meat with their bone knives, the girls failed. The knife broke on the tight skin of the bulls. Looking at this, the guys couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? The queen's assistant asked angrily. You must be lucky to get right in the middle of a bullfight that has arisen, and that's it. What an insult. Do you want to fight, girl? He said, whipping out his axe. But suddenly, with incredible speed and a blue trail, something flew out of the tent. Having cut a piece of meat between the quarreling, my axe plunged into the ground. What? Which one? The queen was in shock. What kind of weapon is this? Our bone knives are no match for him. Use my axe and help them divide the meat. I commanded. The king. They provoked us first. Why on earth should we? But I looked at this poor guy with anger. And then he said. Shut up. Follow my orders. Clicking his tongue, he still agreed and began to carve the meat. Okay. I've given you permission to take as much meat as you can carry. Said done. These are my principles. The queen said in surprise. Barbarians and noble. How did you overcome a herd of bulls? My answer depends on further development. Whether it's mutual understanding or personal experience. That's it for today, Queen of the Coconut Grove. Take the beef and leave. The queen snorted resentfully. An indifferent pig. Meanwhile, my thoughts were filled with another problem. I'm overdressed. If it wasn't for the bullskin bandage, the wound would have started to bleed. Damn. Blood flowed. Fortunately, the queen is distracted by a conversation with Au. That's right, we'll give you some of our stone axes. Although they are no match for the king's divine axe, they are suitable for butchering meat. But the queen only snorted. No need. It doesn't look elegant enough for us. We also have powerful weapons, but we don't put them on display. I hope I won't have to use it on you, all the best. Take what belongs to us, she told the girls, we're coming back. Good. Au added. If this is not enough, you can come again, but the sooner the better. After all, we will share it with other tribes. Come again. She threw it after them. After moving some distance from the camp, the queen stopped. Have you checked everything? She asked. Suddenly, more girls jumped from the trees. Reporting, said one of them. We found out from the buildings, the so-called houses. Perhaps there were piglets inside, we accidentally heard grunting. Pigs? The queen was surprised. Did they build such a nice pig house? Moreover, the scout continued. They also mastered the divine power of fire. It can't be. Even more surprised, the assistant said angrily. We saw with our own eyes how they got a fire out of nowhere and fried beef on it. What? The queen was clearly surprised. Only. The speaker was quiet for a moment. Just what? Don't hesitate to tell me already. There are only 10 of them. The others are several children and one old man. I doubt they deliberately hid the rest of the tribe. Why didn't you make a thorough search? Because trees were cut down in the area. We couldn't hide in the open. So we watched hiding in the woods. The queen snorted with displeasure. After walking a little, she took out her whip and hit the scout several times. If you dare to look for excuses again, you will not get off with simple lashes. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not expelling us. Meanwhile, in my settlement. Who? I sighed heavily. The king? How are your wounds? Au asked. Ah, that's better. This bovine skin has a high regeneration, for sure it can gradually heal my wounds. It's very good. She said smiling. Looking at Aya, I noticed a notification icon. Talent activated. Eloquence. Eloquence means a rare talent. Looking at me, she was embarrassed. Oh, compared to the Coconut Grove Queen, the king loves me more, right? It's not like that. I shouted in embarrassment. Phew. Even the walls have ears. Tell those who were hiding to come out and then come back and help me heal my wounds. There were traces of blood on the throne. Please clean up before Liu Tang comes and don't let anyone get close. Good. Au answered meekly. The king. You're so handsome. She said, playfully sticking out her tongue. I turned away in embarrassment and cleared my throat. That's all for now. Meanwhile, Xiong came running. The king. The king. You are so amazing. They really put people around the camp. What about my errand? Of course I did everything. What they should have seen, they saw. What they shouldn't have, they didn't see. Phew. I sighed calmly. Very good. You did a great job today. Thanks. Xiao responded. Then I went to help Shig with the construction of houses. King. Au turned to me. Will the Coconut Grove tribe really want to join us? It's too early to draw conclusions now. The plan is only half completed so far. The next time they come to us, we can proceed with the second part of the plan. I said with a chuckle. Damn, I'm tired. Messing up in my tent, I analyzed the system data, opening an interactive window in front of me. A task. Settle down. Help primitive people build homes, officially create a tribe, and increase the number of people to 50. Term. 11 days. 11 days, I repeated. This time will not even be enough to recover. Open the warehouse. I commanded the system. The warehouse is open. Basic knowledge of the language. Basic survival guide. Basic cookbook. Universal card. A healing potion, for one person. A small bag of salt. Battle axe, information update, Pangu axe. An unread message. Damn. The first words that came to my mind after I took the axe out of the warehouse. What happened? He's changed. Strange markings were now etched all over the contour of the blade. What happened to my battle axe? When did he manage to turn into a Pangu axe? Has this axe turned into an artifact? Why didn't I notice it when I gave it to Liu Tang in the morning? Summoning the axe again, I noticed the inscription. A legendary weapon. Axe Pangu. Oh. The system has issued a new window. Characteristic. Combat. Activation condition. A blood sacrifice. A hidden skill. After unlocking the creation skill, the user's power will be exhausted and the user will be harmed. Destructive power is related to the user's remaining physical strength. A blood sacrifice. I repeated aloud. Did the blood I accidentally spilled on the axe activate this powerful skill? Judging by the note, the creation of the world should be used in the right place and at the right time. Neither sooner nor later. Otherwise, I may not just have a scar on my arm. Huh. I sighed heavily. Raising my battle axe, I began to examine its golden patterns. I didn't expect that weapons could evolve. After thinking about it, thoughts just popped into my head. I don't know if the rest of the weapons have the same hidden skills or properties. After looking at the axe enough, I put it aside. Okay, in any case, the activation conditions are not regular, it all depends on fate. The axe alone almost killed me. We need to be more careful. Let's see what's left. The healing potion turned out to be extremely useful. It's a pity that there's only one left. I'll leave it for a critical moment. Suddenly I remembered the coconut grove. The meat they took should be enough for 2 days for 30 people. The remaining time is 11 days. Time is limited, so Xiong will have to work hard. With these thoughts, I looked out of the tent. Liu Tang. Call Xiong. I have a secret mission for him. Yes. After a while, Xiong was already running to me. The king. Sitting down on one knee and bowing, he said. Reporting, Hunter Xiong has arrived. Do you remember the herd of black bulls that we drove away? You have 2 days to find them and report back to me as soon as possible. Rely on me. He shouted already on the run. I sat down on the straw bed again. Everyone has made a big contribution these days. Why not take advantage of these 2 days and prepare small gifts for everyone? 2 days have passed. Xiong was running around looking for bulls, but I did what I planned. Sighing, I opened the system menu. The task is to settle down. 9 days left. That's enough for today. I said, putting the makeshifts aside. System notification. A stone tip was produced. Technology +1 glasses. A bone whistle was produced. Technology +1 glasses. A drinking horn has been produced. Technology points +1. I'll give a bone whistle to Shig. So that it would be much more convenient for him to command the battle or during the hunt. These stone spearheads can increase the lethality of spears many times, but if we fight with the Coconut Grove tribe, the spearheads can increase the percentage of victories by several points. I'll give a drinking horn to Xiong, I think he'll like it. An exclamation distracted me from my thoughts. The king. Good news. And? I looked in surprise in the direction of the voice. It was Au. The king. Our house was completed. Clearing my throat, I was surprised. Calm down and take me to see. The king. If you feel unwell, please put on this raincoat. With these words, she handed me a cape made of bullskin. Yeah, I nodded obediently and smiled. Thank you for reminding me. Carefully wrapping me in a cloak, she said. I'll help you put it on. The king is working so hard, let me do this for you. Thanks to I. The smile did not slip from my face. Well, let's go watch. Yes. We headed in the direction where the construction was being carried out. When we came to the place, Au loudly proclaimed. Make way. I brought the king. Shigu met me first. The king. You've come. Look. This is the house that we built according to your instructions. And? I was surprised. Look. Shigu repeated, pointing to a slightly crooked and not very neat building. Its roof was slightly knocked down, but what to expect from people who heard the word house quite recently? Well, how? Shigu shouted, raising his hands to the sky. Is it beautiful? We'll go. I answered, hiding my emotions. I don't want the guys to be offended, but it's far from the house that I imagined. Hooray! Everyone exclaimed. We have a home. No more sleeping in caves and looking for branches. The pigsty is really suitable only for pigs, and this is the house in which we should live. Yes. Bringing a semblance of a door, but still just shutters, Shigu said. We also made this straw door. Now everything is ready. After these words, he inserted it into the passage of the house. System notification. You have successfully built a wooden house. Technology points +10. Physical form. 2. Power. 3. Dexterity. 2. Authority. 0. Technology. 27. Ownership. No. Building a house costs the same amount of points as building a fire? But if you think about it, this backward tribe has changed a lot since I came. Initially, they drank blood like beasts. Now it is more and more obvious that their characters and abilities have changed. Is it due to the imperceptible influence of the system? Or is it accelerating evolution? Having seen enough of the satisfied clansman, I turn to I. As soon as Hunter Xiong returns, don't forget to tell me as soon as possible. Very well, Your Majesty. Then I'll go. Let the rest continue building houses, because soon a lot of people will live in them. Already heading to my tent, I suddenly heard screams. The king. Found it. Found it. Panting and coughing, Xiong was coming towards me, shouting. I found them. Well done, Xiong. Finally, the second part of the plan can be implemented. Without further ado, follow me. Shigu. I added. Come here, there is a separate task for you. After the two sat down opposite me, I told them my plan. Who has any questions? Will this plan work? Asked Shiga and added. It's a little unfinished. Calmly. Xiong replied. I can finish this assignment. When the time comes, take more people with you. I suddenly remembered my homemade crafts. Shigu. Take this whistle, you can use it for orders. Thank you, King. There's a gift for you, too, Xiong. As soon as you finish the task, I'll give it to you. All right, he said, that's enough. Glory to the king. And remember. As soon as you receive my signal, proceed immediately according to plan. I said insidiously. The guys went on a mission. Everything is going according to plan. It is very difficult for them now, so they will have to give the wounded work. Tell Dada and Yuangshi to build a bonfire in front of the house, but don't light it. Is this for the guests who will be arriving soon? Yes. That's exactly how it is. Now let's look at the bait released 2 days ago. Will I be able to catch this big fish? After a while, a crowd of people came out of the forest. Wow, there are so many people, this is the Coconut Grove tribe. Bad business. We need to report to the king urgently. Your Majesty. The people of Coconut Grove have arrived. When the girl noticed the grove, Ayu was taking care of me in the tent. The king. Your wounds are recovering, but you can't move much yet. Good. Meanwhile, everything was wonderful in my thoughts. Oh, how nice it is when others take care of you. I can't wait to subdue the Coconut Grove tribe. A selfish chuckle escaped my thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Let us in. The Coconut Grove tribe has arrived. The fish took a bite. Bring them here. Ayu came out to greet the guests. It's been a long time since we've seen the queen. You have become even more beautiful since the last meeting. Come in, the king, our king in the royal palace has been waiting for you for a long time. The royal palace? The queen asked in surprise. But in her mind she thought otherwise. Last time there was a hut made of straw and bullskin. And now the house is made of wood? How did they do it? Her slack jaw spoke for itself. Huh. Is your king afraid to come out to me? In order not to bother you again, this time we will take more meat. These people who came with me just wanted to meet new kind neighbors. Therefore, a lot of people came. I hope it didn't scare you? Don't worry. Ayu replied with a smile. The king has already ordered us to prepare beef for 40 people, so you can go get it right away. Only, it seems you are not 40. After these words, she chuckled slightly. The queen approached I and decided to make an offer. Do you care so much about my people? How about serving me? I have long been conquered by the power of my king, thank you for your kindness. Beef is in the same place as before. What you can take with you, eat here. This is also the king's order. If you are uncomfortable butchering meat, our warriors can also do it for you. Not worth. The queen refused. Yes. Queen. Her companion confirmed. Come in. I said it loud enough to be heard outside. Opening the door, the queen stepped into my chambers. Welcome to the queen of the Coconut Grove. At first she turned her head and looked around. She obviously likes the wooden house. Very noble. Is this your royal palace? It looks fine. Meanwhile, my thoughts were filled with her reaction. Very well, it seems she is interested in the technology of building houses. You can continue to lure. It's just a temporary palace. I said with a grin. As soon as the real royal palace is rebuilt, subordinates will be settled there. Will you allow subordinates to live in such a place? The queen asked in surprise. Only grinning more, I added. Ah, this is really a miserable dwelling. Later they will live in a stone house, which is much better than this. Suddenly the queen grabbed the whip and expertly wrapped it around my body. I was tied up literally in a matter of moments. Your mother. The queen approached me with her foot on my throne. What is this girl doing? I can see everything. Is she going to kill me? Approaching me, she put a knife to my throat. No one knows men better than me. I have a way to make you these rare things. Voluntarily give it to me." I could see it on her face. "Brat, how do you like that I grabbed you?" But I was thinking of something else. "Damn." Calmly. "It's too exciting. You need to control yourself. Do you think you can force me to obey this way? Do you think I'm not being overly cautious?" Suddenly, the door opened and Aya looked in and immediately reported. "The king. Everything is ready. You can start the banquet. They will see this scene," she said awkwardly. "The king? Are you?" The queen freed me. And clearing my throat, I said. "Well, we're done talking, let's all go eat roast together. Have you lit a fire?" I asked Aya as if nothing had happened. The queen stood and thought. How can he be so cold-blooded after I threatened him? Is he really being overly cautious or is he just not afraid of death? The guys in my tribe are weak, but he's not like them. We went outside, where a bonfire was already blazing. And my tribe and the tribe of the Grove sat and enjoyed its warmth and delicious beef. The queen. "Come here. It's very tasty. We fried you too." Looking at her satisfied subordinates, the queen was also delighted. I decided to finish her off. "Give them some salt." With these words, I handed Aya a bag of salt. "Hey. This jewel, what makes the taste of food incredible?" "Good," she said. Handing a little salt on a leaf to the girls, she said. "Sprinkle it a little, the taste will be much better." "Thanks." Without a drop of disbelief, they accepted the salt. The queen was also interested. "Hey, what's this? If you're afraid, you don't have to eat, your majesty." But the girls' exclamations only whetted the appetite. "It's very tasty. So much tastier. Why, I'll eat another 10 pieces." I was watching. Eat, it's better to buy some time for Xiong and Shigu." After taking a bite, the queen was surprised. "Yummy," she said. "Delicious." At the same time, Shigu and the guys took a position near the bulls. "Don't we have more beef than we can eat? Why do we need to hunt a herd of bulls again?" One of the warriors asked. "What do you understand?" Cut off Shiga. "We're not here to hunt this time. Just follow my orders." "Yeah." Smoke from the campfire came from the settlement. "The king has given us a signal." Shigu whistled into the scroll, giving the command. And all the warriors threw their spears at the bulls. Shigu shouted. "Hunter Xiong. The herd is heading towards you. You only have one chance, so be sure to find their new boss. Calm down. I've already found it." After these words, Xiong jumped down from the tree and thrust his spear right into the back of the new boss of the bulls. He roared in anger. "Ha! I did it. This bull is mine." Mew. The herd was running after its leader, on whose back Xiong was hanging, grabbing the spears stuck in his back. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I can do it," he encouraged himself. The bull tried to throw him off in various ways, he kicked and crashed into trees, but Xiong held on. A pathetic attempt. "Even your old boss was just our prey." A gun carefully monitored the situation. "Damn. The herd is moving east." Shigu blew his whistle even harder. Xiong clearly heard the signal. "Heck. We're running the other way. So why did you turn the wrong way?" Then he pulled on the spears, directing the bull in the right direction. And a window appeared next to him. Ability. Riding. Mew. The bulls were running in the right direction. The plan was beginning to take effect. Meanwhile, our feast continued. The queen ate and ate. "If I eat so much, I'll get fat. But it's so delicious." Taking another bite, she almost cried. All residents of Coconut Grove liked the taste of fried meat. I looked at the billowing birds on the horizon. "It's coming soon," I thought. And I'm not the only one who noticed it. The girl who was with the queen was also looking in that direction. At the same moment, another girl from the grove ran out of the forest. "The queen? There's a man from the camp." "What?" the queen said in surprise. The girl who was running, seeing the queen, began to scream. "Trouble. Queen, trouble." Tripping, she fell right at the feet of her master. "What happened if you came running in such a panic?" Almost through tears, she reported. "A number of crazed bulls invaded our territory and began to rampage. Those who stayed in the camp will not be able to resist them." "What?" the queen shouted furiously. "We return immediately." "Move faster," she shouted. "They will pay with their lives." "Damn it, we didn't interfere with the bulls." So what finally happened? At the same time, the bulls smashed the Coconut Grove camp in full. The wounded were lying here and there. Many took shelter in the trees. Used slingshots to attack them. Fire. A hail of stones rained down on the bulls, but it didn't seem to bring results. Damn. These slingshots are useless against their thick skin. You'll have to fight hand to hand. Let's save our sisters. 3 girls armed with knives rushed at the bull. For the queen? They shouted. But for all their determination, the bulls could not be defeated with bone knives. The bull threw off all 3 of them without any problems and was going to finish off those who were still moving. Swinging, he was about to strike when suddenly a whip entwined his arm. Is that it? The queen is back. Grasping the whip with both hands, she restrained the bull. I will not allow harm to my people. You're a raging bull. Your opponent is me. With these words, she threw the bull away and he fell to the ground. But it only seemed to infuriate him. When he got up, he became even more furious and rushed at the queen. How fast? Before she could dodge to the end, the queen received a small but strong blow and she was thrown away. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Catching the queen in my arms, I asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Panting, she answered. "Take a rest, leave the rest to us." Me and my guys arrived in time. The queen was in shock. It's a herd. I don't know why they got so mad and came here. Be careful. Standing in front of their boss, I screamed. Hey motherfuckers. The danger has passed and you have already forgotten about caution? I clashed in the battle of auras with their current boss. Mew. He roared furiously. Damn it. Didn't you recognize me? Why weren't they scared when they saw the Bull King's leather cape? But as soon as I thought about it, the color of the bull changed to blue. I breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, he was scared. You can continue. What a coincidence. I shouted, pointing the axe at the bull. We met again. How quickly you found a new king. But you're still a long way from being the same. Mew. It seemed the bull was shaking with fear. I continued. Since we came here. Stay here. After my words, the guys armed with spears and torches rushed into battle. Shigu commanded. Xiong. Let's take care of the Bull King. Yes. After that, Shigu folded his arms and Xiong was able to push off from them. By jumping straight at the Bull King. Grabbing his horns, the sign reappeared. Writing. The bull was confused. But Xiong completely guided his movements. A fight broke out. Queen, we should leave. No. She snapped. The herd has not been driven away yet, I have to join the fight. She was about to leave, but I grabbed her arm. Don't go there. Let me go. You will not be able to cope with these monsters. I interrupted her. I didn't take many people with me. Going there is like certain death. The queen quieted down. She clearly understands this. It's better to send people to me to heal their wounds. And then you can come back here right away. I will provide you with houses, food, and also guarantee your safety. It is clear that she hesitated. You need to finish. Look at your subjects. I pointed to the broken and wounded people and added. They are not able to fight anymore. Au added fuel to the fire. Would you really prefer to watch them die in vain? The queen has made a decision. Raising her hand, she screamed so that everyone could hear her. The people of Coconut Grove. Everyone affected, retreat to the north. The plan is working. The plan worked. Attention. Everyone retreat. The warriors of the grove shouted. Faster. Wounded, go ahead. Watching this, I gave an order to my advisor. Aya, I leave the queen to you. Take everyone to the camp so they have a good rest. I'll stay with Shigu and the others to buy you some time. Yeah, she nodded to me and added. Your Majesty, take care of yourself. Meanwhile, the battle is not over yet. The enraged bulls fought fiercely with my warriors. At this moment, the remaining warriors on their feet ran up to the front, to their leader. Girls. Take courage and kill them. They decided to join the battle against the bulls. Hearing this, Shigu turned around. Hey. This group of monsters is on us, if you are milked, you should retreat with everyone. But his gesture was ignored. A crowd of girls with knives rushed past him on the way to their goal. I went up to him and said. They are very brave, Shigu, we will not lag behind either. Yes. He nodded affirmatively as he watched the girls fight with the bulls. Attack. He shouted. The battle continued. The sun was already setting when the Coconut Grove refugees arrived at the camp. They were met with questions. Are you back? And where is our king? Au hastily replied. The king and Shigu stayed behind. There are a lot of people who have been injured, they need help and rest. That's how? Pointing to the houses, the girl said. There should be enough space for everyone, make yourself comfortable. But in her head she remembered how, thanks to Dada and other wounded who endured pain, they managed to build these houses in a hurry. Then she gathered all the survivors and they went for provisions and water. It was necessary to urgently help the victims. There were no objections, on the contrary, all the survivors were ready to help. Au brought the queen to her house. "Stay here," she said, "food and your safety are guaranteed, so please don't worry." "Yeah," the queen nodded. Entering the house, she sat down on a kind of bed made of hay. Au also added, "I'll take care of the others too, don't worry, your majesty." "Thank you," she replied. "Phew, in general, everything is going well." Au exhaled. Thoughts of the day when the king told her the plan of action scrolled through her head. The essence of the whole plan is to use the lowest costs to achieve the goal. And the goal is to conquer the Coconut Grove tribe and join them to us. After all, we have just finished the hard battle for the valley, we cannot bear the exhaustion. Au said with trepidation. As expected from the king, the plan is great. There's not much left. A little later, everyone returned safely to the camp. Day 2. Dada approached the guard. "I ordered a guard to be posted so that the residents of the grove would be calmer, because now it is important that they feel safe." Looking at the guy yawning, Dada asked, "Well, how? Everything is fine?" "Yes," he replied. "Everything is fine, I was on guard all night, nothing happened." Then she went to the queen's tent. The queen's first assistant was also standing guard at the entrance. "Good morning," Dada said to attract attention to herself. The assistant almost fell to the ground from the sight of a huge girl. She was just in shock. "Heck!" she shouted. "What are you doing here? Our king has invited the queen to the palace, and it seems he wants to discuss something important with her personally." "Hey, good," the guard answered. At the same time in the palace, I was sitting on the throne looking at the system menu. The main mission. Settle down. Help primitive people build their homes, officially found a tribe, and increase the population to 50 people. There's time left. 8 days. Damn. There is less and less time. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door and a second later it swung open, letting sunlight into the room. 2 silhouettes could be seen in the open door. "King, I have brought the queen," said Au. Upon entering the palace, the queen immediately spoke. "I've heard subordinates talking about the merger of tribes. If this is true, then my answer is don't even dream. Don't think you can force me by taking advantage of my tribe's temporary weakness." I noticed how her hand fell on the handle of the knife, so I hurriedly began to speak, making my voice as serious as possible. "This is not a compulsion, but a deal." "Huh?" The queen seemed confused, she wasn't ready to hear it. And I continued. "I can teach you how to build houses, make weapons, and light fires." With these words, I took out the spear that was on my back and stuck it into the ground right in front of me. In return, the Coconut Grove tribe will be merged with my tribe. As I got closer to her, I kept talking. "Accept my orders and protection. In some things, relying only on courage is useless, and sometimes even stupid. The cruelty of the Sea tribe and the strength of the Mountain tribe, you know this better than me. You're like a wounded deer right now. Bloodthirsty beasts will follow your bloody footsteps and find you. And then they will certainly kill you." "Enough," the queen shouted. "Enough. It's not that simple," she said, lowering her head. "I cannot convince my people to accept the authority of a stranger. Only if..." She quieted down. "Only if what?" I asked. "Unless a fair fight is won. This is the only way to convince them. Are you ready for the challenge?" A smile appeared on my face by itself. The smile of a man who feels victory. "Certainly," I answered immediately. After a while, all the people were gathered near the palace, and I began to speak. "Since your queen is injured and can't fight, so that everything is fair, I won't take part in the battle either. Shigu will fight for me." Having fished out his axe, he raised his hands just like in wrestling and shouted. "Haha. Then which one of you will fight me?" The queen's bodyguard appeared from the top. "Ain, accept your challenge." "Wow, so it's you, the girl with pigtails. Be careful not to get hurt." "You talk a lot," she replied. After these words, Shigu rushed at his opponent, brandishing an axe, he flew like a wild beast. The girl retreated and evaded. She was incredibly agile. Jumping up, she threw the knife towards Shigu. In Shigu's head. A tiny knife? What is she trying to achieve? Wait a minute. The king is behind me. If I dodge? How dare you cheat, dirty girl? Huh, although if you can't dodge, then you need to fight back. With these thoughts, he put the blade of his axe under the blow of knives and beat it off without any problems. After that, he beat off the second knife, already with his bone helmet. "It's over," he shouted, swinging his axe. when suddenly, a stone flew into him, from which Shigu lost his balance. He screamed as he fell. Someone intervened. It's not fair. Ayan took advantage of the moment, grabbed a knife and rushed in my direction like lightning. No doubt she wants to kill me. I saw her flying at me armed with her knives. Her killing intent could be felt from afar. Fortunately, I had nothing to worry about. It's not for nothing that I overreacted. My best javelin thrower was sitting on the roof of the palace, and he had already thrown a spear at her. As you know, he does not miss. I expected such an outcome, and apparently so did the queen. The spear pierced through Ayan and she fell to the ground. The inhabitants of the grove ran up to her in a hurry, threatening me with knives. You murderers. They were shouting. You set a trap, brought us here with an insidious plan. Taking out their knives, they all looked in my direction. The queen. Order them to be killed. I tried not to show it. But there was a little panic in my head. Damn. The murder was not included in the plan, they want to provoke a conflict. What matters now is whether it was the queen's order, or did they decide everything on their own? If the queen has decided so, then all that remains is to take her hostage. But all my thoughts were dispelled by her scream. Stop it immediately. Did you think that you could deceive me? To use such mean tricks against our friends? Have you forgotten who helped you? I don't want to find out who was involved in this murder plan. But this fight, we lost. Then, the queen turned to me and said, Ayan is the best warrior of the Coconut Grove tribe. If it wasn't for me, she would never have given up dignity. I know that you have great power, including supernatural. Suddenly, she fell to her knees and added, if you could save her life by taking into account her inherent loyalty and bravery, the Coconut Grove tribe would be immensely grateful to you. I stood and thought. Fortunately, this is still not the worst outcome of the situation. The steering wheel is in my hands again. The last portion of the restorative potion remained. It took me a minute to think, then I gave my hand to the queen. Okay, I'll save her. We're friends. The queen took my hand. Thank you, she said softly. Please hurry up. The girl beside Ayan shouted. She's dying. Looking at her, I thought. Based on the general situation, for the sake of the general situation, I will forget about this situation, but there is a small punishment. It is not necessary for her to recover immediately. This dose of medicine will be enough to save her life. I'll spend the rest to treat my own wounds. With these thoughts, I poured some of the medicine directly onto her wound, which caused it to heal instantly, and the girl came to her senses. Take her inside, let her rest. She will be able to fully wake up in a few days. I said, and turned to the queen as if nothing had happened. She was in shock. She had no idea that I would cure her so quickly. It's a miracle. The girl examining Ayan exclaimed. A miracle. They repeated everything from the grove. A miracle. They worshipped me like a deity. I grabbed the queen by the shoulders and asked with a malicious smile. So what? Can we unite our tribes now? She even seemed to blush, but she nodded anyway. Ha 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 ha. I laughed. Great. Hugging the queen to me, I said. I allow you to command my tribe as long as you obey my orders. Suddenly, the queen, blushing even more, said. I have one last request. Last request? I asked. Yes, you should officially become my partner. We will hold a grand ceremony to confirm our relationship. What? I seemed to turn red as a tomato as soon as this information reached my brain. Although for some reason it seemed that I blushed all over. It's like a pie delivered to your home for free. We'll arrange a wedding, exchange rings, the wedding night, give birth to a daughter, raise her, the daughter will get married, grow old together, and die in one day. How touching. It seemed like I even let out a tear. The queen was standing right in front of me, a little perplexed. What is it? Don't you want to have a wedding ceremony? I want to, I replied, and hugged the queen. Of course I want to. But I hope that you will recover first, and I will have some time to prepare for the ceremony. Yeah. She nodded sheepishly. And then. I turned to the people. You can disperse. The wounded return to heal their wounds. All who are safe, proceed to your duties. In a few days, come to our wedding ceremony with the queen. There is? The crowd shouted. Ding dong. System notification. Congratulations. You have officially created your tribe. Please name it. Characteristics. Name. Chen Li. Physical form 2. Power 3. Dexterity 2. Authority is 0. Technology 27. Population 46. Characteristics of civilization. Stone Age. Level 0. Ownership. An unnamed theoryology of about 1 square kilometer. 46 people? Why are 4 more missing? What the fuck? Okay, first you need to name the territory. Without thinking twice, I called. A tribe of newcomers. The name has been added successfully. You have become the leader of a tribe of newcomers. Expand the population as soon as possible to complete the task to settle. It looks like we still have to subdue the tribe of the Gulf of the Sea. My wounds have already healed, so why don't I go alone and take some prisoners? But I do not know if the captured prisoners are considered to be the population of the tribe. Damn. Watching me, the queen and Au slowly left. And I heard Au talking. Come on, queen. Don't worry, the king is often like this, you will soon get used to it. I put my hand on my face when suddenly I heard more voices. It was 2 girls from the grove, they were loudly discussing something. Seeing him so happy, I thought he was crazy. Yeah, me too. Now he should look depressed, in the end, it will be the same with him as with previous partners. At the ceremony, the queen will cut him into pieces. And then mercilessly eat. What will she do? That's what I got. After that, all my thoughts were filled with this. Do the queens of their tribe eat men? Is this the reason for the lack of men in their tribe? The king? Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind. Why? Don't eat me. I shouted. Oh, it's you, Dada, what's the matter? King, do you really want to partner with this woman? Oh, you mean that, I need to think it over again. But I heard that you are going to hold some kind of ceremony. To tell the truth, I was a little hasty. Really? Dada asked hopefully. Yeah, I nodded. Who would have thought that the bride would turn out to be a mantis? I was unlucky. Dada. Why did you leave? Suddenly, Au's voice was heard. Didn't I say that the wounded should be hidden? I want to keep the king company. Leave me alone. Au. Let them no longer hide, but build a camp as much as possible. Okay, I'll go notify them. Dada said goodbye. King, think it over carefully. Think about me. Let's go already. We have a lot of work to do. So, shouting and bickering, they left. And I was left alone with my thoughts. I have to talk to her about breaking off the engagement. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, I got up. Looking at how both tribes worked together, I watched the markings change on the map. There was a gathering point in the forest. A little lower across the river is the royal palace. And even further south is the temporary location of the Grove tribe. How well they got along, the newcomers have already begun to help build houses. But the thought of being eaten tormented me even more. That won't do. Today I have to end the engagement. I went to the temporary residence of the Grove. I was greeted cheerfully and bowed. Your Majesty, good morning. The king. Don't pay attention to me and keep working. I said, waving my hand. King, if you have come to see the queen, she is in the north of the river. You can follow me, I'll show you. I agreed, and after a couple of minutes we reached the place. It's there, up ahead. Good. She was there, surrounded by 2 servants, she was sitting in the river completely naked. This is really not the best time to end a marriage. But I have already been noticed, there is nowhere to retreat. Queen, His Majesty has come. Said one of the servants. Leave us. A moment later, only we were left on the shore. Me and the naked queen. A little exciting. Hey, it's our king. The queen began playfully. Do you have something urgent? She asked, exposing her body half out of the water. I think she's mocking me. No, I just came to see how your wounds are. The beautiful girl who was looking out of the water answered. I have not serious wounds, I will rest for 2 or 3 days and recover. And then she stuck out her tongue and added. Maybe I should go ashore so you can check? Or maybe you want to taste it? No need, I hurriedly shifted my gaze somewhere in the sky. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. I said, trying to translate the topic. Ah, so that's the thing. Smiling, she said. Call me Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang? Yes, the previous queen gave me that name since she what? No one has called me that since she was exiled. Damn. If he doesn't eat it, he'll send it away. You should rename the tribe to the Mantis Grove. Such thoughts came to my mind. However, I tried not to show it. Then answer my question. Did your previous queen have a partner? And what happened to him? I asked with a thoughtful face, to which she suddenly replied. They were eaten. This is a tradition of our tribe, they say that by eating your partner, you will gain more strength. To put it mildly, I was shocked by this. Damn. How can she say that, with such a calm expression on her face? I thought, it even made me sick to hear this, but before I could say anything, she continued. But it was a tradition of past queens, I'm not going to continue it. Too inelegant. Folding her arms under her chest, she said it confidently. It even made me feel better and I decided to ask a question. So you don't eat people? I became a queen not so long ago, I haven't had a partner yet, so I haven't had the opportunity to eat anyone yet. But still she spoke with such a face, as if she would only be happy to eat someone, but I still breathed a sigh of relief. I got to my feet and waved to her. Then rest, drink a lot of water. I'm going to get ready for the ceremony, hahaha. The girl was in shock and didn't even know what to answer at first. When I was already leaving and thinking, even though I don't have to worry about being eaten, I have to negotiate with her. Suddenly, she called out to me. By the way, the king. Even though I don't eat people. But if someone offends me, I won't mind cutting off the excess. She said with a laugh and I was sweating a little. It's scary to hear that. Having already arrived in my village, I heard the sound of an axe strike. And this was a girl who solved vegetables and was praised by the fact that vegetables are cut well today. I decided to take a look at the task in the system. Information about the task. The main quest is to settle down. Content. Help primitive people build their homes, officially create a tribe, and increase the population to 50 people. Remaining time? 7 days. Right now you need to capture some prisoners and complete the task. I told myself. Suddenly Kushi passed in front of me with a big log in his hand. Oh, good morning, king. When I saw him, I immediately decided not to lose my chance. Hushi, I have a task for you. To which the big man was only delighted, agreeing. Then I started to explain to him. I need to leave for a while. You are responsible for organizing everyone's work. If something urgent happens, send someone to the south of the sea to find me. Kushi made a gesture. Calmed down and replied. Rely on me. The next moment I was already on the beach by the sea. Incredible beauty opened my eyes. After all, this world is much more beautiful than the past. There are still no factories that pollute nature. Suddenly I saw on the sand, by the sea, the corpses of monsters that looked like fishmen. Damn. What happened here? The tribe of the sea bay. Was it defeated? I was surprised, trying to assess the situation around me, which was clearly not pleasant. I continued to stand on the tree while the fishmen were already surrounded by birds, who apparently wanted to eat fresh flesh. They even had a certain hierarchy, because among them there was a bird that sat on the head of a fishman and was clearly tweeting something to its comrades. She looked really stupid, because what she was tweeting to the others was that she was the one who defeated all these monsters. I suddenly landed on the ground, right next to these birds. Get out of here. I said and kicked the most brazen of them. The birds immediately panicked and began to flee the scene of the crime. Even birds demonstrate their superiority. It's safe here for now. I was thinking, trying to assess the situation. The next moment, I turned my attention to the nearest corpse, on the back of which there were 3 huge claw marks. The bodies are still warm and don't stink. It looks like the battle ended not so long ago. Just like Sherlock Holmes, I began to reason. The shape of the wound is very similar to the scratches from their claws. The claws on the fingers are very sharp, you need to be careful. These are crazy. Was it really a feud? Suddenly I came to this conclusion. It would be nice if I could find survivors to pick them up. I was hoping for this while walking along the beach and looking at all the bodies of monsters, waiting to see a body that breathes. Suddenly my attention was caught by a body that was half lying in the water. This corpse. Is he hurt? I asked myself and came closer to examine the monster. The face is distorted, the death was very painful. The limbs are all covered in mud. It was a drowning. The water people. Can I drown in the sea? I was really surprised at this conclusion and even sweated a little. After that, I sat down next to the corpse and again asked myself a question that no one could answer me. And yet, what happened here? Suddenly I heard a voice. King. Trouble. Then I turned around and saw my ally. Xiong, what happened? I immediately asked, while the boy was running towards me in a panic. We were attacked by a bunch of crazy people from the tribe of the Gulf of the Sea. He shouted, continuing to run towards me, and I was really surprised by this, after which he said. We're going back. Immediately. And literally the next moment I disappeared from my seat. There were cracks in the ground in the places I stepped on, so fast I ran, trying to urge Xiong on. At this time, my subordinates were standing near their houses, waiting for the monsters to attack. Carefully. Stick together. The leader I left behind was speaking. Conserve energy. Get ready for battle. He continued, and the rest of the fighters started throwing spears before the fishman got closer. These are crazy. Ignore the spears. The leader was surprised to see how one of the spears hit the shoulder of the monster, and he did not even waver. What happened to them? They don't seem to feel pain. Our scout spoke while standing on a tree. The fishman, on the other hand, kept coming closer and closer. The danger to my village was growing. Don't panic, don't let them drag you into the sea, only death awaits us in the water. The temporary leader of the camp warned, holding an axe in his right hand and standing in a stance. The next moment, the fishman got down on all fours and with red eyes rushed at full speed towards my allies, which put everyone into a stupor. With each passing second, the tension increased and the distance between monsters and people decreased. A good chance. Their formation is destroyed. Fight them off. The leader shouted, hitting one of the monsters on the head with an axe. It was obvious that the fishmen attacked without tactics at all, as if they were ordinary animals that could not think. Suddenly the leader turned his head and saw the girl. The queen came to the rescue. Then she said, "What's happening? Is this the Bay tribe?" Surprised, she asked, watching as the monsters continued to run at them, continuing. "Don't they live on the south shore? Why are you here? Besides, their condition is very strange." She noticed and the leader took the floor. "I don't know, it looks like these people went crazy, came from the shore and attacked us. Perhaps the word monster suits them. Already the whole army of my village came to the defense and everything was already going to outright slaughter. You can even say that a war is about to begin." And that's the moment, literally in 1 second it all started, we rushed at each other. A bloody battle began. The queen, wrapping a vine around the throat of one of the monsters, stood on his back and asked, "Hey, can you talk?" She wanted to find out what was going on here. Something's wrong. They can't communicate. When she came to this conclusion, she howled. "Psychos. What are you doing?" Then, without even noticing, a monster jumped out from behind her, ready to kill the queen. The huge claws were literally a few centimeters away from the wonderful woman, but the murder was not destined to happen. The next moment I appeared, just like a hero, protecting the queen with my axe at the very last moment. From our collision, a huge number of explosive waves appeared around. "How dare you attack my woman?" I declared, exuding pathos. The queen was incredibly happy to see me, but the next time I shouted at the top of my voice. "Xiao Wang. Go away." And how good it is that I have an understanding woman who immediately listened to my order. I swung the axe again, beating off the fishman's hand and sighed with relief that I had made it in time. The monster continued to stand on its feet as if nothing had happened. Was he able to withstand my blow? I was surprised and continued. "But how? I have 3 points of strength." While I was wondering what was happening, 2 more monsters jumped out at me from behind, which my woman warned me about. I didn't even need to pay attention to them because the next moment, 2 of my allies took them out of action. "Fight with us," declared the first. "Don't even think about hurting our king," said the second. "As expected from you, a great job." I praised them with a satisfied smile, continuing to stand still. "I'll leave it to you to deal with these violent fish," I said, looking at how my allies are already dominating the monsters. After that, I turned towards my woman and continued. "They need your help, I'll figure it out myself. I have to focus on this uncooperative guy," I said, looking at the fishman, from whom I covered my woman. "I don't want anyone to bother me until the winner is determined." "Start," I said, standing up. This monster surpassed me in size and was clearly one of the strongest among all. We continued to stand opposite each other while the carnage took place around us. "I'm sorry about what happened to your tribe, but it has nothing to do with us. So you found the wrong revenge target?" I spoke and was interested, pointing my axe forward, but these monsters were clearly not in their minds. They have lost the ability to communicate. I came to this conclusion and our battle with the bully began. Naturally, in tactical terms, I was superior to the monster, so I decided not to kill him, and dodging a lunge, I tried to knock him out. But no matter how I dodged, the fishman also did not lag behind. Excellent muscle strength and reaction. I admired the monster's skills, trying to dodge and attack. Plus sharp claws and teeth. Although I am several times stronger than ordinary people, but in the face of such a monster, I lose. There are my subordinates in the area, I can't use the destructive power of the Pangu axe. And this power cannot be used whenever it pleases, unless it is absolutely necessary. It's a bad thing. You can't get distracted. I talked too much in my head, and the monster took advantage of it, increasing the pace of our fight. Thanks to this, the fishman was able to grab my hand with his teeth and blood splattered. It was very painful and I couldn't suppress my groan. Damn. Let go. I howled with all my might and tried to chop off his head with an axe, but even at such a moment the monster was able to dodge. I quickly broke the distance, realizing that I needed to make a plan. The madman. It's good that there is protection in the form of a cape from the Bull King. Otherwise, his fangs would have torn off my arm. I looked at the wound, from where the blood was no longer flowing, but the teeth marks were clearly visible. The next moment, the monster screamed and inexplicable things began to happen. His eyes began to fill with blackness. The claws got bigger. And the next moment, a purple aura appeared around him, and he roared with all his might. Then he jumped towards me, but with a speed that increased several times that I didn't even have time to really react. Literally on instinct, I sat down, but since it happened at the last moment, the monster was able to rip off my cloak. Then he squatted down and began to devour him, in the truest sense of the word. Why did this guy's speed and strength suddenly increase? If I hadn't taken off my raincoat, I would have been torn apart. I spoke, watching the fishman finish my cloak without moving anymore. Why doesn't it attack anymore? I wondered and continued. What is he doing? I asked myself and saw how he and the rest of the monsters turned towards the water and began to leave. Leaving? So why else did he take part of the bloody cloak? The next moment I turned my attention to my allies. One of them was very wounded. Why was he surrounded by so many monsters? I asked myself a question and began to come to a conclusion. Maybe. I understood. It's because of the blood. They use the smell of blood to capture the target. Besides, this smell makes them become even more violent. Especially in this strange state. They're just following an animal instinct. Just like scary sharks. But I sat down, trying to come to a final conclusion in my head and bandaging my wound. If you use this feature. I tried to think, but I was distracted. King, I'm back. Is there anything I can do to help? My subordinate asked and I turned in his direction. Putting my hand on his shoulder, I said. You're just in time. Take 2 people, bring 3 piglets. The boy was surprised at my request. Piglets? Didn't we leave them to eat? He asked, but I already turned around and started to leave, throwing one last. Do as I say. Then he continued to reason. They forced me to sacrifice 3 piglets. You'll pay for it, you lunatics. I decided and told my woman. The wounded should leave as soon as possible. She unconditionally listened to my order and went to carry it out. Good. The pigs are here. The boy shouted, approaching me, along with 2 other people. Let them run to the river. I pointed to the monsters in the water. After that, the subordinates released the pigs and the troika rushed forward, being in great fright. Then I turned my attention to the tree and shouted. A gun. But he didn't let me finish answering. Understood. Look at me. After that, he launched 3 spears towards the pigs, which clearly hit the target, nailing them to the ground. The fishermen immediately stopped, as if time had stopped. At the same time, even those who had already gone into the water stopped, after which they immediately turned their heads back. In the next moment, the monsters, the whole crowd, growled and rushed in one direction at a tremendous speed. A huge number of fishmen's teeth hung over the 3, already dead, pigs. Then I decided to bring my subordinates to their senses. Don't stand there. I shouted and continued. Rather, smear the tips with anesthetic. Shoot at vital points. Everyone, having listened to my order, immediately began to act. King, look, something seems to be wrong. The boy in the tree shouted and I asked what had happened, paying attention to the fishman. The monsters at that moment held onto their throats and bellies, growling violently, and the next moment, they began to fall to the ground. Did you poison 3 piglets? I decided to ask my subordinate, to which I received a negative answer. Literally in 1 second, all the monsters were already lying on the ground, with foam in their mouths. Don't come any closer. Beware of deception. I tried to warn my people. Damn. What is going on in the end? I asked myself, looking at the huge pile of bodies that were lying unconscious. Agricultural area. Next to our houses there were cages with the same monsters that we defeated with the help of 3 pigs. They were guarded by girls armed with spears. Suddenly, one of them started talking while looking at the cages. Be vigilant. If they do something, punish them. A herd of freaks. She finished, looking at the sleeping monsters. Suddenly, one of the fishermen started coughing, which made people wary. What? Woke up. The same girl exclaimed and the next moment the monster pulled his hand towards her, saying, Help. Help me. His appearance was, to put it mildly, not very good. Just like after a binge. The girl turned to her partner and said, "Tell the king they're awake." While the weather was sunny outside and hot enough to swim in the sea, I walked in the direction of the cages. Literally the next moment, my voice began to recognize the situation from the girl who was the head of this duty. "Are they awake? What is the situation?" That was my question. Literally the next moment, all the fishermen woke up and began to pray. "Water. Give me some water." It was obvious that they were suffocating because, as I said, it was really sunny weather and the sun was very hot, and the monsters that live in the water are not used to this. Looking at all this, I was interested in another question. "What's with that fat guy? The one I fought?" I asked the girl from the patrol. "He also woke up, he was closed separately from everyone." She answered and led me in his direction. The big guy, like his comrades, also asked for water, and I expected it, so I immediately took a container of water with me. Uncorking the bottle, I turned it over, and the water immediately poured on the monster's head. The fishman did not think long and raised his head to the sky so that water began to fall into his mouth. A little bit of good, I thought, and stopped pouring water on him, which made the monster surprised and upset. "Do you understand me?" I asked him. "Yes," was his answer, looking at me with hope that I would continue to pour water on him. After it, I immediately said to the girl who was standing next to me, "Keep an eye on him." And he gave her a horn with water so that she would give the big man a drink if necessary. As soon as the horn was handed over and I continued to watch what was happening, the girl immediately started pouring water into the monster's mouth, saying, "Take your time, it's all for you. If there's not enough, I'll bring more." She was really kind because after everything these monsters did, not everyone would do that. Then she smiled sweetly, continuing, "But the river is far from here, so we'll have to wait." The monster made an innocent face and calmly started talking. "My people also need water, please give them some." The girl, hearing his words, said, "Of course, this is the least I can do. It would be very nice if you could help us by answering a few questions." Suddenly, the monster got angry, which surprised me by asking, "What? You gathered an army and attacked us, and now you want to ask a few questions?" The girl was in some confusion from what she heard and turned to me, hoping for help in solving this issue, but I just stood in silence while the monster continued. "Although I've heard before that you mountain tribe are still weirdos, but I didn't expect that so much." The girl plucked up the courage and asked, "You say you were attacked by a mountain tribe?" The monster did not expect such a turn, exclaiming, "Aren't you a mountain people?" He asked, looking at the three people standing in front of his cage. "You made a mistake, we are a tribe of newcomers, and behind us is our king." The sweet girl answered confidently. It was difficult for the monster to understand what was going on, but he didn't hesitate to ask, "A tribe of newcomers? I've never heard of such a thing. Surely it was the mountain people who sold us as far as possible." It was evident from the speaker's face that he did not understand the situation at all and was building theories judging by what he remembered. The girl sighed heavily and tried to explain everything that had happened recently. "And again you were wrong. You have attacked our territories. We have no relationship with the mountain tribe. But then you lost the ability to communicate like wild animals, so we had to lock you up here temporarily." The fishman suddenly interrupted her and exclaimed, "No, that's not possible. Are you saying I've completely lost my memory?" The girl answered the question with a question. "Then can you tell me what happened?" And that was the right question. I was interested to know the answer to that. "My name is Haihu, I am the leader of the Sea tribe. We lived near the shore." The monster started talking and it was as if we were transported into his memories. One of the fishermen said, "Boss, Chenyu and Huabei are fighting again. Let them fight." The big guy replied, pointing his finger up. "Fights between young people strengthen relationships." He spoke while his subordinates were fighting not in a friendly way, but to the death. Suddenly the fisherman's child screamed, "Aya! They stole my bird." And the next second, the boss grabbed the kid by the head and said with a smile, "Is it Alin and the others again? Don't cry, you have to learn how to fight. Only if you make others afraid of you, no one will dare to steal your things." When suddenly the kid pointed his fingers at the forest and calmly said, "But it's not Alin, it's those weirdos." The boss immediately became serious. "What? Are these people from the mountain tribe?" He asked a rhetorical question, remembering a tribe that he had already met before and who came out of the forest at the same second. "Why did you come here?" the big man declared, looking at the leader of the human tribe, who raised his hand, stopping his people. And the next second he lowered his hand and loudly declared, "Kill them." After that, the entire crowd of people who stood behind the leader of the mountain tribe rushed at the monsters. The boss of the fishmen was immediately electrocuted. Mountain tribe attacked? He asked himself, trying to decide what to do. Then I was stunned, and in the end I was captured by you. And I don't know what's wrong with the rest of the people from the tribe. I don't remember how it happened. The fishman finished his story, and I was thinking, trying to find answers in the story. Then I calmly exhaled before starting to speak. Recently I was on your territory, and there was not a single living creature there. If I hadn't left you alive, the sea tribe would have disappeared from the face of the earth. My words shocked the boss of the Fishman tribe. He opened his mouth with shock and disbelief, and the next moment he shouted furiously, "No. Damn. I couldn't protect them." Because of his strong cry, the cage staggered and an unknown thing fell out from somewhere. The girl immediately noticed and asked, "What's it?" Then she picked up an incomprehensible thing and showed it to me. "King, look, I haven't seen this plant before." I grabbed an unknown leaf and immediately said in my head, "System." While the identification was going on, I was looking at the leaf, trying to figure out for myself what it is. Suddenly, an inscription from the system appeared above the leaf. Cannabis. Herbaceous plant, bitter in taste, has an analgesic effect. Its smoke causes hallucinations. My eyes opened wide and I exclaimed in my head, "Is this really it?" My subordinates started carrying water to the entire tribe of fishmen, and so they were all happy, saying, "Hooray! Water. It's water. Give me. Take your time, that's enough for everyone. Pass each other a drink." The girl who was watching everyone was talking while I was standing and thinking, looking at cannabis. "Indeed," I said. "These leaves were collected from their bodies, this is cannabis." I already had more than one cannabis leaf in my hand, as people gathered it from other monster bodies as well. Xiong said that the leader of the mountain people has divine power. It looks like this revered god is actually a demon. Forced the sea people to mercilessly kill each other and caused them to hallucinate. Some guessed that hiding in the water, you can avoid inhaling poisonous fumes, but eventually died of exhaustion. The mountain tribe is intimidating. These crazed amphibians didn't invade here by mistake. If it was the mountain tribe's plan to get the amphibians to fight us until both sides get hurt or die. This means that the tribe of newcomers is not only noticed, but also considered an eyesore and want to remove. Even the mighty Hai has turned into a doll that can be manipulated at will. The strength of the mountain tribe cannot be underestimated. I was thinking, assessing the situation, which made me tense up in the next moment. System. A panel with my characteristics appeared in front of my face. Characteristics. Name. Chen Li. Title. No. Weapon. Pangu axe. Race. Human. Physical form 2. Strength 3. Intelligence 1. Dexterity 2. Authority 0. Technologies 27. Ownership. No. 3 points of strength is not enough. Before the real danger comes, you need to strengthen your strength. Not only me, but everyone in the novice tribe is still too weak. My reasoning was first distracted by the big man's voice. If I had noticed these bastards earlier. And after his words, a girl from the patrol came up to me and said, "He's about to have a nervous breakdown. I'm afraid I won't be able to ask anything." Then I started explaining the situation. "We don't have time to wait for him to calm down. A catastrophe is likely to happen now." Suddenly the girl opened her eyes wide and asked, "Are you talking about a mountain tribe? Did they plan this attack on us? But how did they do it?" Then I picked up a cannabis leaf and tried to explain to the girl. Although it is difficult to explain it clearly, but they have leaves that control these poor fellows in cages. I do not know when the next attack will happen, and I am not sure if they will personally fight. There is too little information right now. We are in a dependent position, we need to hurry up and make him remember something. I told the girl and called the big guy to pay attention to me. "Hey who? Don't blame yourself too much, it's all the poisonous fumes of this thing. No matter how strong your body is, it's all in vain. Look at this." I handed him a cannabis leaf and he even took it in his hand, after which I continued to talk. "Do you have any memories related to these leaves?" Suddenly, the boss slapped himself on the head and exhaled heavily. I remembered the smell. I could barely smell it when I was fighting those bastards. Among all the strange smells, I felt only sharp and unpleasant. I immediately caught on to his words and said, "Lots of strange smells? Of course, they use different types of poisonous plants. Before you figure out the functions of these poisonous herbs, you should not take the initiative." Suddenly, as soon as I got to my feet, the monster waved his hands trying to stop me and started talking loudly. Your Majesty Chen Li. If you're going to fight these bastards, please let us join in. If I don't take revenge on them, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. After that, all the fishermen screamed as one. We want to personally take revenge. Please, King Chen Li. All we need is revenge, we'll do anything. Revenge. They shouted, stretching their arms in my direction. Although I need more people to complete the mission, but I'm only 4 people short. Also, I was thinking, looking at everything that was happening, when suddenly I was distracted by the boss of the fishmen. Our sense of smell is very good, it can help the king identify and track the poisonous herbs. Very useful. After hearing his words, I tried to explain the situation to the monster. That's why I'm worried. You're too sensitive to the smell of blood. If everything gets out of control, the consequences will be sad. But the fishman didn't want to listen to me, he started arguing. We would not have inhaled poisonous fumes, and we would definitely have been able to control ourselves. He spoke to me, after which I began to raise my tone to him. But our opponent is a mountain tribe. Can you be sure that they will not release poisonous smoke? And hearing my words, the monster calmed down a little, and the next moment he said uncertainly. No. I understand your desire for revenge, but anger and hatred alone will not solve anything. If only. I have a way, but I'm afraid you won't like it. I tried to intrigue the monster and it worked. These people are all that's left of my tribe. If you help us take revenge, our lives are in your hands. The monster said, sitting on his knees in front of me, and I agreed. Okay, hey who? As long as you are ready to part ways, follow my plan and split up to complete different tasks. I guarantee that you will be able to take revenge. Of course, most of you won't have a chance to take revenge personally, do you agree? I asked with a smile, and the monster confidently stated. I agree. After that, the rest of the monsters from the sea tribe also screamed. We also. Count on me. We will take revenge. The next moment I turned to the girls from the patrol and started to leave when suddenly the boss of the fishmen stopped me. King Chen Li? But without turning around at the monster's words, I just calmly and loudly said. Ayu, Athen, let them out, now they are our comrades. After my words, notifications from the system flashed in front of my eyes. You have successfully founded a tribe of newcomers and expanded the population to 50 people. You have completed the main mission, to settle down. Mission rewards. Feature points 3, large treasure chest 1, rock art 1. Since you completed the task 8 days ahead of schedule, you will be rewarded with a big gift. Great, finally completed the task. I thought, looking at my updated stats, where were they? Physical form 2. Intelligence 1. Strength 3. Dexterity 2. And also the population of the tribe increased to 68 people. Sighing heavily, I mentally said. The population has increased by 22 people at a time, should we expect more rewards for the overfulfilled part? After that, the system displayed the inscription. Please distribute the points, and I confidently stated. Increase the power. Huge energy immediately flowed around me, and I began to feel a huge surge of strength. The power is bubbling inside me. At that moment, I was ready to overthrow the mountains and kill any monster. Literally for a few seconds, the energy was overflowing, which was a ray into the sky, after which I exhaled heavily and the system notified. The power increase is complete. My strength is now 6 units, which is twice as much as it was. I even grew my hair after this. Now I am not inferior to any person in strength. And? It seems that the hair has grown back? Is this a side effect? I finally noticed and started looking through my inventory. Okay, first let's see what the system has provided us with. Open the big treasure chest, I said, and immediately heard a click sound and an alert. You have received metal raw materials. 1 ton of hematite. Iron ore? I wondered. This is a very good thing. You just need to figure out how to create a high-temperature environment above 1700 degrees. Does this mean that you can jump through the Bronze Age straight into the Iron Age? This is the power of knowledge. I hope there will be more valuable things in this big gift bag. Open the big gift bag. I told the system and saw a new window. You have received a healing potion, 3 pieces. Damn. Excellent. Cool system. What a surprise. The things received by the system this time are much better than any seasonings. I'm looking forward to rock art with impatience. Get rock art. I turned to the system again. And a stone monument and an inscription from the system appeared in front of me. Rock art. One level of inheritance, a century above the current technology. Information about inheritance. A record of products of a certain culture that can be obtained through devout worship. The level of understanding depends on a person's IQ. A cultural product? I wondered. Pay 10 technology points to determine the inheritance stereotype. I turned to the system again, and the monument shone with a bright light that I had to cover my face. The definition is completed. Congratulations on getting a sense of shame. The system announced, and I got a little angry. Feelings of shame? This is a really decisive step in the development of culture. Suddenly I realized. You don't have to worry about men and women bathing together. I don't want others to see Xiaowen taking a bath. In general, a big catch, further. It's time to think carefully about how to deal with the threat from the mountain tribe. I paid attention to the already free sea people when suddenly a girl ran up to me, shouting. King. What is it, Au? I turned to her and the girl stopped, taken aback. It seems that you have become taller and stronger, and your hair has grown longer. She was surprised, and I cleared my throat and answered. This is puberty. So why were you looking for me? The girl blushed a little, looking at me, but continued to say what she wanted. King, do you need me to negotiate with the mountain tribe and resolve the misunderstanding? I suddenly thought about her question. A misunderstanding? They are determined to destroy us. In addition, they are definitely the strongest opponents at the moment because they were able to set us and the sea tribe against each other in order to benefit from it for themselves. Suddenly the girl hugged my hand. What should we do then? I'm scared. They said, but I confidently looked at my people and said. The only thing we can do now is to build high walls and stock up on provisions. Don't provoke them until we're ready. You need to stay in the shadows and wait for your revenge, understand? I finally summed it up and looked at the girl who made the most stupid face. No. She declared and continued. And what should we do with those who have just joined the tribe? We will divide them into 3 groups. Some will build houses, the second will collect food, and the third will make traps. I answered her and she was even more surprised. Traps? What's it? And why make them? But I wasn't nervous because I understood who I was talking to. I still have a lot to explain, so I started. Simply put, traps can be used to protect territories. For example, to protect against an attack by a sea tribe. I don't want to go through this again. Setting different types of traps depending on the terrain allows you not only to avoid repeating mistakes, but also, with good luck, you can catch a live enemy or beast. I'll explain the manufacturing method later, and now I have an urgent errand for you. The population has increased dramatically, we need to think about long-term food supply. Half-eaten beef should not be wasted, I will teach you how to make dried meat. I told her and immediately started doing it. A few days passed, it was evening, the sun was already going to sleep at night. I watched how my people cut, or rather, chop meat with an axe, someone strung on ropes. Not bad, the newcomers quickly adapted and mastered the technique of drying meat well. I am thinking, rejoicing at our successes. Suddenly, my loyal subordinates came up to me from behind and one of them said, King, I'm here. After that, he took a closer look at me and continued. Hey. Have you grown taller and your hair has grown longer? To which I calmly replied. Consider it a miracle. I have a task for you. I went straight to the point, without focusing on myself. I'll draw it. I sat down to the ground and began to drive a stick on it. I need you to set traps in the surrounding mountains. The more inconspicuous they are, the better. I've already found you a partner. I will personally teach you everything. But the most important thing for you is not to learn how to make traps, but to remember their location. The man looked at me and got upset. This assignment doesn't seem interesting, does it? It is impossible for someone to find out all the locations of traps in one area. Otherwise, if there is a traitor among us, the consequences will be disastrous. After the production is completed, you can inform me personally about the location of the traps. Don't draw anything, just remember, understand? I hit him on the chest with my fist to understand his mood, but the guy was not happy at all and said uncertainly. Don't worry. Although it is difficult, but I will prove that I deserve your trust, King. Good. I said happily, believing in this man. And now go, rest, come at night, we will work. The next moment I was left standing in front of a huge house with another of my subordinates. Suddenly, a monument appeared in front of us. I'm leaving it here for them to see for themselves. How many things you learn depends on your nature. I need to rest, Shigu will come at night. If there's anything urgent, wake me up. Before entering, I told the subordinate, to which he replied, well. I'm so tired. I said, plopping down on the bed, which was behind the throne in the first screen. Time is running out, and there are still so many things that need to be solved. The training of soldiers, the construction of fortifications, the distribution of patrols, the development of technology, the expansion of territories. There is still a lot of unfinished work, so I cherish this rare time for rest and recuperation. Suddenly I was knocked out and plunged into the realm of Morpheus. Literally a couple of seconds passed, so it seemed to me, as I heard screams. Haha. To the bottom. Oh, how good. And it was because of these words that I opened my eyes. Raising my head and paying attention to what was happening, I saw a crowd of girls. Is this a party? I thought, and a hand touched my shoulder, and then a woman's voice. What's wrong with you? Won't that do? The girl said, holding a drink in her hands. Why not? Will fit. Smiling, I said, holding a mug with a drink in my hands. And who are you? That was my next question. Chen Li. You've had too much to drink. I'm Xiaoya. This is Lily, and this is Titan. The girls introduced themselves. Then I raised the mug up and shouted. Ijiji. Drink. Drink, Titan. Like that. I'm back from time travel. Finally, I don't have to live in fear. Turn on the music and dance. I spoke, completely relaxed. Ooh. And then. I was lying in bed with a naked girl. Get up, it's time to work. She said, but I didn't want that. No, I can't do it anymore, Xiaoya. Hey. I'm not Xiaoya. Oh, Lily? No. Titan. Wrong. I'm Shigu, your majesty. What? Suddenly I woke up, shouting at the whole village. Why are you here? I burst into an angry scream. What is your majesty? You ordered me to come to you at night. I was waking you up, and you grabbed me. You're so frivolous. Shigu said, blushing a little. This is a misunderstanding, we are. Let's go. I immediately got down to business because it was really dark outside. The first trap, namely the pit with stakes, was already ready. This is the simplest trap, a pit with spears. Once again, I note that the enemies and beasts we encounter are quite large. For the trap to be effective, its depth and width must be sufficient. Then hide the trap like I did. And now the trap is complete. I explain to my people, I clearly demonstrate how a trap is made. Pits with spikes can be used together with the tripwire traps that I taught you. You need to know how to combine traps. After my conversation, the people around me flamed up. As expected from the king. You are God to me. A gun can also teach you how to make other types of traps. I looked at the guy with the wolf hat on his head. I don't know how. He answered, and I continued. The moving target you used last time to practice throwing spears. Just turn it into a trap. If the tree is replaced with a net, then it will be possible to make a hanging net trap. I'll leave the rest to you, I need to do other work, come back after dawn. I told a gun and got a positive response. Don't forget what I instructed you to do. I said finally, passing by him. Don't worry, your majesty. He replied. I hope I can finish my sweet dream. I was already in my dreams while a gun was giving orders to others. Arriving in the village, the sun was already coming out on the street. Usually at this time some people go to work, why is there not even a sentry today? They're not sick, are they? I suspected something and went on, through the village. Opening a random door, I heard a loud scream that almost blew me away. What are you doing here? Still, I looked inside, where the girls were. Hey. The king? Our clothes are too revealing, so we are embarrassed to go outside. One of them declared, hiding behind fur. Ah, that's it, is this the effect of a sense of shame? Clearing my throat, I closed the door and said. I give you half a day to create new clothes. If you refuse to go out after noon, don't blame me. I said and headed towards my house. Looking at the monument, I thought. I didn't expect this little thing to have such great power. Suddenly I was hailed. King. Turning around, I saw a gun running towards me and shouting. Trouble. While digging a hole, we found stones that are burning. Look, King, you just need to rub 2 stones against each other, and then sparks will appear. A gun spoke and showed, after which I myself burned like fire. Is that it? Saltpeter? You've done a good job this time. I declared, picking up the stones that a gun was holding. With her, our possibilities are limitless. I said, realizing how many inventions are opening up for our village. Night. Mountains. While my men were making a trap, Shigu led me to them. We ran very fast. King. Here. He said, pointing to the same place. That stone you were talking about. We're digging it up here. He pointed with his hand to a hole in the ground, near which there was no one. Of course, their number is small, after all, because of the drought, the soil here is saline. If they haven't formed naturally, then maybe. I thought about it and decided to ask my subordinate. Shigu, let's see, is there anything else in the ground? The man squatted down and began to look around, responding positively. After that, he took 2 stones of different colors in his hand and began to speak. This piece of land is really easy to dig, and some of the objects on it don't look like rocks. He said Shigu with an intelligent face and began to put one of these stones in his mouth. After chewing a few times, his face became sullen and with a businesslike look he declared, "This is shit." I decided not to spoil the fun atmosphere and said, "You guessed it." After that, he became serious and started thinking while Shigu was dying from the taste of shit. It is likely that there is a rather big manure pit. Did another group of primitive people once live here, besides their civilization, has reached the concept of such a thing as a toilet? Is it possible that this is an old nest of a mountain tribe? After I thought it over, and Shigu was burping, I immediately gave him a command. Collect saltpeter and bury everything here. Leave as few footprints as possible. He answered positively, but it was obvious that he did it with difficulty. Place more traps in the vicinity, also build signal towers, and send people to the garrison in turn. Suddenly Shigu became inflamed and began to scream. Haha. What kind of tower? A tower with a signal light? Signal what? I decided not to answer his questions and just leave. 4 days later. The day was already drawing to a close. I was walking through the village with my subordinate and talking. Not bad, not bad. Everyone has a home. The first step on the path to happiness. At my words, the man next to me decided to ask. King, what do you mean? Everything is very simple. If the people are provided with food, clothing, housing, then the foundation of the tribe will be firmly established. The next step is this. But before I could finish, a huge woman interrupted my words, shouting. King. You've come. Noticing her, I immediately said. Damn. Where is King Kong? Then he turned around and began to run away, giving a command to his subordinate. Liu Tang. Detain her. But the man didn't have time to do anything, as the girl already hugged me, and all I had to do was say plaintively. Save me. By inertia from her jump, we flew into the nearest house, destroying it. The sound of the explosion could be heard even in space, it seemed to me. Liu Tang immediately began to worry about my health. Damn. Your Majesty. Are you okay? I was lying unconscious while a huge woman hugged me, flying in her dreams. Liu Tang said in a stern tone while looking at us. Get up from it. Otherwise you'll kill him. Hearing his words, the girl got to her feet, holding me in her arms and applying double force, began to bring me to my senses, saying, King. Our houses have just been built, you can't die. She cried while my mouth was bleeding from her embrace. The next moment I was fine and standing on my feet, as well as wiping blood from my mouth. I was talking. Okay, don't make any noise. You say the houses were rebuilt? After that, the girl began to report. Yes. 2 rows of wooden houses, 10 of them, about 5 or 10 people, will be able to accommodate there. Watching how the people around me work, I began to praise her. Progress meets expectations. In that case. In 2 days, everyone will be able to move into the houses. Well done, keep up the good work. See you in 2 days. I stroked the girl on the head and it seemed to me, or did she really start to purr? But the next time you see me, don't be so rash. And fix this house. I declared, leaving this place, leaving the girl behind. After leaving a little, I said the following plans. Next will be the work on the supply of food and stock. When suddenly I was interrupted by my subordinate, who was looking at my waist, which looked, to put it mildly, unnatural, after the girl's embrace. King. Are you feeling unwell? I didn't understand why he asked this and replied that everything was fine. The next moment we were already at the shore near the river and watched how the fishermen were catching fish and the girls were hanging it up for drying. I caught a big fish. The boss of the sea tribe declared while his people were praising the monster. The children ran around, rejoicing at the fish, and one of the girls tried to calm them down. Looking at such an environment, I was glad, it became so calm in my soul. Compared to digging traps and building houses, fishing suits them more. I declared, looking at the work of the sea tribe. Thanks to them, the food supplies in the tribe have increased significantly. Liu Tang decided to insert his word. It's all thanks to you, King. After all, it is you who lead us to a life of abundance. And don't worry about being destroyed. Without moving, I just asked. Liu Tang, are you going to blame me for using these methods to subdue the Sea tribe and the Coconut Grove tribe? There will be even more in the future. But the guy just grinned and answered with a smile. You should not have such doubts, your order is our will. Moreover, I don't see a problem here. In this world, the strongest survives. Large and small tribes destroy each other every day. You get the maximum result with the least losses, that's why you show your generosity to us and to them. I was glad to hear that, I felt good. After standing for a while and getting some fresh air, I declared. Liu Tang, you already have all the most valuable qualities. Come on, we need to check border security. I believe that the people from the Sea tribe will give us many more surprises. The elusive squad of divers. While the day was inexorably coming to an end, we were already at the foot of the mountain and watched Shigu and the others go somewhere with spears. Shigu, don't leave yet, I want to ask you something. The man turned around and exclaimed. Oh King. How are things going with the installation of traps and signal towers? I immediately got down to business and started listening to the answer. By your order, signal towers were rebuilt in 3 directions. South, west and north, only. Shigu stumbled and fell silent. Only? I asked. After we appointed 6 people to guard the towers in shifts, there was very little manpower left. In order to finish the work on time, we had to start earlier and climb the mountains before nightfall. The man explained, and I sighed heavily, summing up. Hey, there are not enough workers again. Today, Liu Tang and I will climb the mountains with you to help. I said confidently, but Shigu stopped me. No, we'll manage on our own. But I started to convince him. Now is a special period when every second counts, there is no time for reflection. I told him and began to reason in my head. If a mountain tribe has ever lived nearby, then they are much more familiar with this area than I am. In case they take advantage of our unpreparedness and launch another sudden large-scale attack. I stumbled in my thoughts and exclaimed. There is no time. Quickly show the way. It was already night outside, and we were all making traps together, there were various conversations around. You need to be careful here. Carefully. I don't have enough copies. I got to my feet and breathed a sigh of relief looking into the distance, where the signal tower on the North Mountain was located. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. I thought and continued to make a trap, continuing to reason. Maybe it's just my imagination running wild. When suddenly I heard a loud heart-rending scream and got scared. This cry comes from the south. I immediately tried to identify it and turned around. There was smoke in the distance. Signal from the tower. I exclaimed loudly. The southern signal tower has been attacked. Gather everyone. It was the dead of night outside, there was a huge moon in the sky, as well as another small planet next to it. There was only the patter of feet all around, as if a huge beast, no less than a mammoth, was running where, but no, it was me and my legs, from which waves and cracks were spreading on the ground. I ran as fast as I could, holding a spear in my left hand. Thanks to the increase in strength earlier, my speed has also increased, which is strange. Skirting the obstacles around, in the form of trees and hills, I actively reasoned in my head. Even knowing the location of all the traps and having 2 dexterity points, it's 5 minutes from here to South Mountain. It remains only to pray that nothing happens during these 5 minutes. I ran to the signal tower where the fire was burning. Everyone understood that something had happened in this direction. My subordinate, wearing a wolf hat, stood on a tower with 2 spears in his hands and looked into the distance at the mountains, seeing smoke rising into the sky. Watching everything, he thought. The trap worked very close to the tribe. Had the enemies penetrated that deep? In a panic, he reasoned over what could have happened. The next moment, pushing off from the tower, he jumped into the distance, continuing to think. Maybe there are other enemies who noticed the fire. Maybe they're coming here to kill me. Suddenly he realized that's why he decided to run away from this place. It's better to overdo it than underdo it. He spoke while already in the air, looking like a night monster or Batman. Landing on the ground below, without breaking anything, which is surprising, the boy squatted down. Literally the next moment, he noticed something in the greenery to his left. They set up an ambush. He thought, making a serious face and preparing for an attack. Throwing a spear into the nearest bushes at great speed, he shouted. Don't make so much noise if you make a surprise attack. After waiting a few seconds, after the spear should have already hit the target, nothing happened. He stood there, watching and waiting for the attack. Suddenly, from the same bush where he had thrown the spear earlier, the same spear flew out at him, only its speed was even greater. Fortunately, the boy was ready for this. He deftly deflected the flying spear with another one that was in his left hand. But the enemy took advantage of this situation, already being above him, ready to attack. So fast? Only the boy managed to realize. Covering his head with a spear, realizing that he had no chance to dodge or repel the attack, he just hoped for the best. Suddenly, continuing to stand in the same position, an axe stopped a centimeter away from him, and my voice sounded. "A gun?" I stood over him, not understanding what was happening and why the boy was attacking me. "Your Majesty? Why are you here?" he asked me, looking at my uncomprehending face. "There's no time to explain. Do you know where the trap went off?" Without hesitating, I asked, realizing that the enemy might already be close. "Yes, I lit the signal tower. The triggered trap is ahead." He pointed his finger into the distance. I didn't hesitate, even though it was scary and I was shaking, but I tried not to show it. "It's lucky that you and I met. I'll go first," I said and bent down to feed my legs with strength before the race. Already on the run, I shouted. "Wait for those who come by a safe path and take them to me." A gun responded positively, encouraged by my appearance. And before he forgot, he decided to warn me. "Perhaps the enemy is not alone, be careful," he shouted after me, looking only at my retreating back. The night was still outside, but it seemed like the sun was starting to shine even brighter. On one of the trees, someone got caught in our trap and hung on it, trying to get free. It was difficult to tell who it was, since only a silhouette that strongly resembled a person was visible. Looking out from behind a nearby tree, I stood and thought about what to do, but in any case I was alert to attack if the enemy could get free. I don't feel the presence of other people. And this dead silence doesn't look like a trapped animal. I was assessing the situation. That man is not calling for help. Did he come here alone? Or is he already dead? Sighing heavily and deciding to take action. The next moment I came out from behind a tree, ready for anything, thinking. "We'll see." "What?" I exclaimed, being at a loss from what I saw. "Xiao Wang? What are you doing here?" I asked, surprised to see a girl hanging on ropes, revealing her flower to the whole world. "Are you supposed to be healing wounds here?" I immediately asked, literally screaming in panic. "You." The girl started hesitating a little and sweating. "How much longer are you going to stare?" she shouted angrily, but a blush was present on her cheeks. I relaxed and smiled, saying with a chuckle. "Queen, you don't often see such a picture, do you?" But apparently my positive attitude didn't calm the girl down much. "Chen Li. I'm going to kill you." She continued to scream angrily, floundering and trying to free herself. I came closer to her and said in a calm tone. "I'll use your little leg, haha." The girl was only even more embarrassed by this and trembling, begged. You. Let go." I wasn't going to stop. Taking more air into my lungs, I blew her beautiful leg with cold air and began to bring my finger closer, which caused the girl to hiccup. Literally a second later, I already started to tickle her. And the next moment, the girl gave out a long moan that will excite any man. But, gathering her thoughts, she pulled herself together again and continued to scream. "Chen Li. I'm angry. Let me go, now." But her scream only caused me to laugh even more, and without hesitating, I continued to look at her charms. Hahaha. Okay. After all, I resigned myself. Suddenly, a sound from the bushes behind caught my attention. "The king must be ahead, hurry up," a gun shouted. Besides me, the girl also heard the scream and became even more angry. "If anyone sees this scene, I will kill everyone." Restraining my laughter, through tears, I said. "I'll let you go." Then he began to untie the rope on the tree, shouting to his subordinates. "Don't come here. It's very dangerous here. You could be killed." My subordinates naturally heard my cry and stopped abruptly, not understanding anything. Shigu decided to tell the others by asking a question. "Has the king fallen into a trap? Should I hurry up and save him?" A gun decided to take the floor by answering his question. "Judging by the voice, it's really dangerous there. But he doesn't seem to be hurt. Is there something there that we shouldn't see?" I decided to ask my question, and by the way, the right question, because there was something here that they should not have seen. I understood. The king is definitely sitting big. For example, I can't poop in front of everyone. I definitely need to be alone. Girls are like that too. When they bathe or go to the toilet, they always avoid us. With the most stupid face, Shigu said, which confused a gun a little. Everyone seems to have changed a little, I don't know myself. I came to the logical conclusion of the tire. The next moment, my queen's wonderful legs landed on the ground. I kept laughing, trying not to start laughing all over the neighborhood. It's my fault that I forgot to inform everyone about traps and safe roads. I said, taking all the blame on myself, but the girl only snorted contemptuously. After that, she moved a little away from what was happening and said, "I didn't expect you to know so many amazing tricks." The queen praised me, already forgetting that just a second ago I was looking at her flower. My fault. By the way, why did you come here in the middle of the night? I couldn't help but ask, standing next to her, admiring the beautiful view. In the evening I heard a conversation between people from the Sea tribe. She began, making sure that I was listening to her and continued. Hey. One fisherman was addressing another. It would be great if you could go back to the beach and catch some fish, shrimp and shellfish. If they were eaten, there would be more energy for work. He was talking. Listening to the queen's explanation, a question popped into my head. More energy? Probably because of the salt content in these products. I thought and continued listening to the girl's story. Then the second fisherman began to speak. But on the way to the beach, you can meet a pack of jackals. You can't go fishing at the risk of being eaten. I finished talking about the dialogue of the monsters from the Sea tribe of the queen and summed it up. So I decided to find a new safe road. After listening to her, I decided to take the floor. I have walked that road many times, and 5 days ago there were no jackals there. It seems that someone from the Sea tribe has secretly escaped in the last few days. I said, surprising the girl that she misunderstood me by asking. Are they in trouble? Execute them? She offered, but I just looked at her sweetly. No, that's not what I meant. I was thinking about a security vulnerability that I hadn't paid attention to before. Perhaps I should organize a patrol. I explained to her, also answering important questions for myself. But it is still important to open the road to the beach, and it is best to create a new camp there. I decided to let the girl into my plans, starting to explain the advantages of this. Fishing is still in the background, but we need dodo birds and their eggs. Besides, it is possible to establish a salt industry. It's decided. At dawn I'll go and deal with these impudent jackals. I finished summing up for a girl who, listening to my words, was more and more surprised. The girl did not ask unnecessary questions and simply offered her help. I can help you with patrol and secret missions. About getting rid of jackals and expanding territories. It's better to think it over again. She said, and it was obvious that she was worried. What? Are you worried that I can't handle wild animals? I asked, trying to show off in front of the girl. Suddenly she hit me on the forehead and said, "Don't flatter yourself." And I was just surprised by such an action, having a little laugh. I'm worried that I'm separating people too recklessly to guard two territories. She betrayed her fears. I started massaging her shoulders while continuing to listen. Moreover, once the beach was already attacked by a mountain tribe. In case they come again. But without listening to her further, I just interrupted. They were there a few days ago, so I think it's still safe there now. I tried to explain that everything is not as scary as she thinks, continuing. The location of the mountain tribe, our camp and the beach form a triangle. As long as there is an exchange of information and resources between the tribe and the stronghold on the shore, we will be able to support each other. After all, the opponents know how to use poisonous smoke. If we all live together, it will be easy to poison us all at once. The girl had already completely relaxed from my massage, and there was a feeling as if she wasn't listening to me at all and answered if only I would fall behind. I don't know what you're talking about. But since everything has been decided, then let's do this. While the queen and I enjoyed each other's presence. Our people continued to sit behind the bushes, waiting for news from me. Has he finished pooping yet? The king is a bottomless barrel. Shigu said while Agun was already asleep, while the big man himself was falling asleep. The moon was already much higher than before and towered over the mountains. I found the two fishermen the queen was talking about to take them with me and lead them along the path they were talking about. I told you. One of them started examining all the bushes. Are you sure you met jackals on this road? Why can't I smell blood? He asked his friend, to which he replied. I saw. They must be somewhere nearby. I saw some jackals on this road 2 days ago. Suddenly, from the bushes in front of them, a strange sound was heard, which the fisherman noticed. Literally the next second, a jackal flew out of the bushes, with red eyes and big fangs, ready to tear the fisherman, who fell on his ass from fright and screamed. Before the jackal's fangs bit into the fisherman, his friend stood up and sent his fist into the animal's head, saying, "He's so brave." Since the jackal was in motion, The fishman hit the stomach, but the blow was so strong that the jackal only whined and flew far away. Until he crashed into the nearest tree, breaking it in half. The fishman only growled angrily after the blow, and his friend was at a loss. The next moment, more than 4 jackals surrounded me and the group, threatening to attack from all sides. Everyone was on the alert and Liu Tang decided to warn. "Your Majesty, be careful." But I exuded incredible self-confidence as I spoke. "Don't worry, the Sea tribe is not our enemy. As for those wild dogs," I started, but was interrupted. "King Chen Li, if you want, you can deal with the cuties on the left." Crunching his knuckles, the boss of the Sea tribe declared, ready for a good fight. "But the ones on the right are mine." He confidently declared, already ready to repel the jackals who jumped on him. I, on the other hand, didn't even budge like the others, watching as the boss of the Sea tribe crumbles the animals into pieces. "It's nothing," I said with a laugh. But the next moment, a group of jackals jumped on us too, apparently waiting for death. Because the next moment, the fishman in front of me just beat them off, allowing me not to move from my place. I will not join the battle, now is a good opportunity to train new recruits, I thought, looking at my subordinates. And while I was thinking and rejoicing at such strong men in my team, a jackal jumped on me from behind. I just angrily sked. After that, he simply put out his hand, grabbing the jackal by the neck, so that he even began to suffocate. The jackal's eyes were begging for mercy. "You're not lucky. He bumped into me once," I said, looking into the eyes of the beast, showing my superiority. For the next few minutes, the sound of fighting and the squeaking of jackals could be heard in the forest. While the jackals started to run away, we have already started to rest. The boss of the Sea tribe threw the last jackal into the distance and angrily said, "Boring. Okay, we need to move on," I told him calmly. The boss decided to remind them that their old house was further down the road, and I reminded them. "Okay, everyone be careful." A few minutes later, we were already at the shore. "See that rock?" I asked the boss of the Sea tribe, and without waiting for an answer, I continued. "We'll build a fortress there. The fortress should be built close to the rock. We need to accommodate 20 people there. The signal tower will be built on a rock. After that, you will need to build a small place for drying salt next to the fortress. I will teach you this method." "Very well, Your Majesty," the boss of the Sea tribe calmly replied. "I will send people to help you. But you only have 4 days." I gave the deadline to the boss. Then I sighed heavily as strange thoughts came into my head. Why do I feel like I'm a contractor who inspects a construction site and shifts deadlines? But in a previous life, I was the one who dragged bricks, hahaha. Having finished thinking, I decided to summarize. Well, if there is an emergency, immediately light a fire and ask for help from the camp. Don't worry, boss. 3 days later. It was bright and hot outside. The village was quiet. In my house, I was evaluating the bow I made. Not bad, I thought, releasing the bowstring, which quickly returned to its place. Suddenly, a message from the system flashed in front of me. You have successfully invented wooden bow. Technology points received. 5 points. After reading the message and evaluating the bow externally, I said. An elastic band made of bullskin is really good, but to use it skillfully, you need to put a lot of effort. In addition, our wood has poor strength, so you will need to find a good replacement. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the door to my room. King Xiong is back, he wants to tell you something. Without moving, I said. Bring him, Au. The door opened. I started talking. So what? Are there other tribes of people in the north that you can unite with? Au did not wait for a long time and immediately began to answer. I walked north for more than a day, but there were no tracks there. I found only one lake, as well as a nearby snow-covered mountain. There was some strange big creature in the lake. But before I could see it, it sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. Due to the fact that there was a terrible snow-covered mountain ahead, I did not dare to go there and returned back. I made a slight smile and answered the boy. Nothing, you're good. But I didn't expect that you wouldn't be afraid of a water monster, but of a snowy mountain. Putting my hand on his shoulder, I felt the boy shaking. These mountains are so scary, he said and continued. Your Majesty, you haven't heard of this, have you? Sweating, he asked, scaring me too. About this? About what? Suddenly, a girl snuggled up to me, saying. King. I'm scared. Apparently, Xiong scared everyone present. What are you so scared of? I asked her, becoming more serious, because it's all for a reason. I am not afraid of the snowy mountain, but of those who are behind it. Trembling, she replied and began to tremble even more, saying only one word. The giant. Well, don't be afraid. I tried to calm the lovely lady down, but Ayu continued to panic. When I think about it, my legs start to shake. Suddenly, a message from the system popped up in front of my face. A side quest has been activated. Giant. Current mission progress. The first ring. Task. To see a giant with your own eyes. Time. Unlimited. Reward. Performance points 1. I immediately wondered if I should accept this assignment. Looking at the award, I was surprised. What? 1 point of characterization for just seeing a giant? I only got 2 points for the task of expelling the saber-toothed tiger. The giant is just a guy a little taller than me. If I look at it from afar, it won't be dangerous, right? We need to think about it. What if the giants are also a tribe with a civilization? Maybe I can subdue them by making some powerful helpers. Of course, you need to be careful. Otherwise they will destroy us. I thought, looking at how my people panic at the very thought of a giant. After that, I started issuing instructions. It looks like I won't be able to hand over this mission to Xiong and I. Xiong, have a good rest, there will be a banquet in a few days, have fun there. I said confidently, looking at the trembling and sweating guy. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Turning around and starting to leave, Xiong said. Aya, left alone with me, started talking. Xiong. Sometimes he's such a coward, don't pay attention. But after hearing her statement, I replied. I'm not sure he's a coward. Perhaps his perception of danger is much higher than that of ordinary people, which makes him so sensitive to some things. So Xiong is able to freely explore the outside world and can always protect himself. By the way, how are the preparations for my wedding ceremony going? At the end, I asked, making the girl think. The preparation is almost complete. She replied with a smile. Prepare equipment for 4 people, I'm going to take someone with me on a long trip. I quickly translated the topic. Will you personally go? How dangerous is it? She asked me. Just exploring the neighborhood, don't worry. Prepare a portable meal, a bottle of water and warm clothes. Speaking of which, these thin clothes are really good. At the end, I pulled on a t-shirt on myself. Yes. It was you who inspired us to do this. Previously, the skin was useless, but now it is not. By the way, when are you going to leave? She asked, waiting for my answer. The wedding ceremony will take place the day after tomorrow at noon, and we will leave the next day after the banquet. I answered, leaving the house. In 2 days. Nothing had changed in the village, it was still quiet and peaceful. Only I, being at home, trained to handle the shield. Oh, not bad. The leather of hard rocks is combined with the inner part of cowhide, and the weight of the shield is just right. After 2 days of hard work, I finally achieved something. Putting the shield against a wall, I looked at the message from the system. You have successfully invented a new artifact. A wooden shield. Current technology points. 62. Finally finished so that everyone could get a new weapon as soon as possible. I spoke, looking at all my inventions lying on the floor. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and without moving I said. Come in. Aya opened the door and immediately declared. Your Majesty, everything is ready outside, it's time to change. Oh, thank you. I answered with a smile. Having already changed my clothes and started to leave my house, I heard screams. Hooray. Congratulate. Congratulations to the king. People in the village shouted while I was leaving the house, and a gun and Shigu sprinkled me with flower petals. Hooray. Congratulations to the king. Hooray. Everyone kept shouting while I was standing in a beautiful raincoat made of leather, as well as with fur. Looking into the distance, along the path that I will now walk, I saw the queen, in a beautiful dress. The best dress that could be made in the current conditions, and all the people of the village were standing around by the path. My thoughts were active. The wedding ceremony. Isn't this a wedding ceremony? In my previous life. I should be working hard right now. Now I have my own tribe, my own people and his own wife. Although it's all like hallucinations. But in this world, I finally have a sense of belonging to something. I took my wife by the hand, feeling her warmth and said. From now on, while I'm not around, the novice tribe will be handed over to you. And the next moment, turning to everyone, I shouted at the top of my voice. From today on, Xiao Wang is the new queen of the tribe. After which, everyone started shouting. Hooray. Hooray. We have a queen. Kiss. Kiss. Everyone asked, and the queen and I looked at each other. While our lips were approaching each other, a huge girl King Kong looked at us and cried, apparently envious. "Even though I don't want the king to be taken away, it's so touching," she said with tears in her eyes. It was already night outside. The village spent the whole day in celebration until everyone started to disperse, saying, "Good night, Your Majesty. Good night, King." I continued to stand in place, right in front of the fire, closing my eyes and sighing. Everything went well, without surprises. Suddenly, Au appeared from behind and said, "Your Majesty, the Queen is waiting for you at the palace, I won't bother you." Saying these words, her face expressed a prank. That's just my face continued to be serious, and I just threw a quiet one. "Yeah." Then he laughed, looking forward to this night. Hahaha. In the palace. Waiting for me. And the next moment, my fantasy played out in earnest, and I saw the queen with a whip, who put her foot on me and spoke. "Feel my love, baby." And after that, she hit me with all her strength with a whip that I even felt this pain. Then, pulling himself together, he turned to the palace and began to walk to the door. "Maybe it will be even more exciting," I declared. Opening the door, my face was playful and in the same tone I said, "Hahaha. Wife, I'm here." I saw the queen, who was sitting on the throne and looked obviously not ready for my fantasies. Damn. Her face was very serious and she just angrily sked. As I continued to look at her, I saw an oppressive aura around me. This atmosphere. Does she want to kill me? I thought. Finally, the first words fell from her lips. "I'm giving you a chance to tell yourself." I was full of misunderstanding. "Say what?" I asked. Suddenly she got up from the throne and walked towards me with a whip in her hands, but this time a smile appeared on her face. "Are you pretending you don't understand?" she asked, and I stuttered and asked. "It's our wedding night, can I be more gentle?" Looking at the whip in her hands, I immediately regretted my actions earlier. Damn. I shouldn't have given her the whip. Finally, the queen moved on to the topic and began to explain why she was angry. "Are you going to leave right after the ceremony is over? So in a hurry to get out of here?" she asked resentfully. Finally, I exhaled calmly. "So that's it?" I was already scared. "Hey, you got it wrong. Calm down first, I'll tell you everything." While I was telling, the rats were eating up the leftovers on the street, and the fire was already fading, and after the story, the girl asked, "So, are you going to convince the giants to join us in the battle with the mountain tribe?" "Yes, actually I'm not sure myself. So, just in case, I'll take 3 more with me. By the way, the real purpose of the trip should be kept secret." Although I don't know why, but Au and Xiong seem to be afraid of giants. Finally, during our conversation, the girl became kinder and after all my words, she asked, "Why don't I come with you?" But I immediately stopped this desire. "No, one of us has to stay in the tribe. Besides, you have more important things to do," I said, holding in my hand an important device that will make our lives easier. "What is this?" she asked. "This is a sling, now I'll show you how to use it," I said, pulling the device forward and starting to explain that the sling is a throwing military or hunting weapon. After that, I gave her a task. "I need a squad of people who know how to use it, and you need to train them." The next morning, I and 3 other people from the village, namely, the boss of the Sea tribe, a gun and a girl, were walking towards the mountain with a giant. "You have all the responsibility," I told them and the girl snorted angrily. This caught my attention and I turned in her direction. The girl's face was very angry. When she saw my look, she turned around, snickering angrily again. The next moment, a scene appeared in my head as she stabbed me with a knife, and in my head there were such thoughts. It's going so slow on purpose. She's not looking for an opportunity to kill me, is she? Hey, it can't be helped, it was Xiao Wang's idea after all. I thought, remembering our conversation with the queen last night. Xiao Wang was sitting on the throne, and I was massaging her legs, asking, "You said you were barefoot, then why are your feet so tender?" But the girl only answered viciously, "Don't mock me." And then, seriously continued, "Since your subordinates are unreliable, choose 3 from the Coconut Grove tribe and the Sea tribe to accompany you." I was planning to take Haihu. I personally saw his fighting power. The fortress on the beach will be temporarily transferred to the responsibility of Shigu. If I take Haihu with me, the newcomers from his tribe won't be able to create problems in my absence. I explained my plans to the queen, but was interrupted. "The other 2 are up to you, but Ayan has to go with you." I was surprised by her persistence, but I didn't say anything, as the girl continued. "This is not a request. Ayan is the strongest and bravest fighter, besides her wounds have already healed. If she goes with you, I'll be calm. Standing over me, she declared, while I was looking at her wonderful body. The next moment, she cupped my cheeks with her hands and continued. I taught her a lesson for what happened back then, so you don't have to worry. Thinking about this conversation with the queen, I continued to walk through the forest. Yes. I'm not worried at all. If there is a problem again, I hope a gun will save me. It was in my thoughts while the girl continued to drill me with her eyes. It seems to me that someone is watching us, maybe I imagined it? A gun said warily, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Yes, it just seemed. A gun decided for himself and went on, after us. As we walked, the girl continued to exude an aura of murder, and I was thinking on a gun's words. I do not think so. Look back, don't you think? Suddenly, the boss of the Sea tribe caught up with me to point ahead and say. King Chen Li, do you know that there is a lake ahead? Yes, Xiong told me about it. The boss laughed a lot when he heard my answer. Hahaha, then he probably saw that whopper. He said, slightly embarrassing me. Are you talking about the monster in the lake? Further, the fishman began to tell me about his acquaintance with him. Yes, about him. When I was a kid, I saw him swallow a leopard whole. I was too young then, so I was very scared. If I'm lucky, I'll definitely fight him. The boss uncorked a horn with water and started pouring it into his mouth, and I was confused and asked. Is it luck for you to meet a monster? It doesn't matter if it's a water monster or someone else. It would be interesting for me to face someone stronger than me. For example, with a giant. I said to check the reaction of my comrades. The reaction was not long in coming. A gun squeaked like a girl and screamed. No, Your Majesty, don't get your hopes up. I was immediately curious to see such a reaction. I just casually said. Do they really exist? Squatting down to catch up with a gun, I asked. Actually. See you soon. We were a large tribe that consisted of more than 30 people. And then one day. We met a giant. But they were too weak to fight back and eventually ran away. Unfortunately, most of the people were eaten. Even though I was a child then, I think none of the survivors, like me, will forget that terrible scene. He told the tragic story of a gun in detail, making him think. All right. No wonder Xiong and the others tremble every time they mention the giant. On the way to the lake, the boss of the Sea tribe stopped abruptly, pointing at the strange berries. Don't eat these fruits. As a child, I ate such, the consequences were very serious. He informed us and I was immediately interested. Coming closer to the bush, I took a closer look at the berries. Suddenly, the system issued a message determining what kind of berry. Croton. Herbaceous plant, bitter taste, poisonous. After reading it, I looked at the fishman and laughed, thinking. So you ate the croton. I think you had a good time then. By the way, the surrounding plants are not familiar to me in these places. I hope there won't be any surprises. I thought about it and decided not to risk saying. Scan everything. After my words, system windows with information started popping up near all the plants, and I started reading. Verbena. A family of primroses, has antipyretic and diuretic effects, improves blood circulation and eliminates stagnation. Burdock. The Rosacea family, stops bleeding, removes toxins and has an insecticidal effect. Wormwood. A family of compound flowers, stops bleeding, relieves fever and is an antihistamine. Honeysuckle. Honeysuckle family, relieves fever, antitussive agent, neutralizes the effect of poison. My eyes immediately became big and I was happy as a child, running from one plant to another. Oh my god, yes, it's a big garden of medicinal plants. Suddenly, I approached one of the plants that was still being identified and thought. It looks familiar. Really this? Millet. An annual herbaceous plant, a family of cereals. And the common people millet. The system gave out the information. There was no limit to my joy, and I screamed. Millet. I found cereals. Suddenly, my joy was interrupted by the system, showing me a new task. Side mission. Farming. Task. Plant more than one type of grain, grow and harvest them. Term. 180 days. Reward. Heritage plate 2. It looks like we can finally enter the era of farming, not bad, not bad. When we find the clay, we will be able to prepare food and medicine. Unfortunately, it hasn't matured yet. I'll wait a bit and come back to collect. Just now I felt a chill run down my spine. What? Is it not Ayan with his hostility? After I decided what to do with the wheat, I began to assess the situation around when suddenly a gun pointed his finger forward and said, "There." "What is it?" I asked in a voice and looked forward to where the unusual bush was. After taking a closer look, I waited for the system notification and read the information. Rami. The nettle family, its tough fibers are used to make ropes, fabric and paper. He gave me a thumbs up and I praised a gun. "You found a very good thing. When we come back, we will pick up a few so that our tribe can wear more diverse clothes." Listening to me, a gun did not feel proud, but on the contrary, he was even more afraid. Pointing his finger forward, he shouted. "I wasn't talking about these strange herbs. Your Majesty, look there." I looked in the direction where a gun was pointing, into the distance, into the bushes and trees, and then I heard strange sounds. The next moment, a jackal came out of the bush, growling angrily. Several more animals appeared behind him, and the fishman immediately said, "They must have been chasing us for a long time." And a gun finally confirmed his guess. I felt their gaze on me. I smiled calmly, taking my axe in my hands. Hyenas again? They probably came to take revenge on me and Haihu. The jackals looked as confident as possible and were already anticipating their victory in the subsequent feast. I put the axe forward and declared, "In that case, we won't let them go. We need to fix the root problem. Kill them," I shouted to my people and everyone rushed at the animals. While the jackals also jumped on us. The boss of the Sea tribe was the first to go into battle and caught two with two hands. "This time you came by yourself." With blackness in his eyes, he growled. With all his strength, he hit the two hyenas at each other over their heads. The girl, with a bone knife in her hands, cut the hyena's thigh, leaving a deep wound. After that, I noticed two more hyenas flying at her from above. Preparing to repel their attack, she stood in a stance. But before she could do anything, hyenas flew into them, which were defeated by the boss of the Sea tribe. "Hahaha. That was cool," said the big guy. "Don't thank me." He smiled. The hyenas began to run away, whining and limping. "Oh, what a pity, they're running away again." The fishman was upset. "Catch up with them. This time we have to deal with them, don't let any escape," I commanded my people. The hyenas, hearing my words, began to turn around. "Hahaha. You can't escape, you dogs." I rushed after the animals, and so quickly that my people were left far behind. Jumping over a lying tree, I was already on the tail of one of the hyenas. With 2 dexterity points, it's hard to catch up with them. It would be unwise to continue the chase, I thought. The next moment I heard a girl scream. "What?" I turned around. The girl was wrapped around the vines of a strange plant. "What the hell is this?" I shouted, assessing the situation. Suddenly, a system window appeared near a strange plant. Red royal flower. A large flowered species, the core and surface of the flower emit caustic mucus that can destroy the surrounding ecological environment. Actively catches and devours animals. Is it Rafflesia? I was surprised, continuing to think. And the things around him are humoral fluid? Saber-toothed tigers, huge bulls. Also Rafflesia. This is all different from my knowledge of the primitive world. The plant was already ready to devour the girl while she took out a knife to try to free herself, screaming. "Damn. Let me go." Suddenly, the vine knocked the knife out of her hands. And flew into the mouth, if you can call it that, plants. Landing in the creature's mouth, he bit into the wall of the venturi. Suddenly I felt sick and I shouted. "Hey." And the next moment I was all attention. "Damn." I shouted, seeing the boss of the Sea tribe and a gun standing behind the trees. "Hey. Why are you standing rooted to the spot? Save Ayan." I shouted to them. "Your Majesty, it's not that we don't want to save her." A gun started and the next moment he started screaming furiously. And the fact that we were also captured by this thing. "Damn." I said and saw how the vine was already wrapped around my leg. But quickly orienting myself, with a clear blow of the axe, I split the vine, not allowing myself to be captured. "Don't be afraid, I'll save you," I shouted, rushing to free the girl in the first place. Her next words shocked me. "Leave me, save those two," she said while I was running towards her. Running closer, I saw that the vines released the girl and she began to fall. "Run away." Those were her last words. I only had time to shout her name, and the girl was already inside the plant. Only her cute legs stuck up. A huge number of vines flew in my direction. "Get out of here." I shouted and started chopping down this damn plant. At least Haihu and a gun should be saved. I thought and did not notice how 2 hyenas were flying at me from behind. They were already so close that I noticed them only when they started growling in my ear. Fortunately, the boss of the fishmen was strong enough to free his hand and throw two horns with water at them, which threw the hyenas away from me. Although, I don't think hyenas would cause me significant damage. King Chen Li, stay away, said Haihu. They set it up, he prompted, making me think. The hyenas were already gnawing at a gun and Haihu, while the former was talking. King, you can escape, we will detain them. I'm not the one who throws his people. Cutting the way with an axe, I walked forward. These vines aren't too fast, so the hyenas took advantage of the speed advantage to lure us here. I didn't even have time to calmly exhale. The vines were trying more and more to grab me in a vice. Damn. It should have been noticed that there are only dead trees around, which means something is wrong. And? Dead wood? I clung to my words. It's worth the risk. There's nothing I can do in this situation. But I have a stone. I threw it into a tree with all my might. It doesn't matter if it's a dog or a flower. There's nothing that can't be fried. I said in my head and drew an axe on a pebble in the tree, causing a spark. Burn to the ground. Get out. Away. From here. The plant began to smoke from the inside. And after that, it spat out the girl Ayan, almost completely naked. Are you okay? Can you move? Time is running out. Haihu and a gun are still in trouble, I have to help them. I asked the girl, and she calmly mumbled that everything was fine. I'll give you clothes, I said and handed over my raincoat. The next moment, the four of us were already running while the deadwood was burning around us. Let's run. There. Faster. I was talking while shooting burning arrows from a bow. Now you don't have to worry about hyenas nearby. Excellent. There's water ahead. Push up, guys. Dive into the lake and we will be saved. I commanded all the time while we were running, but still one of the hyenas caught up with us and jumped towards Ayan, who was wearing my cloak. Ayan. Watch out. I shouted, seeing that the hyena had already caught on my cloak on the girl. I quickly jumped in her direction to grab her hand. And we succeeded. I pulled her towards me, while the cloak flew off, and I already tried to unhook the jackal from him. We have started an unreal battle for this piece of clothing. Grabbing him tighter, I pulled him in my direction, and together, we tore him to shreds. At the same time, I fell to the ground on my back, and the hyena was on top of me, trying to reach out with its fangs, while my hand was under the hyena's throat. The girl watched what was happening and how I was fighting with the animal after I saved her. Your Majesty. King Chen Li. Hengyu and Agong shouted, also watching me. I raised my other hand. Then he grabbed the hyena and answered the guys. Leave quickly before the fire gets here. I can handle it. He must have already weakened. We need to exhaust him before the fire spreads everywhere. Suddenly, a stick flew into the hyena's neck, piercing the animal's skin. The hyena just fell to the ground. You. I said, turning back. Ayan was sitting there, with a bow in her hands and breathing heavily. I saw a sign with an alert from the system flashed above it. Talent activated. Archery. Do you know how to use a bow? I asked. She stood up, leaning on the bow and answered. Yes, I watched you use it. That's how I learned. I twisted my ankle, and I have almost no strength left, so I won't be able to escape, leave soon. I got to my feet too, and took her hand. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? I asked and didn't wait for her answer. Hold on tight. We'll leave here together, hold on tight. I shouted and threw it on my back, running away from the fire. King Chen Li. Rather. There is no more time. A gun spoke while I was catching up with them. There was hell all around us, everything was burning, it was already hard to breathe. I also want to be carried on the back of the king, can I switch places with Ayan? Agun and Haihu asked. Do you want to get to the lake faster? I still have the strength to throw you right into it. The boss of the sea tribe answered him. Don't. I just casually said. I kept running, breathing hard. While running, the girl started a conversation. In fact, I was planning to take the opportunity to finish you off. You planned the attack of the Black Bulls, didn't you? She asked. Without stopping for a second, I answered the question with a question. Why do you think so? I knew you wouldn't admit it. The girl got angry and began to explain. I noticed that some of the bulls were injured. Our weapons are not able to cut through the hard bull skin, so who could harm them? Besides, your men fought the bulls very well, which increased my suspicions. But I knew my arguments wouldn't convince the queen, so I planned that attack without her permission. Chen Li, one move and you're finished. She put a knife under my throat and continued. Either leave me here and then you won't have any problems in the future. I didn't even raise an eyebrow, continuing to run. We need to hurry and we'll be safe. Then you will deal with me. The girl, reluctantly, answered. Good. From now on, I'll be watching you. If you betray the Queen or the Coconut Grove tribe, then I will kill you. She warned me, but I was not afraid for a second. Well, if I treat you badly, punish me. You just took responsibility off yourself, right? Punish you? And that sounds good. She answered me while we were already a few meters from the lake. And after just a few minutes they plopped into the water. We are saved. The boss of the sea tribe emerged from the water. A little more and I would have burned. We got to the water in time. He continued, and everyone else had already surfaced, looking at the shore, on which there was a real hell. 2 of the 4 lost the ability to move. It is better to abandon the plan to find the giant. I thought. Take them to the place where a gun found Rami, rest there, and I will bring you medicines. I gave the order to the fisherman and received a positive response. The sun was shining brightly outside. A gun was applying ointment to his leg. Wow, King, I don't have any more pain. The guy was delighted, showing everyone his leg. Have a good rest, Haihu, and I will collect some Rami. I answered. The medicinal properties of these plants are excellent. I spoke to the fisherman while we were rummaging in the bushes. What's that smell? Haihu asked in a panic. Why do I smell hyenas? Is it because of the recent fight with them that their smell remains on my body? He stood up abruptly, trying to figure out what was going on. I'm not sure. I answered, pushing aside the bushes. What? I exclaimed. Looking down, I saw 5 little hyenas that are not even able to open their eyes yet. Taking one of them in my arms, I said. So that's it? It looks like those hyenas didn't come here to take revenge on us, but to protect their cubs. They must have felt threatened. Did this trigger a new side mission? I asked myself a question when I saw how the system window with information opened. Find a baby hyena, activate a side mission. Tame a wild beast too. Task. Tame a hyena and make a hunting dog out of it. Deadline. Unlimited. Reward. Small treasure chest 1, hunting rifle 1. Accept? I accept the assignment. I answered, looking into the cute eyes of a little hyena. Alright, let's move out. I said, already to my team. We moved further through the forest, while each carried on himself the amount of herbs that he could carry. Suddenly, an unrealistically loud howl sounded. It sounded for a very long time, even the ground shook. What's that sound? Comrades spoke. When the sound stopped, I asked. Not well, maybe not so lucky. Suddenly, a huge animal's muzzle appeared from behind a tree. The bear came out at us, ready to fight. Things are bad. Immediately said a gun. It's a man-eating bear. I immediately took off the herbs and began to assess the situation. He's going to attack us. We can't escape with 2 wounded. I'll distract him, and the 3 of you make a detour and return home. But. The king. Haihu and the girl tried to object, but I interrupted them. Don't talk in vain. You're getting in the way. We only have 1 chance, do as I say. 135 Taking out an axe from my inventory, I immediately prepared for battle, but before that. Haihu. The safety of these 2 is on you. I gave the task to the boss of the sea tribe, who replied. The next moment I threw myself at the bear, encouraging myself. Come on. He was really scary. Claws the size of my head, red eyes and huge fangs. It seemed as if he had already defeated me with his aura alone, but there was no time for fear. Rather. Here. He shouted to Hale, running away in the opposite direction from us, with the girl and a gun. The bear, of course, paid attention to them. After all, as it is, the food runs away, and he does not run after it, but he would not be able to do it. Look here, a huge monster. I told him. And a second later he jumped high. Being just above his head, I raised the axe to strike. The bear squinted his eyes, as if with incomprehension. Then he threw me off with his paws, with a vertical blow from top to bottom, which caused me to fly back. King Chen Li. The boss of the sea tribe turned around in a panic. Take these cubs and come back, and I will help the king. He said to the girl and the guy, passing the little hyenas. A gun tried to stop the fishman by saying. No need. I have personally seen the strength of the king, this opponent is no match for him. But if we stay close to him, he won't be able to act freely. So we follow the order. It was obvious that it was difficult for Haihu to admit this, and he did not want to leave. But still I decided, and I saw only their retreating backs, so I breathed a sigh of relief. Now. I said, looking at my axe. I think his attention is focused on me. Starting to get up after the bear hit, I got ready for a fight. Well, it remains to distract this fool, and the matter is in the hat. I went in his direction. Looking around the corner, I made sure that the bear was still standing in place. The next moment, I made the most stupid face and shouted, "Hey, come here." The bear did not wait and, like a bull on red, rushed in my direction with a sweeping blow. While we were fighting, my men were already far enough away, running further and further away. Suddenly, a shock wave went through the forest, which cut it in half. But the bear was still alive and continued to chase me. Hiding behind a tree, I began to think. A gun and the others must be safe by now, it's time to get rid of him. Forward. I had already prepared myself and started walking forward when I felt an evil intention behind me. I exclaimed and turned back as quickly as possible. But there was no time, the tiger had already jumped in my direction, and all I had to do was try to dodge. Holy shit. I shouted, still leaving the trajectory of the enemy's attack. What a rat was hiding there. Come out. I said, looking at the column of dust that rose after the creature landed. Really this? My old friend? I calmly asked a question, looking at the animal that was growling in my direction. Meow? Suddenly the tiger gave out, wondering, and I started talking. Damn it. That smart look in the burnt left eye. It's definitely him. But still the bear did not let us remember the old, jumping in our direction, breaking trees. Clamped on both sides. I said, expecting an attack. Now it doesn't matter if I put all my strength into speed or power. That won't be enough. Use the power of Pangu? I was thinking what to do while I was pretending to be a victim, which made the animals calmly evaluate themselves. But if I use the power of Pangu, I will weaken for a long period of time. Who knows how many days I'll be in a coma. Even if I don't die here, the mountain people will seize the opportunity. The animals continued to quietly continue in my direction, growling angrily. First the tiger. And then the bear accelerated. And literally the next moment, they rushed at me from both sides, and all I managed to say was this. Damn. I thought you wanted to fight among yourselves, but it turns out. Attack a defenseless person? I stood in a fighting stance, ready to repel the attack. Suddenly, a message from the system flashed in front of my eyes. I thought you wanted to fight among yourselves, but it turns out. Attack a defenseless person? The system detected that the host was in an extremely dangerous position and automatically turned on the extreme escape mode. You will temporarily gain 20 dexterity points, strength points will be converted into physical form for 600 seconds. After the completion of the mode, 33% will be deducted from the 3 characteristics of the host. Rounding up. What? It's a feeling. I immediately felt like my legs and as if the weight became lighter. I was ready to take off. That's how I felt. And literally the next moment he really took off, which is why the bear and the tiger crashed into each other with their foreheads instead of catching me. Wow. I thought, landing lightly on my feet. Such a feeling of lightness and explosive speed. It's just unbelievable. I spoke, looking at the animals already from afar. But they apparently decided to unite against me, growling angrily and walking in my direction. Still want to kill me? Don't you want to fight each other? I shouted, really not understanding their actions. But the next moment he turned around in the other direction and started running with all the dope. Will you give chase together? I advise you not to go beyond the limits. I was talking. My speed was impressive and with every second I was coming off more and more. While running, a system window opened in front of me. Power. 0, temporarily. Physical form. 8, temporary. Dexterity. 22, temporary, reverse. Countdown. 325 seconds. I stopped to turn around and check the situation. Finally broke away from them. This extreme escape mode is awesome, but too expensive. While I was being chased, I ran to this place. I spoke, looking at the snow-covered mountain, understanding what could be waiting for me there. You can't waste the rest of your time. Why not go to the snowy mountain and find a giant? A few minutes later, I was already walking through huge snowdrifts. I ran so far in one breath. Fortunately, my body has become light, otherwise I would have been stuck in the snow. I spoke, making my way further and further, while the system showed that there were 142 seconds left until the end of the mode. Climb to the top. I exclaimed, seeing my finish. Suddenly my eyes widened. Standing at the top, I was in a stupor, talking. Really this? Looking down, I couldn't believe my eyes. After all, a natural giant was sleeping there, but most likely it was a yeti, and a dinosaur was standing next to him, like a dog on a leash. It can't be the giant from the legend, I thought. Standing at the top of the cliff, I looked down at the same giant that looked like a block of ice. It was unclear if he was frozen or if he was. There was no limit to my surprise. Come on. So huge. I couldn't help myself and said out loud. While my eyes could not tear themselves away from such a sight, a system window appeared next to me. You have found a giant. Mission accomplished. The giant. First test. Points 1. Distribute them in a timely manner. Automatically accepted. Giant. Second test. The content of the second test. Attack the giant. Reward. Performance points 0. Time limit. Unlimited. I immediately fell into a stupor, imagining in my head a scene in which I jumped with a bone knife towards the giant. Attack the giant? I thought. Is this system crazy? I got angry, pointing my finger at the system window with the contents of the new task. Huh? Suddenly the dinosaur was surprised, turning his head towards the hill next to where I was. Quickly hiding behind a rock, I covered my mouth with my hands, trying not to make a sound, otherwise my journey in this world would end. Sitting quieter than the grass, below the water, I only heard the growl of a dinosaur that was exploring the neighborhood. But the reward of 9 points of characteristics warms the heart. I thought, still doubting what to do, because in this case, I will be able to increase the same strength by 9 points and become twice as strong. You can try it while I'm running fast. I decided for myself, picking up the nearest stone, the size of a tennis ball and looking around the corner. Leaning out on the floor of the body from behind the shelter, I took aim. The next moment, the stone flew towards the giant. Unfortunately, I didn't hit it, but it attracted the attention of one of the dinosaurs, as there were 2 of them, and I didn't notice one of them right away. Graya. I heard a ferocious roar in my direction. Ouch. I teased him. I realized, quickly hiding back in the hope that everything would be fine. And suddenly burst out of my mouth as a message from the system flashed in front of me again. You have successfully attacked the giant. The second giant test has been completed. Points of characteristics 10, distribute them in a timely manner. The third test is automatically accepted. My eyes widened. The third test? I asked myself the question, already waiting for the description and realizing that most likely I will not fulfill it. The system window has been updated and a new message has appeared. The content of the third test. Kill the giant alone. Reward. Performance points 100. Lead time. Unlimited. Under the loud growling of dinosaurs, I read the message. 100 points of characteristics? I exclaimed in my head, starting to doubt again. This amount of points will help me solve all the problems with the enemies of my village. Very expensive. Is it worth a try? I assessed the situation after looking around and seeing that the dinosaur continued to growl, but the giant was really completely frozen. I wonder how it happened? Quietly. The giant's voice sounded majestic and loud, followed by a blow with his hand on the dinosaur, turning it into a pancake. From the giant's blow, the earth began to tremble and an explosive wave dispersed. I was literally covered with a layer of snow that came from the impact, and I stood there for a while, trying not to move so as not to attract attention to myself. Clearly, he's awake. Shaking off the snow, I stated the fact. Even if I was given 10,000 points. I disagree, my life is more expensive. Still, I decided, already turning around in the opposite direction. I felt really cold that bruises appeared under my eyes. It was evening outside and the sun was setting over the horizon. Queen. We're back. The girl who stood at the head of the squad of 5 people, along with her, said. Did the night patrol find anything? The girl with green hair immediately asked, in other words, my wife. Sorry. In one word, the girl from the patrol answered, which meant that the group had no success. Expand the range and keep searching. The queen continued in a confident tone, not giving up. The subordinate stood at attention and was again laconic, saying. I'm listening. It is better to prepare for the worst outcome. A girl who was in my giant search group approached the queen. But the queen was unwavering. Shut up. She snapped, turning in her direction and continuing. Don't forget that he risked himself to save you. I don't want to hear such words from you. The queen spoke reproachfully, and the girl simply bowed her head, feeling guilty. The king is back. The king is back. The fishman shouted, running into the village from the forest, which made the girls surprised, since everything happened too suddenly. The next moment I appeared, entering the village and I was immediately surrounded by people. Your Majesty, are you all right? Are you hurt? Go and inform the Queen. Everyone was talking around, being in high spirits, seeing me. Your Majesty. It's good to have you back. The bald man said as he accompanied me on the way to the center of the village. Suddenly there was a huge girl, the one I call King Kong, speaking. Why didn't you light the signal light? We would have come earlier and escorted the king home. This question was addressed just the same to the bald man next to me, who led me, but he found an answer. The king did not allow it, he said that there was no need to gather a lot of people. Disperse, let the king go to the palace and rest. The queen appeared and immediately gave an order to all the people, in a strict tone, looking at me. Everyone immediately turned in her direction. Queen. The queen has come. The crowd hummed, obeying her order and opening the way for me. Coming closer to me, the queen gave me her hand and smiled sweetly, continuing to order people. I'll take care of him. Return to your posts. Fortunately, our people were loyal and immediately obeyed her order. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and gave out a very strong murderous intent, after which she said. But if I find out that someone doesn't keep their mouth shut and blabbed, you're finished. Looking at her, even I was scared. Not to mention the people who had sweat on their face, and they just closed their mouths and weren't so happy anymore. A few minutes later, I was already in the palace, which was guarded by the same man named Liu Tang. I'm glad that a gun and the others were able to escape. I spoke with relief. I did not expect that they would successfully return home with the hyena cubs. Sprawling on the bed, I sighed with ease. The queen was standing over my bed with her arms folded. Suddenly I sat up and sat on the bed, remembering the important information I wanted to convey. By the way, let Xiong keep an eye on them. In the future, when he goes on long trips alone, he will have many assistants. The girl did not listen to my advice and put her cute leg on my shoulder, saying, "You take care of yourself first." She confidently declared, arousing me with such an action. Nevertheless, discarding vulgar thoughts, I tried to object to her. I'm not badly injured, just exhausted a lot of energy. I'll recover after sleeping. The girl continued to insist. No matter how hardy you are, you still need to rest. But I also continued to stand on my own, having started. But I'm in the tribe. When suddenly he was interrupted before he could finish. Okay, I'll tell Xiong. The girl resigned herself without arguing further with me. Starting to descend her leg lower down my body, she spoke in a sweet voice. You're the king of this tribe, but you don't have to carry everything on yourself. Then, going even lower, she stepped on my friend and said indignantly. I don't want to lose a man ahead of time. But I no longer listened to her words, crying out in pain. Don't step on it like that. Wrapping my arms around my boyfriend, I sat and endured the pain, listening to my woman further. Get a good rest. She said with an irritated click. The next moment she went to the exit of the palace and I, exhaling with relief, stated the fact. She becomes a sadist. After leaving the building, the girl stopped at the entrance and exhaled with relief. Your Majesty, the king, he started to say Liu Tang, worried about my health, but the queen calmed him down by saying. It's all right. The king needs to rest, don't let anyone in. She gave the order to the man, leaving. Continuing to sit on the bed, I opened the system. My characteristics flashed before my eyes. Physical form. 1. Strength 4. Mind. 1. Dexterity is 1. Authority. 0. Technology. 62. Possessions. A tribe of newcomers, about 1.3 square kilometers. Population. 68. Characteristics of civilization. Stone Age, level 0. Distribute the points of characteristics. Despite the fact that I lost 4 points of characteristics, I got another 10, so there were no losses. Previously, I recklessly relied only on strength at critical moments, forgetting about self-preservation. With a sigh of relief, I decided for myself. I'll increase my dexterity first. Then she started poking her finger at the system window. The dexterity characteristic has reached its maximum value. 5. The next time you increase your dexterity, you need to spend twice as many stats points. The maximum value? I was surprised reading the message from the system. If I get twice as many points to increase my dexterity to 10, will it reach the maximum value again? Will it increase 4 times and then 8 times? I asked myself a question that I was asking for, and that needs to be checked. It looks like it won't be so easy to get 22 dexterity points. I understood and closed my eyes, realizing that even greater difficulties await me in the future. Before that, the strength had increased to 6 points and there was no critical value. It looks like the characteristics have different critical values. Suddenly I realized, remembering that there were no restrictions with the force. It would be best to increase all the characteristics to a critical value. I decided and reached out with my finger to the plus sign next to the force to increase it to the maximum value at the moment. Power. 10. The process of development of the host body. The system showed a new message on the screen. Suddenly, an incredible force enveloped my body again, and a red aura appeared around me. Feeling all this, I literally screamed. The sensations are stronger compared to the last time. The body seems to be stretched to the sides. My shoes. I screamed again, in my head, watching as the shoe on my foot tore and the fingers showed out. Trousers. My pants are torn. This sight shocked me even more. My clothes literally tore on me, as if I was wearing some child's clothes. And while the process was going on, the system showed a new message. The strength characteristic has been increased to 10 points, a critical value has been reached. The next time you increase this characteristic, you will need to spend twice as many points. Sighing heavily, I began to move my hand, continuing to think. The strength has reached a critical value of 10 points. Not expecting it to be so terrible. My shoes and pants were torn. There are no more points for distribution, there are 2 characteristics that have not reached a critical value. I realized, looking at my characteristics in the system window. I wonder how the intelligence characteristic will affect me? I thought, looking at the system window, which was being updated again to show me the following information. The higher the intelligence, the greater the probability of random tasks with higher rewards. AI was surprised and plopped down on the bed. Performance points are rare resources, it is too wasteful to increase intelligence in exchange for the probability of receiving a higher reward. When I get the stats points, I will first increase my stamina to a critical value. I need to ask them to make me some sets of clothes. I'm going to get some sleep now. I finished thinking and finally closed my eyes, plunging into the realm of Morpheus. At this time, our new village by the river bank was already more like a residential area. The fishermen continued to fish and dry the fish so that there would always be enough food supplies. Girls made clothes, pillows, blankets and other things to simplify life. Pay attention to the integrity of the edges when cutting. One girl spoke to another. It was obvious that she was more experienced in this matter. Other people from the Sea tribe cooked food for those who work. The food is ready. The one who fried the fish spoke, continuing. Those who are hungry can come and eat. The queen at this time was standing with a group of girls who were practicing throwing stones with a sling. A group of slingers will be a strong increase in our combat power. Get ready. The queen shouted with a whip in her hands, giving the command to the girls. Shoot. She said and a bunch of stones flew forward. All the shells hit the target, namely the straw dummies, which were at a certain distance. I report that there were 6 shots in total, 1 hit the edge and the other missed the target. One of the slingers reported. Very good for a start. Suddenly I appeared behind the queen, praising her efforts. It looks decent. I smiled and looking from the side, it was clear how much my body had become bigger. The arms, in volume, were like a queen's waist. Why aren't you resting, but jumping around here? Are you a pain in the ass? The queen got angry, hitting me in the chest and screaming. As the king of the tribe, I need to know what the people are doing. I answered my wife. Huh? Are these new pants? You didn't sleep. The queen began to drive over my body with her hand. Then she grabbed my boyfriend with all her might and declared. Who were you with? Was it Ayan? Feeling a lot of pain, I immediately began to justify myself. Of course not. Madam. Let me go. My abilities have improved. I begged my woman. Yes? I'll believe it for the last time. She answered and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then the queen began to report on the new squad of slingers. A squad of throwers has been formed, but it will take more time to form combat capability. Patrol and mobile post can be safely transferred to Afeng, she is a specialist in this. As soon as the queen finished, I decided to ask another question. How are Agong and Ayan's condition? Have the wounds worsened? Agun refused to heal his wounds. He said he didn't want to be a burden to the tribe. This morning he went to guard the signal tower on South Mountain. Ayan was responsible for delivering food and water to him. She's looking after Agun, so don't worry. I'm most worried about Ayan. The queen told me, and Ayan herself was training at that time. After that incident, during our trip, she decided to train harder with a bow. Meanwhile, the queen continued to give her detailed answer. Perhaps I was too harsh with her earlier because of excitement. Anyway, she's in a bad way right now. Hugging my woman, I decided to calm her down a little. Ayan is good, and she actually cares a lot about you. She takes a lot on herself for you. You need to treat her better. Well, I need to go back and continue to gain strength. In a few days I will go north to collect precious millet grains. After our conversation with the queen, I went to the palace and at the entrance to it, I began to think. Since I have nothing to do, I will invent these few days. 4 days have passed and all this time Agun continued to do his job. I've been inventing all these 4 days, as I said. A relieved exhalation. Almost finished. I thought, continuing to fumble. It's done. I rejoiced in my head when I finished drawing on the stone. As soon as I get back, I'll teach them simple addition and subtraction, and then in the future I won't have to do calculations alone. Suddenly, a message from the system appeared in front of my eyes. You have created writing, 10 technology points. You have created mathematics, 10 technology points. Oh. I exclaimed, and once again rereading the message, I was convinced of the truthfulness. My God, did I get 20 tech points in one go? The current tech points have reached 100, the tech store is open. The system notified me with a new message, which surprised me even more than 20 points. A tech store? How to use it? There was a question in my head that was asking itself. After that, the system decided to tell me what it means. In the technology store, you can exchange technology points for practical tools or inheritance plates. The purchase is non-refundable and non-exchangeable. After reading the description, I immediately felt a tremor in my body. Trembling with anticipation and immediately opened the store. A yellow table with items that can be bought appeared in front of me. Basically, everything looked like a typical website in my old world. The goods were the same there. Saltpeter. 5 technology points per 10 grams. Medicine. 10 points for 1 piece. Hematite. 20 points per kilogram. Large pot. 30 points for 1 piece. Seasoning set. 50 points for 1 set. Inheritance plate, unknown. 100 points for 1 piece. The inheritance tablet, the first level of mathematics. 100 points for 1 piece. Restriction on the purchase of 1 piece. Inheritance plate, the first level of farming. 100 points for 1 piece. Restriction on the purchase of 1 piece. Then there were 3 goods that cannot be temporarily redeemed, they are only for demonstration. Oven. 500 points for 1 piece. Restriction on the purchase of 1 piece. The inheritance plate. The second level of shipbuilding. 500 points for 1 piece. Restriction on the purchase of 1 piece. A mysterious object. Is unknown. Looking at all this, I involuntarily exclaimed with joy. Come on. Can I exchange points for resources? Fly away. After reviewing all the items again, and again, and again, I thought it over. It's decided, I'll exchange it for this. I said to myself and stretched out my finger towards the yellow window from the system. You have successfully exchanged 30 technology points for a large iron cauldron. Current technology points. 70. The system notified me and began to materialize the boiler itself in front of me. A good thing. I was delighted when I caught the object in my hands. What? You think I wasted 30 points on a pot? I wish I could ask you. After that, I started clicking my tongue quite a bit. You just don't understand. I bought a boiler not only for cooking and evaporating salt, but because it is made of iron. If you wear it behind your back, it will be armor. And if you tie it to your forearm, it will become a shield. And the main ability that can be activated at a critical moment. A cauldron can kill. While I was standing and explaining to you the advantages of buying a boiler, another one for only 30 points, Liu Tang came into the room and saw me holding an unknown thing for him over my head, shouting about murder. I heard sounds in the room and went to check. With a strange face, the man said, looking at me strangely. After clearing my throat a little and pretending that everything was planned that way, I said. I communicate with other gods and spirits, you don't understand. If anything, I'm talking about you, dear viewers. You understand me, unlike Liu Tang, who agreed with me, for the sake of appearance. It was a sunny day outside, the sun was rising to warm the earth more and more. I decided to use this to show the first plus from the boiler. Having made a semblance of a furnace in the ground, I began to make a bonfire, which was already burning in full. Of course, because I blew it with my air from my lungs. It turned out to be done. Dig a furnace in the ground and boil water. I told myself to praise myself. Suddenly, the system and the message from it appeared before my eyes again. You have successfully invented the furnace, technology points 10. Current technology points 80. Come on. I exclaimed. Did I get 10 tech points for a furnace in the ground? There was no limit to my surprise and joy. In the past, I liked the professor, so I learned a lot of knowledge. I didn't expect to be able to use it in practice. Hey. The water boiled. It looks like you can already put it in the cauldron. This will be the year. I said, again in my head, and began to immerse the fish in water. While I was laughing viciously and looked like a witch who was brewing a potion to poison someone. The first onlookers have already begun to run to the smell. But I didn't care about them yet, because again the system decided to please me. You have cooked soup, inventing new ways of cooking, technology points 10. Current technology points 90. 10 more points? I'm lucky today. I was glad again, realizing that today is one of the best days of my life. At least in this world. Suddenly, Shigu came up to me from behind, saying, "Your Majesty." Turn out. He was also pleased, as if he had received 500 technology points. "Look, this is salt from our salt factory," he said, coming closer and handing me a bowl of salt. And the system decided to please me again while I was looking at the salt. You have successfully purchased sea salt. Technology points 10. Current technology points 100. Hahaha. Excellent. You came just in time. I said happily, thereby praising Shiga. Literally in half a day, I have already recaptured the spent technology points. What could be better? Taking a pinch of salt, I salted my ear and continued to stir the brew, saying, "Shigu. Don't rush back, try this soup with us." Shigu paid attention to the food and replied happily. "Good. I got 100 points back so quickly. I didn't choose this cauldron for nothing. I thought. It's almost done, call everyone together, let them come with plates." I turned in the direction of Liu Tang to give him a task, and the guy immediately started to perform. The sun did not have time to rise too high, as the village was already in turmoil. In the center, there was an ear on the ground, which I had prepared. There were a lot of happy people from my tribe sitting around, all of them talking as one. Wow. How delicious. Yummy. Very tasty. Don't worry, there's still a lot left. The girl who was handing out the soup-filled capes to everyone was talking. King Kong, I think you know who I'm talking about, raised her cape over her head and screamed at the top of her voice. Very tasty. I want more. You ate 2 bowls of soup. If you eat more, there will be no others left. Scolded a huge girl, another one. I decided to intervene in their dispute. It's okay, I'll cook some more separately for those who are now patrolling and on patrol. The guys in the strong point will also get it, in 2 days I will personally take them a pot of soup. Walking with a plate in my hands, I spoke to Shig, who answered. Thank you, Your Majesty. You're wonderful. Approaching King Kong again, I said. As soon as I have time, I will teach you how to use chopsticks, and you can eat roast beef. System. Open a technology store. I said in my head. It would be strange if I said that out loud, wouldn't it? The same yellow shop window opened in front of me. There was nothing new there. I have 100 tech points again, should I exchange them for something? I asked myself a question in my head. I can teach them simple math and farming myself, so there's no point wasting points on it. Speaking of farming. We need those precious seeds. King. Suddenly I heard from behind me, and then the sounds of trampling feet followed. The girl from the patrol ran up to me. Reporting back. The trap in the north worked, no human activity was detected nearby. I immediately became serious and continued listening to the report. The prey in the trap must still be alive, what to do with it? Before I could say a word, the queen appeared beside me and began to command. There is no need to bother the king with such trifles. Just kill him and that's it. They said. The girl waved her hands, answered. Yes. Next, the queen looked at me and sweated a little on her face. You don't have to do everything yourself. How long has it been since you've spent time with me? She asked what made me sweat already. Trying to remember when I spent time with her, I just coughed. I will be by your side all my life, but now we need to arrange our house. This time I will acquire something new and make new changes. Putting my hands on the shoulders of the queen, I said, and she could not disagree with me, not finding an answer. The next moment we kissed on the lips, which embarrassed the girl from the patrol. While the queen was over the moon with happiness, and embarrassment, I turned to the girl. Wait for me, I'll come with you. Is the prey still alive? Maybe you can tame someone else. I thought. Now in my head there were thoughts only about earning technology points. Seeing me off with loving eyes, the queen said. You. Come back soon. She stuttered so sweetly, how I love her. Xiaowen, I'm counting on you. I answered and remembered something. The nettle that a gun brought is already ended, we need to collect more. I gave the order so that the queen would have something to do while I was away. The most important thing is to collect precious millet. I remembered. The day didn't seem to end, the sun was still in the same place as when I was cooking fish soup. I have already met with the patrol team, where the girl brought me. Your Majesty, this way. She pointed her finger, leading me to the triggered trap. Here. He's inside. When she reached the spot, she pointed her finger at the hole in the ground again. I was surprised, looking inside. What's going on here? That was my question. Looking down again, the rest of the patrol group followed my example. And? He just howled desperately. The girl was surprised, continuing to look down the pit. He must have run out of energy. She finished, looking at the hyena looking at us from below. What was at the bottom? It was a hyena, and fortunately for her, she was alive. Despite the fact that there were many stakes at the bottom, she only hit one that pierced through her hind leg. Hyena again. Have you come to fight us? The fishman looking at the bottom asked, and I just grunted. Suddenly, Xiong turned to me. King, this hyena is the same as Mother Pig. There are traces of breastfeeding on it. The boy said, which surprised me. How do you know? I asked, having understood something. I am very sensitive to milk. Xiong replied with a delighted face. Namely, to his smell. He finished, looking at the girl from the patrol, who covered her chest with her hands and was embarrassed. Milk? Is this the mother of those cubs? I immediately realized, initially thinking that hyena was pregnant. Let's try to lift it even if it's dangerous. I told my people and Shigu immediately accepted this task. For a few seconds, the sounds of gasps and oohs were heard on the street while we were lifting the hyena. Raised. Shigu said. Wrapping the exhausted hyena with a rope and holding it on the pit. King, she's weakened, so she's not dangerous to us. The man stated the fact, which I realized even before the hyena was pulled out. Xiaoxiong, try to save her, feed her something. I gave the command to the boy, making him think. Haven't we already raised those little jackals? He asked the question he was interested in, looking at me. How are they now? I immediately answered the question with a question. They don't seem to like the meat I feed them. They're getting weaker and weaker. I'm trying to figure out what to feed them. He answered and all my guesses were confirmed in an instant. As I expected. I exclaimed, watching as the fishman holds the poor mother hyena in his arms. Raising cubs is not so easy. We almost killed them. I continued talking while people were wondering. The next moment I gave the order. When you get back, tie her up, feed her meat and let her feed the babies. Xiong, you're going with him. The boy was immediately delighted and no longer paid attention to me, completely concentrating on the hyena. All right, King. Rely on me. Seeing the fishman with the hyena in his arms and Xiong leave, I thought. I hope that the fact that I brought a wolf into the house will not entail bad consequences. Having paid attention to the girl from the patrol, I have already given the command to her. Feng, set up traps, the rest will go north with me. I can't understand, is the sun going to set today at all? I have already done so many things, and it is still visible on the horizon. But maybe it's for the best. After giving the command to people to go with me, we were already going to Millet. Great, if I had come a few days later, it would not have been preserved. Looking at Shiga and Haihu, I thought. There is still a little time before returning. Why not collect medicinal herbs at the same time? Finally. Just finally. It was already beginning to get dark outside, while Shigu and I and the boss of the Sea tribe were already collecting medicinal herbs. Making our way through the bushes, we pulled out important herbs and went on. Suddenly, from behind the trees ahead, a menacing growl was heard. Damn. Those sounds again. I exclaimed. It's a bear. Everyone hide in the bushes. I quickly gave the command to my people because I understood what we were going to face. Holy shit, how fast. I opened my mouth wide, looking at how my people were already behind the bushes. It seems like everyone is so big, strong, but as there is danger, then everyone is cowards. The bear's body has already appeared from behind the tree, and the growling has become even louder. Me and my people were sitting quietly and below the grass, watching the situation. Do I need to drop the load? The closest subordinate asked me. No, let's wait until he goes away and continue on our way. Suddenly, the same man arched and became Cancer. A strange pose, I expected this from my queen, but not from a half-naked man next to me. Why did you lift your ass? I asked in perplexity. You won't understand. They answered strangely and began to explain. This pose allows you to quickly run out when faced with danger. It is necessary to be saved. Looking at him, I just laughed. Boss, is this the bear that chased you last time? He asked and looked at his pose once again. Not a very beautiful sight, answered. I'll know when I see him. By the way, boss, is it possible that the bear likes nettles? This man continued to surprise me. It's just absurd, I didn't expect that after spending so much time with me, people would do and ask such nonsense. Making an embarrassed face, I quickly replied. No. I have another question. The man continued and this time only enraged me by making me yell at him. Shut up for a minute. If a bear hears us because of you, I'll throw you out first. The man immediately gagged with his hand and answered in a half whisper, as well as almost crying. But boss, you were shouting so loudly that you attracted the bear's attention. Hearing this, I gritted my teeth and said through them. Damn. Goes. Shigu said quickly, continuing to observe the situation. Even though he didn't ask me for nonsense. The bear was growling furiously. At the same time, he continued to move through the forest in search of his prey. Suddenly, the growl became more like a cry of despair and he hit a tree. And the next moment, he just fell, forcing me to ask the obvious question. Is he hurt? Suddenly, the man who pestered me with questions started asking again. Boss, it's a great opportunity to pick up the loot, don't you agree? Well, at least this time, he did not show his stupidity by saying in fact. Suddenly, people's voices were heard from the forest. Follow him, don't let him escape. Here. The screams were really loud and it was obvious that they were chasing someone. The next moment, from the other side of the forest, another bear appeared, which was already obviously wounded because blood was streaming from his body. Carefully. I immediately warned my people and that bald man intervened in the conversation again. Is someone hunting him? This question was stupid again, why ask it if everything is so obvious? Screams of people, a wounded bear. Do I need to explain something else? And? Turning my head to the left, I drew attention to the forest. Forward. He couldn't have run far. People who were a little further away from the bear that ran past us were shouting. Why are people from the mountain tribe here? The man asked the question again, and I was ready to give him the nickname Question Man. So let's say a new superhero in our tribe, but let's leave him just bald for now. Anyway, this question gave me the answer to my question, who are these people? Damn. I thought. Suddenly, Haihu, having grouped himself, jumped up high, shouting. It's time to take revenge on them. An eye for an eye. Haihu. I said angrily, trying to bring the fishman to his senses, but it was all in vain. The boss of the sea tribe was already fully focused on revenge. Haihu had already raised his fists to attack, running forward, at the people from the mountain tribe. His men continued to sit in the bushes. Haihu. I tried to reason with the guy again, but I realized that it wouldn't help, so I grabbed his left arm. The next moment, I pulled him towards me, fortunately I had enough strength. A man from a mountain tribe drew attention in our direction, but I managed to hide a huge fishman in the bushes and we were not noticed. Catch up with him. Quickly. Thinking that it seemed to him, the man from the enemy tribe once again gave the command to his people. Your Majesty. You. He started to address me Haihu, and after making sure that I was listening, continued. We can't just watch when the chance has come. But I said in a threatening tone. The blockhead. Don't let hate cloud your mind. The enemy's forces are superior to ours. Rashly attacking them is the same as giving yourself away for nothing. Our only advantage is that the enemy is open, and we are in the shadows. I explained to Haihu, watching as a crowd of men from a mountain tribe continued to chase the bear and continued. Even if we want to join the battle, we need to wait for the most appropriate time. Follow me quietly. I gave the command to my people, moving towards the enemies and assessing the situation. The bear continued to run and growl in panic. But the next moment he couldn't stand it and just plopped down on the ground. Apparently the wound on his body was too serious. And as soon as he fell, the people from the mountain tribe caught up with him. Hahaha. He can't run anymore. They rejoiced, but the bear only sighed heavily, realizing what fate awaits him. Hey, run on, keep going. The man openly mocked the poor animal. Suddenly, a huge hand fell on his head, silencing him. He was eating venison mixed with white flowers and was wounded in the stomach. It's amazing that he was able to run so far. Said a huge man, 3 times bigger than the one who sneered at the animal, in a ferocious tone. His eyes were red, and his skin was as white as a zombie's. Apparently this is their leader, because his aura alone made everyone shiver. He must die with dignity. The bully finished, and the bear, hearing his words, opened his eyes wide. Throwing his subordinate with all his might, he flew into the nearest tree, and it's not a fact that he remained intact, the man said. Is it your turn to mock him? Still, the throw for the subordinate did not pass without a trace. Crashing into a tree, he spat out a huge amount of blood. I don't think he will be able to continue hunting with the others. Step back, said the bully to his men, looking at the lying bear. I promise a quick but painful end. He stretched out a huge spear towards the bear. After all, it wasn't a spear in the man's hand, because after looking at it, I got a message from the system. An obsidian blade. Obsidian is a natural volcanic glass. The fracture site is very sharp. Listening to everything they said, I thought. Venison was mixed with small white flowers. They're really good at making poison. Suddenly, the system decided to remind itself again. Launching a side mission. Salvation. Task. Save the dying bear. Reward. Performance points 2, bear sympathy. Accept? A mission? I was surprised, reading the text again. Forcing me to take a chance and start a war with a mountain tribe with a numerical advantage and save a bear that recently almost killed me? Is this system completely crazy? Despite my indignation, the system has updated its message. In case of refusal of such a one-time rare task, it will never be launched again. Huh. I was surprised, rereading the text again. A rare task? While I was thinking about the task, the leader of the mountain tribe had already swung his blade. It's a bad thing. There is no time to think about it. I stated the fact, trying to make a decision in a split second. Chertbova. I started talking, already halfway to saving the bear. System. I finished loudly when the enemy's blade was already flying at the animal. Fortunately, at the last moment, I managed to materialize my axe and block the enemy's blow. It was a really strong blow that I already crouched down, holding his blade. The blow went through the wall and caused a strong grinding of metal on metal. Bastards. Who are you? The people who were standing around the big guy exclaimed. They dared to take away our game. Do you want to die? They kept complaining as my people approached me. There were 5 of us together. Bald or otherwise a person is a question, Shigu, Haihu and another fishman. I'll trust this broken system for now. I hope the bear's sympathy is worth the risk. I thought, still trying to find the advantages of this task. And while I was thinking, the system kept notifying me. Have you accepted a side mission? Salvation. The bear was poisoned with ordinary datura and wounded in the stomach. Please stop the bleeding and neutralize the poison within 10 minutes, otherwise it will not be possible to save him. She spoke, which surprised her, since now the task was even more complicated. I forgot that he was poisoned with this plant. I thought after reading the message and continued to assess the situation. The task is only to save the bear. It is better not to enter into a fierce conflict with a mountain tribe. But I only have 10 minutes to complete the task, there is no time to scratch my tongue. While I was thinking, the man next to the leader of the mountain tribe continued to shout at the top of his voice. Did this group of geeks take away our game? How dare you? Meanwhile, the leader was silent, but surprise appeared in his eyes. And? He is familiar to me. The big guy thought and looked closer to us, said. This huge guy is nearby. He began quietly and added louder. Are you from the Sea Tribe? Sorry, I don't remember weaklings. He finished, which angered Haihu even more. The boss of the Sea Tribe was already fully prepared for battle, asking me. King Chen Li, how much longer are we going to endure? I didn't answer him, because I had already read a new message from the system. Penalty for failure to complete the task. Your little friend will be reduced to a widow. I hope everyone understood what I was talking about. Hahaha. The system openly mocked me. And when I finished reading the message about the fine, I was electrocuted and I immediately imagined the situation with my wife. Hahaha. Little Chen. Eat millet as it becomes more, come. After that, I almost cried. Suddenly I screamed at the top of my voice. That's really into everything. Not that. My cry made my people confused and scared of the enemies. What kind of fly bit him? People from the mountain tribe wondered. Pulling myself together, I turned to my men and commanded. There are a lot of opponents, be careful. After that, he said it so that only they could hear. I have only one requirement. Don't die. After these words, everyone broke loose. Pouncing on each other. I didn't get into a fight and immediately ran up to the bear and materialized a healing potion, which I poured over the bear's body. Fortunately, the wound is not deep. Not fatal. I was delighted, realizing that my, for now, big friend, will remain so. A system window appeared next to me, which said that there were 9 minutes and 11 seconds left until the end of the time to complete the mission, but I was already breathing out with relief. After all, the next moment, there was no wound on the bear's body. The next step is to neutralize the poison. But I do not know how. Damn. I panicked again, realizing that my friend was not saved yet. Suddenly, next to me, the body of a man from a mountain tribe fell, head down. I turned around to see what was going on. My men were on their feet and ready to continue the fight. It seems that we are in an advantageous position so far. I realized after assessing the situation. But they were all injured. I don't have much time. I finished thinking as the leader of the enemies spoke. Enough. You are really capable. But time is up. He got angry, and it seemed that his so evil eyes began to emit even more red light. The leader immediately began to show his superiority over us. For a bunch of tramps that just got together, you performed pretty well. He said confidently, raising his club up, which raised the morale of his people. If you leave now, I will save your lives. The big guy suggested while we were reflected in his reddened pupil. He was clearly ready for a battle to the death. The leader of the Sea tribe was clearly not going to retreat, remembering all the grievances of the past. Don't gurgle. We have an old score to settle. The fishman said confidently, also ready to start a fight at any moment. The typical shouting before the battle began. Where first one side speaks, then the other, the so-called trash talk. We've just warmed up, and you already want to leave? That's right, Yuangshi still has strength left. Even though it's evening, but we are full of energy. Suddenly, Shigu turned to me, covering me with his back. King, don't worry, the situation is under control. I chose to remain silent, focusing entirely on the treatment. Time is running out. I thought, looking at the timer from the system with 6 minutes 21 seconds left. But I do not know how to neutralize the poison. I kept thinking, touching the animal. I turned my attention to the others. Shigu is already barely holding on. If this continues, I will not only fail the mission, but also I can already hear the malicious giggling of the system. I am in the greatest danger in history. I have to protect a little friend. Suddenly, the leader of the enemy tribe raised his leg, and everyone paid attention to it. The next moment, he stamped with all his might and exhaled heavily. Apparently it took away some part of his strength. Nevertheless, his trampling on the ground caused a gap that caused my people to panic and lose their balance. The bully grunted angrily, looking at us. I was already in a fighting stance and snorted contemptuously, holding an axe in my hand. It looks like a showdown cannot be avoided. I thought. Title. Said one-word bully. With that, it was not a question, but a statement of fact, which confused me a little. Name? The name of what? I was surprised, standing proudly in front of the enemy. What is the name of your tribe? I thought you were a bunch of bums, but I guess I was wrong. The enemy already said with a grin. I am the king of the mountain tribe. And you? Finally, the big guy clarified, pointing his weapon in my direction. A tribe of newcomers, King Chen Li. I also said confidently, without showing a drop of fear. It's not my style to attack a couple of people in a crowd, we'll settle with you another day. But today I liked everything. With a face full of satisfaction, the big man said, looking at me. I saw how his eyes were burning. He wanted a fight, but respect for us played a role. He wants a fair fight. Finally they began to recognize us. Take the one that passed out, we're coming back. The leader of the mountain tribe turned in the opposite direction, saying to his people. Meanwhile, the man he was talking about was coughing up blood from his mouth. Stop puking. We're leaving. The leader said as he passed by this man and he barely answered. All right, king. It was obvious that one more word and he would start vomiting again. We continued to stand still, watching the crowd of people of the mountain tribe leave us. Finally, after a while, Shigu started talking to me. Looks like we got away with it. I saw him exhale with relief. I myself understood that if a battle had started, it would not have been without losses. Finally, I turned around and looked at the bear again, saying. There is one more unsolved problem. There were 4 minutes and 12 seconds left on the timer. There was a full moon in the sky, which towered majestically over the mountains and the forest. The mountain tribe was walking towards their home. One of the people decided to ask the king. Are we going to leave like this? It's too easy for them. He was at a loss, in principle, like everyone except the king. But the king did not leave them without an answer. Today I took only a white flower with me to hunt, I did not take ginseng. Besides, the supernatural power given to me by the sorcerer will soon run out. He spoke while looking at his hands, which were glowing with purple flames. Suddenly, he remembered our brief encounter, continuing. This kid is not easy. He was able to hastily block my punch, which I put 70% of my strength into. Looking at his relaxed posture, I'm sure he's hiding a lot of things. And he has an unusual weapon. Where did he come from in the first place? Next time I won't let them go so easily. He explained to his men, looking from his weapon to the moon in the sky. At this time, we were already sitting over the bear in a crowd, trying to help him. The bear was poisoned by the poison of white datura. Does anyone know how to neutralize the poison? I asked my people. Turning around at them, I saw only puzzled faces. What to do? I was thinking and one of my subordinates turned to me. King, why do you need to neutralize the poison? Isn't this our prey that we sacrificed our lives for? He asked. There is no time for explanations. Everything you need to know. That this is a huge problem related to life and death. I already shouted my last words with all my might, which made the one who asked sweat. Suddenly, I showed 2 herbs. It was honeysuckle and burdock, after which he began to explain. These 2 herbs have the effect of neutralizing the poison, but I do not know if it will be able to neutralize the poison of white datura. It remains only to make a desperate attempt. You will help open the bear's mouth, and I will give him medicine. I commanded. After that, the subordinates immediately began to execute the order, and I was shocked. It is not necessary to use so much force. I said, looking at how the bear's tears are flowing. The bear continued to lie on the ground, and the timer continued to tick. 3 minutes. 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes. We stood and looked at the beast, hoping for the best. There is a second left, and as soon as it ends, the system window lights up. The poison in the bear's body is no longer fatal, the danger has been eliminated. After reading the text, I was surprised and exclaimed arbitrarily. Phew it. I'll finally catch my breath. I breathed out with relief. Did we save him? Shiga asked. So far, his life is not in danger. I answered. Suddenly, the leader of the sea tribe started shaking Shiga by the shoulders and shouting. The mountain tribe couldn't have gone far, can we catch up with them and avenge my tribe? I looked at him and tried to answer correctly. We don't know the details yet, if we act rashly, we will incur big losses. And even if we can win, it will be a victory worth such sacrifices, which is tantamount to defeat. If we lose people because of this, then I am categorically against it. Since they will come to us by themselves, we will think over a plan of action and accumulate strength. As soon as I finished explaining, people started whispering. Yuangshi, what did the king mean? One asked. Ask less. Yuangshi replied. Take the nettles back to the camp. I'll take care of the bear myself. I commanded and heard no objections. There is. Very well, your majesty. Then I turned to Shig. Tell the queen to send reinforcements to the patrols and post sentries. And hurry up, we'll have guests soon. When all my people had already left to carry out my orders, I was left alone with the bear. Having built a fire, I leaned against a bear and closed my eyes. There was still a full moon outside, as well as another moon, also full, but much smaller than the main one. Suddenly, a sound reached my ears. Opening my eyes, in the bushes I saw 5 pairs of multicolored eyes that looked in our direction with the bear. As I knew that you would want to take advantage of the opportunity. I said in a voice, not feeling afraid at all. Tonight's dinner is ready. I said, taking my axe in my hand. Sunrise. The sun slowly emerged from the horizon, gradually illuminating the area. Either a wolf or a hyena came up to my campfire, growling, surprising me with this, because predators are usually afraid of bonfires, or to be more precise, fire. How? How so? I exclaimed, surprised. But the conversation I had with him was short, and I quickly decided to skin him too. This game is also very tasty. I admired the wonderful taste of the meat roasted on the fire, while the remaining parts of the wolf reached over the flame. By this time, the bear began to slowly wake up from sleep and move away from the neutralized poison. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the clubfoot tossing and turning, and then turned his attention in my direction. I advise you to be honest and not refuse my offer. I said, turning to him, and handed him a piece of freshly cooked game. I didn't know if you were eating cooked food, so I let you live. I said and immediately turned my gaze to the pile lying not far from us. There were the carcasses of a hare and another wolf lying nose to nose. "There for you, eat up." I suggested it to Clubfoot. Time has passed and the fire has already moderated its ardor. Around a small fire here and there lay the bones of game that we had already gnawed. "They ate too much," I said for the two of us, holding onto the overflowing bellies with him. The food was delicious and the amount was decent for two stomachs. That's what we need. Suddenly, a red system window appeared with another updated text of information. The target, bear, is no longer in danger. The mission, rescue, has been successfully completed. The points of the characteristic +2 and the sympathy of the bears were obtained. Please divide the points. Then the distribution went on as usual, where I could add new ones. Physical fitness is 1+. Strength 10+. Intelligence is 1+. Dexterity is 5+. According to his plan. I immediately started dreaming about a wide-toned body. First, I will increase my physical fitness to a critical value. From thinking about the distribution of the points received, I was distracted by my bear, who brought the carcass of the wolf cub closer, holding it tightly by the scruff of the neck and his mouth with his teeth. "Huh?" I was surprised while my companion was releasing the carcass, laying the cub on the ground. "Did you leave this for me? Is this the so-called sympathy of bears?" I admired his action. "But I shared this booty with you." I decided to immediately explain to him that his act was unnecessary. "Are you giving me a part of it? If this is a kind of gratitude, then I like it," I exclaimed, smiling with all 32 teeth and imagining a girl in a less closed cosplay costume for a bear. "Yeah. Excellent." It flashed through my mind at the moment of enjoying this pretty brunette smiling at me. "Since you're fine, it's time for me to get back." I got up and began to shake off the settled dust and dirt on my clothes. I was about to walk away, but I felt as if something or someone was pulling me, although rather holding me. "Woo. Woo." The bear made a noise as if he wanted to tell me something, but he could hardly do it, or rather, on the contrary, it did not work because he held my clothes with his teeth, not letting me go away. "Do you want me to take you with me?" I asked him a question right there, interested in the opinion of my rescued comrade. The bear smiled so radiantly and began to make eyes at me. Looking forward to it. Waiting. It flashed through my mind right there. In principle, it's really obvious from him, this Clubfoot does not want to part with me. "Transform." I immediately exclaimed, taking a stance as if I was conjuring. "Well, what about it? It would be quite nice if he really turned out to be a girl in a cute suit." But the bear, on the contrary, looked at me with a misunderstanding of what I want from him. "You can't even turn into a bear." I expressed dissatisfaction, almost grinding my teeth in frustration and grabbing him by the breasts. "What's the use of you? Although in order to feed such a large animal, you need a lot of food, but a bear as a riding animal is very cool." I decided to immediately weigh all the cons and pros in my thoughts. "It's decided." I summed it up and decided to announce it to my furry friend. "I'm taking you, from today on, your name is Xiongda," I exclaimed, which caused the wild delight of Clubfoot. The bear immediately rushed to hug me and lick my face, delighted with this news. Okay, I get it." Laughing, I said in response. "Since now I have a strong assistant." I began to think mentally, stroking the bear on the withers. Why not go where they went to scout the road? I decided, looking deep into the forest in front of me. Climbing on the back of a Clubfoot was not a problem, so my idea of using a bear as a transport was immediately realized. The road was faster, having found at least some kind of transport. And less expensive, so to speak. And the bear skin is quite soft and comfortable, and the legs do not get tired. Their footprints are getting deeper and deeper. I muttered, not taking my eyes off the string of shallow marks on the path. This means that the ground is getting softer here. The terrain began to change and it bothered me to some extent. If there used to be a forest consisting of trees, now. What's that up ahead? Is there a bamboo forest here? I was surprised by the change of landscape. Now on either side of us towered long hollow stalks of green bamboo. Bamboo can be used not only as a building material. I decided to think out loud. But also to create firecrackers. Suddenly it dawned on me. You need to mix saltpeter, sulfur and charcoal in a ratio of 75 to 15 to 10. And immerse the mixture in a bamboo tube. If we can make firecrackers. Still looking around the area, I thought. Perhaps, in a decisive battle, this will take the enemy by surprise. Even if the power of the explosion is insufficient. Ideas about people fleeing from explosions immediately surfaced in my thoughts. Its sound will remain very loud. We've already found some saltpeter. And I immediately remembered the recent finds of the necessary fossils. With charcoal, too, everything is easy. We use the kiln firing method. And I immediately imagined him in my mind. But things are bad with Gray. It can only be found near volcanoes. The bear walked slowly, swaying slightly, without distracting me from my thoughts. A place that will fit. I muttered, and immediately an idea came to me. System, open the card. I immediately ordered her. Volcano. Volcano. I muttered and ran my eyes over the glowing canvas of the system with the landscape indicated on it. Carefully, without missing anything. Well, of course. It hit me right away. The place where the giant sleeps. It must be the nearest volcano. If you don't get too close to him, then you can take a chance and look. I immediately remembered the last trip to the snow-covered mountain. Last time I was worried about how to escape as soon as possible. I muttered, remembering again the fragments of that campaign and how quickly I ran away as soon as my heels sparkled. And did not consider nearby resources. Xiongda. I turned to my furry friend accompanying me. Turn around, we'll take a chance and go north. I will show you something that is many times bigger than you. I chuckled, smiling. Don't shit yourself. The bamboo grove ended and the open area of the field began to stretch again. A snow-covered mountain was visible in front of us. But. My exclamations were heard, so that the bear accelerated. Which, in principle, helped quite well, and a plume of dust curled behind us. Wait, Xiongda. I exclaimed, slowing down my furry friend. And he just began to shake off the snow that was flying from the sky on his bearskin. We had a view of a blue lake with the purest water, as well as the transition of a field with green grass into an already snow-covered surface, submerged under drifts of crystal-clear snow. This must be the same lake that Haihu and Xiong were on. I said out loud. I've been down this road before. I wondered. I wasn't in the mood to look at the terrain then, but this time I'll take advantage of this opportunity. Xiongda, slow down. You can take a breath. The bear obediently slowed down, and we began to move smoothly through the area, simultaneously studying it. Be careful, keep your eyes open. I warned the clubfoot, and we tried to hide in the grass, even though it's a little complicated with his size. Nothing special. I muttered. It seems that the sea monster can be seen only by chance. We were still standing among the tall grass, not taking our eyes off the lake, on which only occasionally there were small waves, more like ripples. Woo-woo. The bear came from a distance, and he was immediately struck by a small tremor, as if he felt something bad. But surprisingly, the sea monster was still not visible, only animal instinct worked here. Did you notice something? As soon as I asked this question, I noticed a blurring darkness in the lake, and after that, bubbles of different sizes reached the surface one after another. The huge mountain began to emerge from the lake, and large splashes began to fly in different directions. We were a little stunned by what was happening for a while, and we immediately became alert to be ready for everything at once. Grayaya. There was a growl of the creature that appeared immediately. A huge bald head with shiny skin from water, bulging small eyes relative to the size of the head, and 2 rows of sharp white teeth. Damn. We were taken aback immediately by what we saw. The huge creature was now standing in front of us, and water was dripping from its skin in large drops. TT. The Tyrannosaurus? I immediately exclaimed. There really is a huge dinosaur in front of us. A massive body, matching his large hind legs, tail and head. Only the small shortened front paws stand out from the whole picture. He has a piece of rope hanging around his neck in the form of a broken lasso. Apparently they wanted to catch him without us. We were shackled by the horror of what we saw. Rrrrrrr. There was a loud growl from the mouth of the Tyrannosaurus. Large drops of water continually descended from his body, and splashes of water spread in different directions due to his movements. We were no more than fleas to him, that's for sure. Xiongda, hurry up, get down. I ordered the bear and only pressed closer to his fur. We remained silent so as not to attract this creature to us and stay alive at least for now. A collar? I spoke out loud, drawing attention to the broken rope in the form of a lasso. Could it be that this animal is the giant's pet, escaped from while he was sleeping? I thought, still watching the creature, which looked around and seemed to be waiting for a trick. It is possible that the monster that scared off the saber-toothed tiger was just this Tyrannosaurus, and the huge footprints seen earlier were also left by him. I muttered in thought, remembering the huge depressions in the ground when I first arrived here. If this is the case, then the giant on the mountain has already fallen asleep at least more than 15 days ago. I thought about it right there. Let's go around him quietly from the side. I began to whisper my proposal in the bear's ear. In no case should he be disturbed. While the Tyrannosaurus Rex was still looking around to no avail in anticipation of the danger he felt, we quietly, trying to get lost among the grass, walked away and found the right way option. After making a loop, we came to the end of the grass in the clearing from the other side. And then we switched to snow covers and continued our way towards the mountain covered with a snow blanket, our original goal. It was getting colder and now and then steam was coming out of my mouth. I began to look around, what is around us for meters, and how best to follow further. We won't go any further. I decided. The snow is getting thicker, and if something happens, I stopped looking around once more. We can't escape. I summed it up by finally analyzing the terrain. I tried to get off the back of the clubfoot without consequences, jumping off it into a snowdrift. And we began to walk separately. The bear in front of me was crushing the snow into a denser surface, and I tried to keep up and walk along the beaten path, although sometimes I was drowning up to my waist in this miracle of nature. Don't worry, I'll walk behind you and in no case will I leave you here alone. I assured my club-footed friend. Just be careful and watch your surroundings. Soon, walking after the bear, I noticed something in the snow and decided to take a look. The snow in this place was a yellow shade. I took the piece in my hand and chuckled, wondering what it could be. It seems to smell of something. I immediately thought about it, feeling another distinctive feature of my find, namely a specific smell. Under a layer of snow. I muttered. What is that smell? It didn't feel very bright, but it felt like something familiar. The smell is getting stronger, you can't make a mistake. I said, and, catching up with the bear, this smell only hit me harder in the nose, which only made me hurry after him faster. I began to dig through the snowdrifts in search of the find I needed. And here it is. Found. I exclaimed immediately, having found what I was looking for. Xiongda. I called the bear to me when I got to the yellowed ground. We found sulfur. I exclaimed louder and rejoiced like a child, throwing handfuls of snow into the air. Excellent. I said, still not happy with my discovery. There can be no mistake. I said, picking up handfuls of the sulfur I found and not moderating my ardor. With such reserves of sulfur, the production of firecrackers is not far off. A sunny day. The bright circle of the celestial body illuminated and warmed the earth. Soon we returned to our settlement. The settlers immediately came out of their huts and began to surround us slowly. King. The king is back. Hunter Xiong exclaimed and pointed in our direction. Virginia. What a huge bear. King. Why? There were exclamations of admiration from one or another member of the tribe. Actually, this big guy's name is Xiongda. I introduced my escort to the inhabitants. And from now on he is our friend. It's so cool. Xiong exclaimed admiringly. I want to be as majestic as a king when I grow up. The boy was dreaming right there. Not a question. I answered, getting off the bear's broad back. In the future, I will definitely find you a cool riding animal. Hooray! Xiong exclaimed joyfully. Hooray, hooray, hooray. I can't teach him to ride for free. A thought flashed through my mind as I watched his joy. Ew, dry these bamboos, they will still be useful to us. I said, handing the blonde with horns the medium-long bamboo stalks I had collected in that bamboo grove. This bear is so strong. The girl with long hair of a light green shade was amazed, looking almost closely at the muzzle of the clubfoot. Can I ride it? Sure. I immediately agreed. My queen. Bad. Bad. Suddenly there were screams from somewhere, and we immediately turned in the direction of the sound. King. One of the subjects appeared on the horizon with skin and gills of a blue shade and a light blue stripe. Tell me calmly, what happened? I immediately asked the out-of-breath news bulletin. The man breathed deeply for a while and then, having leveled his breathing, decided to tell what he saw. A huge monster appeared in the sea near the shore. He began to tell me. It is very violent, so much so that the waves it raises destroyed all the salt on the beach. The monster is very strong, we cannot cope with it. The man panicked. Having imagined this creature about which there was a story, I immediately tensed up. Don't worry. I assured him immediately. I will personally go to the beach to assess the situation. The day was sunny without a gram of clouds on the horizon, only a light breeze stirred the leaves of the trees. I drove the bear and we tried to get to the place of events on time. As soon as we reached the beach, an unflattering picture opened up to us. On the snow-white sand, here and there lay fragments of trees and the exhausted bodies of my tribesmen, who fought back against a monster. I was immediately struck by the picture that opened before my eyes. Uaiaya. Aiaiaya. There were screams of other people of the tribe, who tried their best to deal with the monster, but they did it badly, or rather practically in no way. Such a huge thing? Gritting my teeth, I said, amazed at the size of our intruder. I'll check out what kind of monster it is. An emerald screen with information and a photo of this sea beast immediately popped up in front of my eyes. Ichthyosaurus. A large predatory marine reptile, similar to a fish, aggressive, lays eggs. This individual is at the stage of development. The length of its body is about 7 meters. Adults can reach more than 10 meters. The information canvas of the system read. An ichthyosaur? I was surprised by the information I saw and photos of a huge fish with 2 pairs of fins, a long beak-shaped nose and gray coloring in light brown stripes. We cannot leave him unpunished, otherwise there will be consequences, I said, trying to hold on to the fur of the clubfoot as the wind currents from the sea tried to throw me off. If we can get him ashore, we'll win. Xiongda. I called out to the bear. Do you understand me? I asked him, to which I received a voluntary growl in response. I'll kill you. I shouted loudly and, riding a bear, rushed towards my opponent. Aiaiya. With a run, pushing off from the surface of the earth, we soared in a jump on the sea monster. Die already. I shouted menacingly and swung my axe. The shrewd fish swung its tail in time, thereby knocking the clubfoot out from under me. But I am not a timid person, and heading in accordance with a precisely adjusted course, I plunged the axe blade into the back of the sea monster. Yes, yes, yes. I exclaimed, rejoicing early in what had happened. But before I could react, the sea monster immediately twisted and rushed at me with its mouth open, showing its sharp teeth. Quickly orienting myself, I stood across her to the mouth, thereby preventing me from eating, as well as closing her mouth. The fish immediately went under the water, only the tail flashed over the raging surface of the water. But I didn't calculate that. There's nothing to breathe under the water. I immediately tried to hold my breath and not waste crumbs of air for nothing. Damn. I thought. It wants to drag me into the depths of the sea. And the sea monster sank lower and lower under the water. The monster was rushing to the bottom faster and faster. And in the photo it looked more harmless than now this wound-up killing machine. There were bumps along her spine one after another, along the length of her body she seemed to be ribbed, and her eyes burned with bloodlust. But only the lack of air and a lot of small sharp, like needles, teeth did not give me rest. Damn, I cursed mentally, if this goes on, I'd rather drown than be eaten. Suddenly the fish jerked and abruptly stopped swimming. Something alerted or frightened her, moderating her ardor and exuberant mood. Woo. A clubfoot roared on the shore, holding the sea monster by the tail and not letting him move on. Rrrrrrrr. The bear seemed to be possessed by an unknown force and, straining all the muscles of his body, he seized the monster. Rrrrrrrr. The clubfoot growled again and rushed to the body of the fish, sharpening its claws. Xiongda is still following our plan, flashed through my mind, while the fish was trying to figure out what was going on. Which means I can't give up either. But, damn it, I was still mentally cursing, looking at the rows of sharp teeth pointed in my direction. I can't take it anymore. I was still trying to hold on with the last of my strength as a shadow appeared behind me. Another moment and then someone swam next to me and the monster, only snow-white hair and bluish skin color, I managed to notice out of the corner of my eye. It was a girl with 2 blades at the ready. A moment and she immediately twitched like lightning. The girl ripped open the monster's mouth, releasing streams of pitch-black blood. The grip of the mouth weakened and I was carried away from the fish. Alas, the fish kept me for a considerable amount of time. I had neither the strength nor the air to get to the surface of the sea myself. Appeared. I thought, seeing how this girl began to swim in my direction. New. Once again, a thought slipped fragmentally through my head. An enemy? She was almost right next to me when suddenly my eyelids closed and my body softened. Cough. 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 I coughed, opening my eyes and seeing familiar faces. Well, the muzzle. The bear looked at me without looking away. The king came to his senses. One of the subjects exclaimed joyfully. His Majesty is awake. Another exclaimed. Alan. Come here. They exclaimed, addressing the girl who was sitting on a rock near the shore. King Chen wants to see you. The girl turned her attention in our direction. As I managed to see under the water, her hair was almost snow white, but closer to a grayish shade and gathered in a tail with strands escaping from it at the face, her skin with a shade of blue, where people have ears, the girl's gills are visible, eyes the color of the sun are so pure and look as if into the very soul. Of the clothes, only a pair of bandages, one covered the chest, the other swayed on the hips. The girl came down from her perch and approached us. But before she got a couple of steps to me, she immediately sat down in the lotus position and began to look carefully. Hey, GY. One of the men exclaimed. This girl's name is Alan. One of the men present continued to introduce my savior to me. She is the best swimmer in the Sea tribe. The little girl killed that monster and pulled you ashore. The man informed me. Although we, the people of the Sea tribe, of course, are not famous for intelligence, but Alan, in comparison with other tribesmen, is quite stupid, therefore. The men continued to tell me about this person. The girl, on the contrary, did not care. She sat as if nothing had happened and picked her nose. From a different angle of sunlight, I saw a growth on the girl's forehead. Don't worry, she's my savior. I said calmly in response to their information. I can't be angry with her for a little oversight. Where did you get this obsidian dagger? I immediately asked Alani and showed her a dagger of a black shade, slightly glistening in the sun. This one? Followed me in response. The brother took it away from the bad guy. The girl continued her answer. The bad guy? I was surprised. Have you left the mountain tribe territory? Who is this nasty guy, after all? Suddenly my savior asked, pointing at me with her finger at the men standing next to us. Can I have a fight with him? She asked again without shame. To which, in response, a man with a blue skin tone waved his hands, hinting that it was better not to. He approached her head and whispered something in her ear. I didn't quite get it. Alan exclaimed again, smiling broadly. But you came to help us, didn't you? Almost. I muttered back. On that day, a crowd of bad guys penetrated our lands. Blushing a little with excitement, the girl began to tell. Very soon I lost consciousness. When I woke up, Brother Fang and other members of the tribe were locked in a cave with me. She remembered sitting handcuffed with her tribesmen in a dark cave behind a fence in the form of pointed elongated stones, or rather it was the large fangs of some animal. Behind the fence outside the cave, people with batons and in animal skins walked and guarded. Yesterday, when we were working, Alan continued to tell, remembering how people forced them to drag animal carcasses from one place to another. My brother quietly told me. Soon I will deal with one bad guy, and I will give his weapon to you. Use it to cut the rope, and then jump off the cliff. The girl repeated the words of a relative that he said during their break from work. Straight into the river. Only you can get out of there alive. He said the same thing. But Alan wanted to resist his brother. Hush, listen to me. He interrupted her. A small plot of land where, under the strict supervision of 4 guards with batons, they carried carcasses of dead game. After you escape, find Haishi, he's a lucky guy, he should still be alive. My brother continued to instruct me. When you meet, do whatever he says. Understand? He asked, looking at his sister. Yeah. That was all Alan answered. You too. Suddenly there was a shout from one of the guards behind them. What the hell are you doing there? He shouted a question loudly, thrusting his sword forward. It's time. Her brother said, not at a loss. He threw the carcass he had been carrying at the warden all this time, thereby knocking the man down. Take the dagger. The brother exclaimed in the direction of his sister. And run. Therefore, returning, the girl told me in the present time, I ran into a huge monster that was going to devour you. That's it? I muttered, comprehending the story I had heard. In that case, you can come back to the camp with me, but before that I'll take you to Haishi. I got to my feet and, shaking myself off, straightened up. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Suddenly I remembered something. We need to take an axe and this monster with us. I said the thought that had just occurred to me. Bright sun on the background of a rich blue sky. Every now and then seagulls fly and dilute the sounds of water beating on the shore. And I, Alan and the men from the Sea tribe are walking a little ahead of my clubfoot, to which our huge catch is tied with a rope. Haishi. Shigu? I was surprised to see my fellow tribesmen, who, as it turned out, were going to meet us. This is the king. They exclaimed in response to me. The king? Shigu exclaimed. Alan? Haishi exclaimed. They were as surprised as we were, but they smiled contentedly at this turn of events. Why are you together? There was a question first of all that interested them. But I just put my hands on my hips and, smiling stupidly, answered. It's a long story. As a result, I, Alan, our escorts, Shigu and Haishi, who came to meet us, and a clubfoot with our huge prey tied to him, were standing on the sea beach. So, it turns out that about 10 people from the tribe, including Fang, are still alive? I tried to digest the information Haisha had heard. We must release everyone immediately. A second later, he immediately panicked. Saving people, of course, is important, I agreed. But am I not the one who needs to be saved? I immediately retorted. Suddenly we noticed a column of smoke coming from the mountains. Lighthouse on the western mountain. What happened there? A sunny day, which was more or less going well. But there is one but. A column of smoke was coming from the side of the mountain. I told them that simple animals can't light a lighthouse. I said indignantly, what's going on? When the king of the mountain tribe was leaving. I muttered while in thought. But then I remembered how, before leaving, he said cheating is not my style, I'll deal with you another time. He was really talking about revenge. Suddenly it dawned on me. Has a mountain tribe descended on us? I was puzzled and all tensed up from the situation and my assumptions. This is not the time to panic, I have to personally check. Take them to the coastal fortress while we gather and strengthen the defense so that they cannot attack us. I gave instructions immediately, turning to Shigu. You can rely on me. His answer followed in the same second, and he immediately set off on his way. And with Alan, immediately go to the western mountain to take up a position in an ambush. There the patrol team will help you. I said, already turning towards Haisha and my savior. Let's not be amateur. Wait for me near the trap zone. I shouted one last time and accelerated towards the incident. That's right, this time I will not be led by emotions. There was a response from Haishi, who was looking after me. I hurried as fast as I could, trying to speed up every second. God. Thoughts slipped in my head, at the same time thinking about the worst. Just don't let anything happen. Time passed, and the smoke still rose from behind the mountain to the bright clear sky. It took me a long time, but I jumped as fast as I could to my settlement, where the people of my tribe were already crowded together. Xiao Wang. I called the queen and the girl immediately responded to my call. King. She immediately raised her voice. Are you back? The girl immediately asked, smiling contentedly and a little embarrassed. That monster on the shore. She wanted to say it, but she didn't have time. It has already become a delicacy, I answered her immediately. Xiong Da is already dragging him. You rest, and I'll take people and go to the west to check the situation. A girl with loose green hair said. No, I stopped her right there, if Haishi goes crazy, then you won't be able to subdue him. I looked at the inhabitants of my tribe and immediately called the fighters who would go with me to the scene of the incident. Huangshi, Langguchui, Xiao Xiong, Ayan. You're all coming with me. The rest and Xiong Da are on you. I turned to the queen and slapped her lightly on the shoulder. Xiao Xiong has found a hill from where you can observe the situation, so we will be in touch. I want to go too. Shanlan Da exclaimed, clenching her fists with impatience and a bit of indignation. You have never taken me with you, but this time I will follow you anyway. The girl assured of her intentions. Okay. I chuckled and smiled. Even so, you will unconditionally follow my commands. Yes. Shanlan exclaimed, rejoicing like a little child. Lutang, you will stay to protect the queen. I continued to give orders. There is? Only briefly followed in response. It was getting late. From the setting sun, the sky and the terrain acquired a yellowish hue, as if the sun had covered them with its veil. The situation was heating up second by second. We set up an ambush and waited for the right moment. Where I and Yuangshi settled down in the bushes, Xiao Xiong took a branch of one of the trees, and Ayan took a branch of another tree. We waited for their arrival, keeping our weapons ready. Your Majesty, they have come. Yuangshi informed me immediately. To which he received my meek yes in response. It really was the king of the mountain tribe with his tribesmen. A man with tattoos and bandaged hands, two swordsmen behind who held torches to light the way for the king, a short boy and a big man to match the king. The king of the mountain tribe was surprised and immediately stopped. Stop it. He immediately gave a sign to his own, raising his hand in the air. I know you're here. The king of the mountain tribe spoke, looking deep into the forest. Come on, come out, we'll find out everything in a duel. Did he notice the trap in front of him? I immediately thought about it. After all, it would be strange to just stop and turn to an invisible enemy. You can't fool me. The king of the mountain tribe spoke again. It's too quiet here. He continued his monologue. Birds don't sing, insects don't chirp, and toads don't croak. He put his hand to his ear, pretending to listen to these voices of the inhabitants of the forest. If they don't show up, then I'll have to use Chashenkao's force. To be honest, I don't like this approach. The king of the mountain tribe grinned. But there was only silence in response, and not a single leaf moved. It seems that the only thing left for us is to face the enemy face to face, I thought. We did not sit and hide for a long time after the words of the king of the mountain tribe and decided to come out from behind the bushes. In an instant, Huangshi, and Langutui immediately appeared in front of them. Behind the back of the king of the mountain tribe, there was a lake from which Haishi and Alan emerged. We surrounded them on both sides. And they slowly moved closer and closer, narrowing the space between us. But this did not frighten the king of the mountain tribe at all. Great, we have the same number of people, we can safely fight. He spoke in response to the situation that had just developed. He grunted and immediately thrust forward the sharpened blade of his sword. I challenge you to a duel. He spoke in my direction. I watched Haishi out of the corner of my eye. He was breathing shallowly and very often, as if he was about to reach a boiling point and succumb to emotions, even though he promised me the opposite. Bastard. He shouted and clenched his teeth in outrage at this situation and the reaction of the king of the mountain tribe. Defeat me first. Haishi shouted again and immediately jerked from his seat, rushing in the direction of the king of the mountain tribe. But it wasn't there. Out of nowhere, the back of the king of the mountain tribe was immediately covered by his henchmen. Like lightning, he appeared in front of Haishi, smiling contentedly with all his 32 teeth. They went at each other. And immediately clasping their hands, they began to lean on each other, resting on the loose soil. There was a scream and gnashing of teeth from the collision of Haishi and a bald man with tattoos on his body. It seems that someone is impatient. The king of the mountain tribe grunted when he saw this picture. Mutsi, go play with him. He immediately gave instructions to his subordinate. And he just smiled contentedly. Hey. Mutsi exclaimed and, twisting around, pulled Haishi's leg so that he lost his balance and fell. Haishi did not count on such a turn, and with all his strength flew backwards onto a stone standing by the lake. Haishi. I exclaimed immediately, watching this fight. I was puzzled and couldn't even move. Did Haishi lose with his strength? A thought immediately flashed through my mind. And I gritted my teeth. Ayan is not a timid person and, without wasting time, immediately cut the rope stretched next to her. The mechanism immediately began to move, and a large round piece of a tree trunk tied on ropes flew towards the Bugei, who was standing in the company of the king of the mountain tribe. A kind of battering ram method. The tree immediately hit the big guy, and he didn't even move an ear, let alone react. It was as if he didn't care or he was just slow in reaction. But alas. Only a couple of wounds remained on the big man after the blow. He stood with an impenetrable expression on his face and just simply pushed the suspended part of the tree as if nothing had happened. Damn. I snorted mentally in response to this. This is the second jam and not in our favor, which is very wrong. And again the unknown. It looked like we were destined for a battle. Thoughts flashed through my head and I swallowed nervously. A huge fishman was lying on the ground, leaning against a massive stone, and his chest was agitated by a storm of indignation and pain. The battle he had entered had left merciless traces in his body and soul. With every breath, every cough, he felt his strength waning, but his determination did not weaken. Every blow, every scar on his skin reminded him that he would not allow himself to be defeated. Ka, the fishman cleared his throat, forcefully wiping the blood from his chin. He had already suffered enough damage, but he wasn't going to give up in front of his enemy. Through the pain and difficult breathing, he saw his goal and moved towards it, as if despite physical suffering. A man from a mountain tribe was rushing straight at him, his eyes were burning with rage, and the words "are done with it, fish scum" sounded like a challenge. However, the fishman knew that he was facing a dangerous opponent, and he was not going to give in. At that moment, adrenaline forced him to focus on the fight. The fist of the man from the mountain tribe flashed over the head of the fishman, but thanks to his reaction, he dodged. The fist slammed into the massive stone with force, causing a crack and the formation of a small hole. This incident gave the fishman a new energy and faith in his own strength. Here's a chance. Opened. It flashed through his mind. The fishman, using his weight and strength, kicked the attacker in the side. The opponent's hand got stuck in a rock, and a member of the mountain tribe lost his balance, which gave the fishman another opportunity. Grabbing the attacker by the belt, Haishi rushed to the nearest water. "Let's go for a swim," he shouted furiously, trying to get to the water, where his strength would be more equal. But the joy was short-lived because the mountain man was not going to give up. He was aware that he was inferior in strength in the water, but his audacity knew no bounds. "Your mother." The Highlander swore in despair, bracing his feet on the ground and trying to fight back. The earth trembled from the intense struggle between them, and it seemed that it was about to open up from their mighty efforts. And at that moment, like a tornado from the sky, a shadow slipped behind the mountain man. A girl from the Sea tribe, with a knife in her hand, was approaching the wrestlers. Her eyes burned with painful determination and rage. Nothing could stop her now. Here he is, the enemy, and it remains only to finish him off. Her arrival warmed the heart of the fishman, giving him the strength to continue fighting, despite fatigue and pain. The battle has just received a new round, and its outcome has become even more incomprehensible. And so, in the blink of an eye, it seemed that events unfolded so quickly that the brain barely had time to capture every moment of this epic battle. The people from the mountain tribe who were watching this fight were just on the verge of their feelings. They not only watched, but also lived every movement, every detail of this drama. The girl, brave and determined, rushed to the aid of her friend, and her aggressive decision did not go unnoticed. One of the mighty mountaineers, who seemed to have come straight out of fairy tale legends, was like a giant bear. His muscular figure rose above the others, and he grabbed his less massive companion like a toy bear and threw him towards the girl. This moment was so spectacular, as if it was an action from a circus performance. The smaller Highlander was spinning in the air like an acrobat on a high trapeze, performing pirouettes and spins before approaching the target. Suddenly he turned around and put out his hands, as if he was waiting to catch the girl. He hissed, enjoying the moment, "Get ready." The girl was absolutely not ready for such a blow. The strength of the Highlanders was known far and wide, and this guy used the inertia of his comrade's throw to strengthen the blow. The collision was powerful, and she flew like a projectile towards the water. She landed in the water, narrowly avoiding a painful impact on the ground. Soon she managed to open her eyes and see that the smaller Highlander was swimming towards her with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, as an observer, I felt almost helpless in this maelstrom of events. My eyes were fixed on the leader of the mountain tribe, who stared at me unwaveringly, as if saying, "You're not going anywhere." His companions continued to communicate with each other, as if I were an insignificant spectacle. I knew I couldn't just stand by and watch. However, it was impossible to help them, since the leader of the Highlanders did not let me go, and his people were determined to prepare for any of my actions. It turned out that the two Highlanders, obviously brothers, began to change their minds about the battle. "Brother, didn't the king of the mountain tribe promise us entertainment?" one of them asked with a grin. "Why did Muki and Shuhu start first? Maybe we can fight this guy too?" He pointed at me. His brother replied, "Isn't this game meant for the king?" However, the first brother continued to insist. "Don't worry about it. Who had time, he ate." And so, two brothers, with eternal smiles on their faces, took their torches and knives in their hands and rushed in my direction. My mission was clear, I had to act. However, it was impossible to move, as there were adamant mountaineers in front of me, ready to stop me at any cost. I had to make a decision, and I chose the path of resistance. My colleagues were ready to defend themselves and shouted, "Are you getting into a fight with our king? Then you'll have to go through us. Die." The brothers answered shortly. One of them got hit in the side, being in a losing position, and the other lost his torch with one well-aimed movement of my warrior. The mountain fighters seemed surprised by this reaction. At first they were shocked, but soon they had a grin on their faces. These people were used to dangers and were not afraid of difficult situations. There was a challenge in front of them, which they accepted with joy. After a brief pause, during which the mountaineers were satisfied with the moment, one of the brothers said, "Brother, be careful. If you lose, you will disgrace yourself." In response to this, the other brother just grinned and said, "Let's have some fun." He walked towards me, preparing for a fight. "Okay, then I'm having fun with this guy," the first brother said, expressing his willingness to go to the fight. "I want to bathe in his blood." This change of events filled the air with tension. I was seized with indignation at the brutality that these mountaineers demonstrated, as if killing was something entertaining for them. They clearly didn't know the word pity. While the guy wielding the wooden weapon continued to approach, his muscles tensed, speaking of his physical strength. With accuracy and strength that were more suited to the hero of the fairy tale, he easily moved the trunk of the tree that we had set up as a trap. Now it has become his weapon, and he has made it look easy, as if the barrel weighed a fluffy stick. Great, he whispered, looking at the barrel with satisfaction. He threw it on his shoulder and walked towards the leader of the mountain tribe, as if showing off his prey. But the leader of the Highlanders was not so simple. He warned. You can do whatever you want, but stay away from me. All right, the giant replied happily, and stepping aside, headed to the place where the fight between Haishi, the fishman, and a member of the mountain tribe took place. This was a bad sign, because Haishi was already on the exhausting edge. He did not have enough strength to fight two mountaineers at the same time, and a giant with a wooden weapon was approaching them to meet with a willingness to destroy everything in his path. I need to help him. I decided. My thoughts were filled with determination and persistence. We had to stand up. I had to think quickly about the strategy. At this time, my warriors were starting from their positions and preparing to meet with the mountain brothers. The chief of the mountain tribe continued to watch me with a proud sneer. When I moved in Haishi's direction to help him, my instincts told me. Dodge. It was more than intuition, it was a reaction to danger. I instantly made an evasion, and at that very moment the sword of the leader of the Highlanders cut through the air where my head had just been. His attack was so fast and strong that it was like a lightning strike. Are you ignoring me? The chief roared, having lost his own control over himself. You're looking down on me. It pisses me off. His scream pierced the air, and he wielded his sword as if he was an angry god of war. His eyes were filled with rage, and he was ready to end this battle with a fatal blow. However, my quick evasion gave me another chance. I instantly focused and prepared for a retaliatory attack. My warriors were also ready to join the battle and support me. The battle became even more heated, and everyone moved with their own intentions. At this time, Haishi continued to fight with the Highlander, despite his exhaustion and fatigue. A giant with a wooden weapon came closer and closer to the wrestlers. This moment was critical, and I felt I had to act immediately. Swinging his sword, he carried out attack after attack, as if dancing amidst the whirlwind of battle. Lightning strikes fell on opponents, and his incredible accuracy made him deadly. Despite all the brutality and speed of the fight, he managed to pronounce the words as if they were his second language. Don't get distracted. He shouted, and his voice pierced the air, breaking into the winds of war. Show me your real skills. There was a fire of determination in his eyes to prove his superiority. Meanwhile, I continued to dodge all his attacks, trying in vain to defend myself and keep the enemy's attention on me. Although I continued to skillfully dodge, but I won't be able to help Haishi this way. There was no choice. With the onset of despair, I cried out. Who can someone help Haishi? The big man, who was heading towards the fighting, was pulling a tree trunk behind him, as if it were a piece of fluff. His muscular body perfectly coped with this task, as if even nature was on his side. However, suddenly he slowed down. What? He spoke absurdly and slowly, his eyebrows curled in perplexity. Has the tree become heavier? And then he turned around and saw Dada holding the barrel on the other side. Stand still. She cried with pride and precious determination. If it's about brute force, then I'm not inferior to anyone in it. Her words were full of pride and inner fire. She was ready to join forces and change the course of this battle to give Haishi a chance to win. The giant, a monster of enormous size, his body as if carved out of a rock, looked at Dada with a grin that looked more like a zealot than a gambler. He stuck out his giant chest frame, as if preparing for a great game, and not a battle for death and life. Do you want to play with me? He asked with haughtiness and added. You're pretty. His gaze was so vile that it was like shards of ice pierced Dada's heart. Then, like a sudden hail from the sky, arrows flew in his direction. They were precise and fast, creating many sparkling metal dots in the air. The giant had to postpone the attack on Dada and go on the defensive. He slowly raised his giant palm, trying to shield his face from the approaching deadly arrows. They dug into his fleshy arm, leaving wounds from which dark blood gushed out. Perfectly. The giant shouted, blood trickling down his arm and splashing on the ground. Someone else wants to play with me. After that, he shouted in the direction of his king, with whom I had been fighting all this time. The king of the Highlanders only grinned and said. Sure. Have as much fun as you want. Otherwise, when we get back to the mountain, you'll be alone again. Meanwhile, the archer and Xiong, who were sitting in the trees, were considering further actions. Xiong was determined to help his comrades in battle. He repeated. The king and the others are fighting a bloody battle, you need to help them. The archer was thinking out loud. The trap we set. She used to help us bring down a whole bear. And this monster stopped her with just one movement and didn't even suffer from the blow. Even if we go down, there's nothing we can do. After thinking about this situation for a couple of seconds, she said. I'll distract their attention, and you go back to the camp and notify the queen of what is happening. Ask her to send us reinforcements. Xiong nodded his head without hesitation. Yes, I understand. And then he added. Be careful. Meanwhile, not far from the river, the deadly struggle of the fishman Haishi and the warrior of the mountains continued. Haishi, like a manned fish, pressed with all his weight, trying to pull a person into the water. Water splashes flew in all directions, like a fountain of bright watercolor paint. He was in his element, but his opponent resisted like a rock in coastal waters. Every blow that this mountain warrior dealt was accurate and strong, leaving bruises and cuts on Haishi's body. The bastard. The Highlander shouted, his voice sounding like the roar of a tiger. Let me go already. After that, a new series of blows followed, including an elbow strike. Ka. Haishi was holding on hard. With each new blow, he coughed up blood. It was bad. He needed to throw his opponent into the river where he could use his natural abilities. We need to push him into the river. Such thoughts were floating in his head. A little more. Come on. Gathering all the strength in his legs, he attacked the enemy with a new level of determination and tore him off the ground, rushing to the river. Let's go for a swim. He shouted furiously, his voice echoing through the surrounding fields, as if calling for battle. On my battlefield. He added with unwavering determination. His face was distorted with burning passion, and his eyes sparkled with a thirst for victory. He forcefully pulled his opponent towards the river, whose waters were flowing noisily, creating a backdrop for this epic fight. But suddenly, from the depths of the river, as if from fairy tale legends, Alan emerged the same mysterious fish-man girl that everyone knew in the area. She exclaimed, her voice sounding alarmed. Haishi. Don't come here. It's not safe here. There was fear on her face, and it wasn't empty anxious chatter. Suddenly, the hands of the guy she tried to save emerged from the water. He grabbed the girl and dragged her under the water, creating a new round of tension in this grim fight. Haishi stood in confusion, watching what was happening. Why can't she handle him in the water? This is a riddle that he had to solve. Meanwhile, the Highlander kept hitting him on the back, as if he wasn't going to stop. Stinky fish, let me go. He shouted, tirelessly striking more and more blows. One of them turned out to be particularly strong and fell on Haisha's wound. Ka. Haisha blurted out. The blow was so strong that it knocked him to the ground. He was coughing up blood, as if his own body had betrayed him at the most decisive moment of the battle. But suddenly his eyes turned completely black, as if absorbed by a dark force. And he cried out. Get up. As if breathing in new life. Rising from the ground, Haishi picked up the mountaineer, like an ancient Greek Hercules, and stuck him into the ground, throwing him over himself. An ordinary person would have been instantly defeated, but Haishi continued to fight, squeezing out the last of his strength. Breathing heavily, he lay next to his unconscious opponent. After inspecting the battlefield, Haishi thought. Brothers, I leave the rest to you. His words were full of faith in his comrades who continued to fight for him and his goal. While a fierce battle between two twin brothers and Haishi warriors was developing nearby. The battle was fierce, but neither side was in a hurry to approach each other, carefully studying their opponents. And one of the Haishi warriors exclaimed to his comrade. Langguchui. Use that move. The partner replied. Understood. They both rushed at the enemy, attacking from both sides at once, striving to use a cunning technique that they knew. The mountain brothers also communicated with each other, and one of them said. Xiaohu, these two fools are coming at us themselves. Let's deal first with the one with the hammer. They smiled as if victory was already in their pocket and decided to start with the one who owned the hammer. You're finished. The mountain brothers exclaimed, rushing together at Langguchui, who was holding a hammer in his hands, preparing for a desperate battle. The moment was shrouded in tension, as if time had slowed down. Langguchui seemed lost in this situation, and his hands slowly lowered as he clutched his face, experiencing unbearable pain. Ah! He let out a loud cry, as if he was trying to tear this painful moment out of himself. His eyes shimmered with pain and tears, and he felt every drop of tears touching his own wound. Such pain was unbearable. Seeing this, his partner shouted at the top of his voice filled with anger and despair. Scoundrels! The bitterness of the struggle in his soul only intensified, and he gripped his axe tightly, preparing to repay his enemies for this betrayal. His soul was filled with anger for his comrade. You could see how the muscles of his body tensed, and he gripped his axe with such force that his fingers turned white. He was ready for battle, despite the danger that lay in wait for them. Clutching his axe, he charged without hesitation, as if his actions were filled with fierce determination. You could see the fire of determination and rage in his eyes, and he shouted, "Attack me." His voice sounded resolute and defiant, as if he was summoning fate. Then, with a wide swing, he threw his axe towards the opponent. The axe shot up in the air like a fiery meteor and landed accurately on the shoulder of one of the brothers of the mountain tribe. There was a terrible scream of pain, and blood gushed out of the wound, painting the surrounding world in gloomy tones. "Right on target," the warrior said with confidence, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction. But his fighting spirit did not allow him to stop. "Go away, Langutui, leave the rest to me." He was left with only one shield, preparing to defend himself. His eyes were focused on the enemies, and he was preparing for a new wave of attacks. The brothers of the mountain tribe, seeing that their comrade was wounded, were seriously angry. Their anger was like a raging volcano, and they targeted the attack again. "You'd take care of yourself first before saving others," one of the mountaineers shouted, and his voice pierced the air like a blade. In response, the warrior with the shield began to read the movements of his opponent and actively defend himself, as if the shield had become his reliable protection in this deadly dance. 3 steps. He shouted loudly, slowly approaching the enemy. Suddenly, he missed one blow because of his small shield, and a wound like a burning flame appeared on his side. But that didn't stop him from seeking victory. The warrior wheezed in pain, but continued to stand on his feet. Grabbing his opponent's blade, he said loudly, 2 steps. His breathing was heavy, and blood was trickling down his sides, but his eyes sparkled with determination. "What are you counting there?" the Highlander asked aggressively, trying to pull out his blade. But the warrior's hands held him firmly. With a strong movement, he pulled the opponent towards him and grabbed his hands, and then shouted again. 1 step. Looking towards his partner, he raised his voice and shouted, "Langutui. Let's." And at the moment when it seemed that Langutui had already been knocked out of the game, he suddenly rose into the air like an experienced circus performer who had been training for many years. Pushing off from his friend's shield, he flew into the air and, swinging his huge hammer, aimed a blow at the enemy with all his might, shouting loudly, "Right above you. You're finished." The brother realized that in this situation he had little chance to survive, and fear was reflected on his face. It seemed that there was no way out, but suddenly the wounded brother of the mountaineer pushed him out from under the blow, shouting, "Xiao Hu. Get down." A powerful kick severed the bond between the warriors, but the hammer blow was already inevitable. The wounded man, with an axe in his shoulder, received a powerful hammer blow. "Kaya." There was a loud sound of bones cracking. "Brother." The survivor shouted, and at that moment the situation changed dramatically. At that time, the archer was struggling with despair, trying to find a way out of this deadly trap. She fired arrows at a huge monster that disguised itself as a human. He was slow and incredibly strong, and the arrows definitely reached him, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. The arrows easily penetrated his flesh, but he continued to move like a death machine. At this time, Belika threw a huge log, accurately aiming at Dada. The latter was forced to defend himself with the handle of his axe, and a huge log hung over him, as if dreaming of crushing him. Dada felt her strength running out, and it was clear to her that such a battle could not last long. "What's it?" The sharp-eyed archer carefully examined the surroundings and suddenly noticed something flashing in the tall grass. It was a rope. Exactly so. She flashed in the rays of the sun, like a thread of life in this battle on the verge of life and death. While Dada was holding on hard, her physical and emotional strain was palpable. Her body was trembling and every muscle was on edge, but an unwavering determination flickered on her face. Panting, she clutched the handle of the axe, as if it was the only thing that kept her on her feet. There was a fire of will burning inside her that could not be extinguished. And suddenly she noticed how the arrows released by Ayan pierced the ground very close. But how is this possible? Dada couldn't explain to herself how her shots could miss at such a distance. But she didn't have time to think. What? Did she miss? But that's impossible. Do the skills fail? She mused aloud, her gaze fixed on the place where the arrows fell. But suddenly an understanding came to her. It was a rope. Exactly so. Haha. I got it, Ayan, you are a genius. The joy on Dada's face was impossible to convey in words. At that moment, she realized what she had to do. With her feet planted on the ground, she instantly threw up a huge log, and her movements were so precise that she deftly dodged its fall, directing her body directly towards the discovered rope. "What?" the giant asked with a malicious grin on his face. "Hey. Won't you play with me?" Dada smiled slyly. "Haha. I will." Gripping the rope tightly, she rushed to the giant's back, shouting, "Let's play with you." And now she is behind the giant's back, using her strength to control the rope. It was like a miracle of flexible rope, as if alive, wrapped around the legs of the enemy, creating such a maze in which he certainly got entangled. "Don't hide. We haven't finished playing yet," repeated the giant, not noticing how the rope was around his legs. Dada wound a rope around the giant, like an artist creating his work, and every movement was a road to victory. "You want to play with me, don't you? I'm here." She shouted again, a voice filled the air, and at that moment the giant turned around, his huge legs got tangled in the rope, and with a crash and clumsiness he fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust, and his gun, in fact just our log trap, flew towards the river. At the same time, near the river, the scene unfolds with breathtaking drama. "Rotten fish. I underestimated you," the mountain warrior said, standing on his feet, his muscular body reminiscent of the incessant battles he was forced to fight in this cruel world. Haishi, breathing heavily, slowly got up from the sandy bank of the river, his hands clenched into fists, and he looked dried up and exhausted. "Fool. So you were able to get up?" he said mockingly. The man was smiling, standing in front of him, covered in wounds, bruises and abrasions, but the smile did not leave his face, as if he was enjoying the fight. "Haha. You almost killed me, fishman. Well, what can I say? You're just out of luck," he replied, his voice sounding tired, but there was determination in it. The mountain warrior was so confident of his victory that he did not even notice how the enemy was moving his eyes behind his back. "Hey. Damn it." Ducking his head, he crouched to the ground. The mountain warrior did not expect such a reaction and did not even have time to turn around when a powerful blow with a log directly on the back of his head knocked him unconscious. Haishi, looking at the body of his opponent, said, "It looks like I'm luckier than yours. A series of victories on the battlefield gave me hope, but my battle with the king of the mountain tribe seemed to have just begun. Wielding my metal battle axe, I repelled and parried all his attacks. The situation was a stalemate. My hands are already numb. I'm afraid I can't take the next blow." Suddenly, a torch fell between me and the king of the mountain tribe. We hurriedly turned around and saw a small man who threw it. Approaching the leader of the mountain tribe, he spoke. "It's time to use this. I know you don't like it, but it's a witch's order." He handed the leader some strange reddish leaves and then added, "I will hide in the water. When the case smells fried, you will be able to return home unharmed. The witches warn you, you will lose this battle, you know what will happen." The king of the tribe was quiet for a moment and then nodded. "Except I wasn't going to stand there like that. Red Ginseng. Is this madcap going to give up his mind to strengthen his body? It's bad. I will not allow this." Gripping my axe tightly, I decided to use my inner strength. Sparks flew from my axe, the runes inscribed on it gave me new energy. My whole body was covered with a bright yellow aura, and I was ready to fight for my life and the future of the tribe. "Red Ginseng?" the chief asked in surprise, while maintaining an unyielding calm. He looked at the mysterious root that lay in front of him, waiting for its fate. But at that moment his thoughts were interrupted by a dwarf holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands. "I think the witch has guessed my character," the chief said, looking at the dwarf. Suddenly, a powerful energy attack lit up in the air, directed towards the dwarf. The latter barely managed to dodge, jumping away, and fell to the ground, not far from the torch and the king's feet. The trees in the place where he was standing were instantly cut down by a powerful attack. "Oh shit," the dwarf dropped, reaching for the torch. Looking at his leader, he added, "Since you are so indecisive, let me decide everything for you." He had already grabbed the torch, preparing to set fire to the red ginseng, but then the king of the mountain tribe intervened. "Stop," the king said loudly and cut down the burning end of the torch so that it went out. Seeing this, the dwarf shouted, How? How did you manage to resist the witches?" Equally calmly, the leader replied, "I don't believe it's the witch's order. You can go back and tell her about it." The dwarf was very angry. "Then don't complain about the consequences," he said through his teeth and, running away, shouted, "One leg here, the other there." Wait a bit. We were left alone with the king of the mountain tribe. I could tell by his face that he was analyzing me. The king of the mountain tribe thought. Where did he get this destructive power? I analyzed the situation. Having dealt with the ichthyosaur, he rushed to help. I didn't have time to recover. Even the power was already running out earlier. Everything was swimming in my eyes, and my body was incredibly tense, even my hands were shaking. I won't be able to hold out for long in this state. I can hardly strike another blow. Even if I succeed from fatigue, I will immediately lose consciousness. The situation of my warriors also did not cause optimism. Their strength must have dried up a long time ago. If I lose, the leader of the mountain community will swat them all at once. But why did he put out the torch? Maybe this is some new trick? Questions swirled in my head like clouds over mountains. Meanwhile, the tribal leader was standing in front of me, his blade pointed in my direction, and he took a defensive stance. I realized that there was no time to think. It was the moment when my fate, life or death, was being decided, and I needed to act. Okay, there's no time to think, it's still unknown what's coming. Life or death. Therefore, while we have the strength, we need to end it faster. My axe and his blade crossed in a series of powerful blows. We were both exhausted, but it seemed that my power was higher. Breathing heavily, we both stared at each other, our eyes radiating aggression and determination. Not bad, my opponent said. Why didn't you show all your might before? Looking at my wounds, the king of the mountain tribe realized that such injuries could not have been inflicted by his hands. Perhaps the reason for my strength was the ritual of sacrifice? These thoughts were spinning in his head. I'm afraid you won't last long, he continued. To tell the truth, I'm on the edge myself. The divine power bestowed by witches is about to disappear. After these words, I noticed that his hands were shaking as much as mine. The leader continued to say, there's definitely no way to dodge your next attack, so I'll hit with all my might myself. A grin stretched across his face, and he added, I hope the winner will be determined in an honest way. Don't worry, King Shen, if you fall, I won't hurt your people. Breathing heavily, I smiled and replied, it's nice to hear that, but promises are unnecessary. Ready to fight. I gathered the last strength in my hands and pulled the axe in an attacking position. The leader of the warriors shouted a war cry, and we both rushed at each other. Enveloped in energy, we rushed as if a collision was inevitable. And then, for a moment, our weapons clashed. The energy enveloped us, and a second later there was a powerful explosion. The whole clearing was locked in a layer of dust and smoke. After a while, the smoke dissipated. My warriors, panting and coughing from the dust, looked for me with their eyes. Found it. One of them shouted. When the dust finally cleared, they saw me standing over the body of the mountain chief. A huge crater formed where he was lying. He was unconscious, but even unconscious, he was smiling. He was happy with the fight. I turned around to inspect the results of my warriors' battles, but I didn't have time to get enough. The power bestowed by the axe gave a return. The feeling of hundreds of small needles piercing my arm was so familiar. It was the same feeling I had when I defeated the Bull King. Damn, I whispered. A little more and I'm finished. You can't use the power of Pangu for nothing. I hurriedly took out the medicine and began to treat my wound. My arm ached as if it had been pierced by fiery arrows, but I knew that I could not allow myself to fall, covered with shame in front of my warriors. However, when I was almost ready to fall to the ground, something soft and warm stopped me. It was Ayan, my faithful companion and ally. The leader of our tribe cannot fall in disgrace, she said with determination. With these words, she took me by the arm. With the last of my strength, I managed to say, be careful, they still have one more person, he is hiding in the river. Ayan nodded, promising that everything would be fine. The allies had arrived, she added, and I saw the blurred silhouettes of our warriors on the horizon. Make sure that Alan is safe, and then you can leave, I reminded him. The main thing is to help Alan, remember? With these words, I handed her a bottle of medicine. Yes, rely on us, Ayan replied with confidence. After hearing this, I felt that I could finally calm down. My eyes were closing by themselves, and I realized that my brain was going to shut down.